Rename yourself with some sort of identifying title related to your organization. If you intend to testify, please sign up using the public sign up form on the meeting materials website so that we have your name in the queue. Participants will be in listen-only mode until they are called on to testify. I will be calling on individuals and will unmute your microphone during public comment testimony during the agenda item. If you are on the phone and would like to testify and didn't sign up in advance, you can press *9 and that will notify me and add you to the queue. With that, I will hand it over to Chair Robin MacArthur. Thank you.
Thank you, Esther. Good morning, everybody. Happy Friday. This is day 2 of our July commission meeting. And I want to take a moment to thank Esther and actually the entire team that made this meeting possible and always makes these meetings possible. So it's Esther, Casaria, the entire IT staff, John, Rachel, and David, and I'm sure there's a number of other people that made the logistics happen. And really special thanks to you, because without that, we wouldn't be meeting in this virtual way. So very, very much appreciate that. I also want to give a call out to my fellow commission members. Wow, you guys are amazing. It was a great meeting yesterday, and it was so wonderful to hear all your thoughtful comments, your careful guidance, cautious guidance to staff, and it just was really wonderful to hear. So I really feel honored to be part of this commission. So thanks for all your contributions. Today, well, maybe we should start out by, for the audience, just identifying ourselves because it's all visual. So again, I'm Robin MacArthur, and we'll just go around, and perhaps we'll start with Commissioner Lilac, and just introduce yourself, and we'll go through commissioners in that way.
Thank you. This is my first commission meeting, the second day of my first commission meeting. Nick Lilac, serve as the Deschutes County Community Development Director and newly appointed to represent Eastern Oregon. Thank you.
Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, hello, good morning. This is Gerardo Sandoval. This is my third meeting, so I think I'm considered a veteran now. And I'm a professor at the University of Oregon, and I teach in the School of Planning, Public Policy, and Management.
Thank you. Commissioner Warren.
This is Stuart Warren. I am the representative for Southern Oregon. I also am the president of the Phoenix City Council and the chair of the Phoenix Urban Renewal Agency. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Jacobson.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Commissioner Jacobson. I'm representing the coast, and I'm along with Commissioner Lilac, one of the new kids on the block at these 2 meetings. I am a county commissioner in Lincoln County, Oregon, which is on the coast, and my background before that was in marine fisheries and ocean policy.
Thank you. And Commissioner Halova.
Hi, my name is Anyele Halova, and I'm a real estate developer in Portland. I live and work here.
Great. And then we also have Director Rue and Deputy Director Green on the screens as well. So thanks, everybody. So by way of, we have a very full agenda again today, but the whole morning is really devoted to some pretty important topics. And we actually started a discussion of those topics yesterday. Palmer did a really great job of describing this umbrella of climate-friendly and equitable communities. And that's the work that we're doing. The housing work fits under there, so does community development work and transportation. And so again, you focused on a portion of an element of that umbrella yesterday. Today we'll focus on transportation and get a little bit more background especially for the newer commission members, on the governor's executive order, as well as the climate adaptation work. And that will lead us into a discussion about how we frame the rulemaking for the transportation sector. So with that, I am going to turn it over, I think initially to Palmer.
Good morning, Chair MacArthur and Commissioners. Palmer Mason, Senior Policy Advisor at DLCD. Yes, today is going to focus mostly on climate, and I am going to kick it off And I'm going to be doing that with Emma Land. And actually, Emma is going to start us here. And I don't know that we have the presentation slides up. I don't see them. Esther, are you able to do that? The PowerPoint slides?
Yes, I can pull that up.
Okay. So I'm actually going to turn it back over to Emma. This is going to be a team approach. So Emma, you could start. Thanks.
Well, good morning, Chair MacArthur and commissioners. My name is Emma Land. I am the legislative coordinator. Joined DLCD in January. So this is actually my first time presenting information to all of you. Of course, I would have wished that it would have been in person, but obviously our staff has been amazing at making this work virtually. So we really appreciate it. And I'm glad that I have the opportunity to at least speak with you this way. Maybe I'm going to wait for Esther to pull up the presentation, but I can at least let you know the purpose of this agenda item that we're talking about right now is just to provide you with an update on the work outlined in the department's response to Section 3D of Governor Brown's executive order on climate change. So our response is a memo that we commonly refer to as the May 15th report. And this report calls out climate-related work that's either identified in our policy agenda or is directly called out in the executive order itself. With that, we'll also provide you a summary of stakeholder feedback and themes on this response that we received both during a June 11th forum that we held for public comment, as well as written comments that we received afterwards. There's probably going to be a lot of information that we try to throw at you pretty quickly. So thank you for bearing with us in that respect. And also just to let you know, this is very informal, it's informational, and we're not asking the commission to make any decisions, but of course we would really like to hear your feedback and input. So once we get it pulled up, Palmer will get us started off with the update.
Emma, if this is Kirsten. Oh, there we go. Chair MacArthur, just to remind folks, the material is also under tab 10 in your packet. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kirsten. So Esther, do you have control over this slide, or do I? Sorry, this is my first time.
You're doing great. Thank you, Emma.
Thanks.
I do have control. Let me make sure that I can switch this over. Let's see.
So I'll add this. I think Emma talked about how this is going to update the commission on the work that we're doing under our response actually to Section 3 of the executive order. I wanted to find that work a little further for the commissioners, particularly the new commissioners. This is the work that was either identified in our policy agenda for this biennium. The policy agenda is something the commission approves that defines our work around rulemakings, new guidance on our existing rules and programs, implementing statutes, that type of work. So this was climate work that was called out under that policy agenda, or it's climate work that's specifically called out in the executive order on climate. So that's really what we're going to be talking about. That May 15th report that Emma alluded to had some other sections around the budget request, which the commission approved yesterday. And we had a robust conversation about how that has multiple impacts on climate, as well as housing and other issues. And then there was another section of the May 15th report that dealt with some actions that the agency could take around addressing climate change, both from mitigation and an adaptation perspective. But we're going to focus on the work under the executive order and in the policy agenda. And I see that Esther's trying mightily, so I'm going to just go ahead and start, not to get us off of, keep us on schedule here. So one of the policy one of the policy projects that's identified in the policy agenda and that we are hoping to start this fall is a review of the statewide planning goals, the 19 planning goals that are the basic framework for the planning program. What we're hoping to do with that project is hold a series of stakeholder meetings over the fall, possibly into the early part of next year. And from those meetings, hear from the stakeholders about how the goals could be updated to better reflect climate, both from a point of view of mitigation, adaptation, and sequestration storage. Or have conversations with the stakeholders around, does it make sense to potentially have a new goal that might be specifically focused on climate? One of the challenges that we have for that project is we don't have any dedicated staff. And while we agree that it's an important project and something that a number of stakeholders have asked for, we are potentially going to have to rethink that project or maybe even defer it because of the rebalancing cuts the legislature is considering for the next special session. So I just want to know that we were hoping to undertake that project, but there are questions around whether we're going to have any type of staff resources to continue with that project. The deliverable.
Oh, sorry.
Bonnie, want to add something?
Well, Palmer, my apologies. This is Kirsten. If I could, I would just note for commissioners that since we may be just sort of defaulting to the staff report, Palmer's running through the action, starting with action A on page 2, if folks want to follow along. Thanks, Palmer.
Yeah, I think that may give people something to look at as I go through this. So the deliverable for that policy project would be a white paper that would summarize what we hear from stakeholders and could possibly outline some next steps on reviewing and potentially taking actions on updating the goals for climate. I guess I will ask the chair what the preference is. Do we want to take questions after each of these updates, or do we want to hold questions to the end?
Well, I think we should probably just take a couple questions if we have any as you go through these, because they're individual items. So thank you for asking the question, Palmer. Any questions about the goals work, climate change work?
There are no hands raised.
Thank you. Don't see anybody, so thanks. Continue on, Palmer.
All right, so the next one that I want to talk about is our work for climate adaptation. I'll note that I think it's the next agenda item is a very extensive presentation from Chris Shirley, who's leading not only our efforts around climate adaptation, but really the state's efforts around climate adaptation. I'm going to say very little. We talked about this a bit with the policy option packages from yesterday. This is an effort that Chris is leading that's we're working with 25 state agencies to try to identify the gaps that the state has in responding to the effects of climate change. What current resources do we have? And again, where might we have gaps? And then more importantly, how can we focus? How can we create kind of the right structure in state government, particularly from a leadership perspective, but also working as an enterprise to try to make adaptation both a priority and to make put some real effort behind implementation. You'll hear more from her on that particular item here, as I say, in the next agenda. By way of update, I would say that we're getting very close to putting out a draft framework update. And then when we do that, we'll go into an extensive public comment period. And I believe the idea is to present a final report at the end of this year. So I'll see if there are any questions on that particular project. And I appreciate the commission bearing with us without the slides.
So I think, Palmer, you can just go ahead to the next agenda item because we have a full agenda item 11, where Chris Shirley will be on the line, so she can answer questions about that as she goes along.
Okay. Yeah, so the next one that I'm going to talk about is the Every Mile Counts and our work around climate-friendly and equitable communities rulemaking. This is a theme here. That's also another large agenda item this morning. So, I guess my purpose right now will just be to try to provide some background. And I see that Esther has the slide up here. So thank you for that, Esther. This particular slide, to try to help orient the commission around this issue, Every Mile Counts is a multi-agency effort working with 4 agencies, of course, the LCD, the Oregon Department of Environmental Quality, the Oregon Department of Energy, and the Oregon Department of Transportation, to implement something called the Statewide Transportation Strategy. The Statewide Transportation Strategy was developed in 2013. It was a multi-year effort that looks at how we can reduce greenhouse gases in the transportation sector. And it takes a topical look at like all the types of policies and kind of in the broad buckets that you could undertake or use to reduce those emissions. And you see some of them kind of identified here on the slide as the priority action. So we can electrify the transportation system by building charging infrastructure and making it easier for Oregonians to use and own electric vehicles. So by doing that, we're basically putting cleaner vehicles, more efficient vehicles into our transportation system. DEQ has a clean fuel program that lowers the carbon intensity for gasoline and diesel. That program would be extended under this 2-year work plan to implement the STS. Another high priority is around transportation options. So DEQ has a program where they work with employers to encourage employees to use transit and rely less on vehicle traffic to get to work. And then finally, we get to local greenhouse gas reduction. That's the priority action that DLCD will work mostly under. This is where our climate-friendly and equitable communities rulemaking would fall, and our work to help ensure that local governments are looking at transportation-related emissions as they think about transportation land use planning. So maybe we'll go to the next slide. And here specifically, again, are the actions that we're taking under this 2-year work plan, working with the other 3 agencies. Really, the climate-friendly and equitable communities rulemaking is the large umbrella, so, the overarching theme here, and then parking management and scenario planning fall under that to support that rulemaking. And I think the main purpose of that rulemaking, and we talked about this again yesterday, is to see that local plans are tied into or consistent with the regional reduction targets that the commission has previously adopted. That's the overarching goal here. There's also other key things, though, that you could fit within that goal of trying to reduce greenhouse gas emissions in transportation, and specifically really trying to reduce the vehicle miles traveled per capita. It's important we can work in the issues of housing, and we had a discussion about that yesterday, about trying to promote not only more compact development, but more housing options and more housing supply in certain priority areas that have transit or our downtown areas, more mixed use. So we can, again, reduce the need for people to get into their vehicles, to go shopping, to get to their jobs, to make their daily rounds. And then obviously this is an opportunity as we think about the way our cities are going to develop over, say the next 20 to 30 years, about equity and affordability. So there's a number of issues that feed into this particular rulemaking in this effort. But as I said, more to come on this one later in the commission's meeting. So to the next slide, please. So Carbon sequestration is also specifically called out in the executive order here. And this is a direction for the Global Warming Commission to work with several state agencies to develop goals for carbon storage and sequestration on our natural and working lands. DLCD is not specifically named in the executive order, but our program already does a great deal to address carbon storage and sequestration when you think about urban growth boundaries and our policies around compact urban development. And we also have a coastal program, and coastal resources are an important place for capturing storage. So we have committed to participating in this discussion about developing these goals. As you see here, the proposal is needs to go to the governor for a set of goals around storage and sequestration no later than June of next year. And at this point, we've participated in several meetings that have been held by the Global Warming Commission with other agencies to talk about developing these goals. No specific proposals yet, but I think over the next few months, you'll see more information, and I think we'll be back in front of the commission to update you on this effort. So we'll go to the next slide. I don't know if Esther's able to pull that up. Okay, here we go, thanks. So, and finally here, another item that's identified in the executive order. The executive order commits the governor's office to convening a interagency work group to address climate impacts on impacted communities. This is a focus on equity, and it's really an opportunity for state agencies to come together and identify best practices on incorporating equity and historic exclusion into our practices, into our policy making, and our program implementation. And Chris Shirley, who will be doing the presentation on the adaptation, is our designated representative from DLCD. And I understand from the governor's office, this effort is about to start very soon. And I fully expect that we will be back in front of the commission to update you all on the workings of this particular group. So that is an update on all of the on the projects. I know I kind of went through that fast, feeling the need to catch up a little bit on the time. Maybe before we take the themes from the June 11th webinar, I don't know if any of the commissioners had questions about those policy projects that I covered.
Questions at this point?
I had a question. All of them sound super interesting and involve different people. And so I'm just trying to wrap my head around who within our department, how does it work within our department with staff and people associated with these different but similar things?
Yes, I can answer that question, Commissioner Halova. So Chris Shirley, of course, is leading our climate adaptation effort. Hillary Foote and Heather Wade are working on the carbon sequestration and storage. Heather is in our coastal program, and Hillary Foote is our farm and forest specialist, and with some help from me on the carbon sequestration effort, working with the Global Warming Commission. On the policy planning, or excuse me, on the planning goals review project, that's an effort that Emma is going to be leading with some help from me and a little bit of help from Evan Manville. And then on the interagency working group on climate impacted communities, that's again Chris Shirley. And last but definitely not least, on the Every Mile Counts and climate friendly unequitable communities rulemaking, that is truly a team effort. That involves Kirsten and as well as Director Rue on that effort. You have staff in our transportation section, that's Cody Meyer, Bill Holmstrom. We've asked Bill to lead the rulemaking effort, developing the rule. That project involves a considerable amount of my time, Casaria from rulemaking in is very involved in that. And then both Evan Manville and Emma Land are also involved. And I should not forget Matt Kroll is supervising his staff in the transportation section on that. So that's truly a many hands effort for that particular project. So
and if
that's
I
the staff.
May add to what, excuse me, Jim Rowe, Director, what Palmer, excuse me, what Palmer just said. As some of the housing rulemaking begins to wind down a little bit. So for instance, IBTR finishes up with a meeting, not finishes, but hits an important milepost in early August. Some of the other work on 2001 will move past its peak as we get into the fall. So we're going to be working together with the housing group and the transportation group to make sure that we really pull this together so that we're recognizing that where you live, where you work, how you get from one to the other, and do all the other things in your life get included into the transportation planning rule.
And Chair?
Yes, please.
Okay. I was trying to think yesterday about that's good that you brought that up, Director Brew. I was trying to think yesterday about the housing production strategies work. I think the 2001 work in and of itself, by producing more housing in the, I think most of us assume it's going to happen in areas where there's already infill areas. I think it does go to address this, but in the 2003 housing production strategies work, the kind of note to myself was to go through the housing production strategies and be like, are there strategies that increase housing production while also addressing climate, and or do we start to insert words that make sense into the housing production strategies we already have? And so I didn't know if somebody who's been working on these efforts could like sit down with all the housing production strategies and look through all of them and be like, oh, we're totally missing this, this, and this, or what the plan might be to have a review of the housing work from a climate perspective.
Yeah, absolutely. We have every intention of making housing and transportation one team as it moves through the rule process. There's also a chance, and recognizing that COVID is taking up a lot of space on everybody's agenda. The Senate president in the last long session, so or in 2019, actually ran a bill on transit-oriented development for certain metropolitan areas in the state. Metro obviously does it on their own, but the two areas that got picked up in that bill were Salem and Eugene Springfield. I don't know if that's going to come back, but there really is an opportunity for metropolitan areas that have good transit systems to begin to integrate that transit system and housing development in a really holistic climate sort of way. And so I'm hoping that we get some of that support, but regardless, we'll be doing it on our own if we don't.
I was going to say, because right now, we say cities come up with your housing need, pick the strategies that are going to increase your housing need. There's questions on enforcement and all this kind of stuff, but there's never a point, and I don't know if this is the right thing to do, to say, and you need to say, you need to show how this links with X, Y, and Z with regard to transportation and or climate. And I think nobody wants an additional requirement for jurisdiction. I mean, I'm sure the jurisdictions don't want any additional requirements. So it'd be great if over time, and I think we only have like a month before we're trying to wrap up the housing production strategies work, if somebody could think about how not to make an extra check box for jurisdictions, but I don't know what the answer is. I just know that people say that there's always a lot of money in transportation and not so much money in housing. And so I don't know if there's a way to cross-pollinate those two things.
So this is Palmer. I think potentially there is. I think, you know, as I think about it, and this is just, you know, my personal observation, I probably would think less about trying to amend or change the rules for the housing production strategy, but we could look at it from the other direction, and that is as we flesh out the details of the climate friendly and equitable communities rulemaking, we could say, we know that local governments will be adopting housing production strategies, at least local governments of a certain size. And there is a schedule for that. But we could say, as you look to adopt policies that reduce vehicle miles traveled by increasing residential density in the areas that Director Rue was talking about, these transit rich areas or in the downtowns, we could, in that rulemaking, ask, how does that tie into your housing production strategy? I mean, the goal of the housing production strategy is in the end to develop all the housing for all the income levels, including homelessness, and all the housing types. And that absolutely should be connected with the policies in the climate friendly rulemaking, where we're looking to make sure that people don't need to use their cars. They can use other modes to get to work, go shopping, you know, as I say, run their daily errands and live their lives. So I think we could fold the housing production strategy into the rulemaking as something that, you know, that we definitely look at.
And I think that all makes sense. I hear what Commissioner Heleva is saying relative to actually the housing production strategies on the housing side of the work are in production now or in development now. So if Cody or, you know, Bill or somebody can just take a look at that and reflect on those strategies and include where it seems appropriate language relative to greenhouse gas reductions, I think that's what she's asking for specifically in this period of time. So if that could happen at the staff level, that would be just awesome. So we also have a couple of other commissioners in, well, I know Deputy Director Green wanted to speak. I don't know if you want to speak now or wait until Commissioners Warren and Lilac have a chance to comment.
That would be preferable, Chair MacArthur, if we could hear from the other commissioners first.
Commissioner Warren.
Yes, good morning, everyone, and thank you, Palmer, for the updates. My question is on the statewide transportation strategy. We see that it was, you know, kind of developed in 2013. So I was just wondering if you could give the commission and especially the new commissioners an update on what the measurables are with that strategy, and then also maybe a little bit on how we're doing with it. Are we being effective? Is it having the effects we're looking for, and what we can expect moving forward? Thank you.
So Commissioner Warren, thank you for the question. I will do my best to answer it. That's probably a question that we should direct at Cody in the later agenda item, but I think I can give a general sense, and then Cody can correct any misstatements or provide a little more detail. I think generally the goal for that transportation, statewide transportation strategy is I think I have this right, at least it's a rough order of magnitude, about a 60% reduction in the greenhouse gas emissions from 1990 levels by 2050. I think it's roughly along that line. I'll note that I'm not sure that quite meets the goals that the governor's laid out in the executive order, but it is a very substantial reduction, obviously, in those emissions. Great question on how are we doing? You know, I think on the land use piece, it's sort of a mixed review. Some areas of the state, particularly the metro area, have seen vehicle miles traveled per person, per capita, reduced. But other areas either have made very little progress or actually no progress at all. They're seeing trends in the other direction. VMT is increasing per capita. You know, again, it's kind of a mixed bag, and Cody can state this in with better authority and detail than I can. You know, I think we've been, the STS calls out a goal on the increases in urban growth boundaries. And I think we've largely been able to track that goal. But the real culprit, the real, you know, sort of Achilles heel is that VMT has not gone down in a lot of places in the state. And I'm mostly talking about the larger urban areas. I mean, that is where most of our transportation related emissions are coming from. So we still have some challenges there. It's, I guess in a word, I'd say the framework gives us a basis for success with, you know, compact development and UGBs, but we haven't seen all the policies that need to come into play to really reduce that VMT. You know, on other parts of the STS, clean fuels, the clean fuels program over at the EQ, I think has been a success so far in reducing the carbon intensity of gasoline and diesel in Oregon. And again, I'm not an expert and haven't been at DEQ for a number of years now, but every indication that it can meet the newer goals called out in the executive order. So that's, I think, you know, at least a pretty bright light right now. But there's a lot of work because in the final analysis, unfortunately in Oregon, greenhouse gas emissions from the transportation sector are going up. And it's interesting because we've seen some decrease in the greenhouse gas emissions in other sectors in Oregon, not in the transportation sector. And if we're really going to address the climate crisis, the climate emergency, we're going to have to try to bend the curve the other way in transportation. So hopefully that helps you have a sense of where we stand.
Thanks, Palmer. We're going to move to a couple of other commissioners that are teed up, and that's Commissioners Lilac and Sandoval.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. I wasn't expecting music on my entry. But that's okay. This is probably a relatively simple question for you, Palmer, and I do appreciate that your update and also recognizing that this is a large volume of information, particularly for those of us that are new to this, to absorb and to understand as we begin to move forward. So it's super helpful. My question is on the local greenhouse gas reduction planning, and then as I look at the Every Mile Counts, it talks about, according to the governor's executive order, explicitly directs DLCD to amend the TPR to require local governments and metropolitan areas to meet the targets. My question is it primarily addressing the local governments within the metro areas, or is the scope significantly greater and it includes a lot more local governments? I'm just curious about what does that mean? Thank you.
It's a great question, and you teed it up as a simple question, but it's not so simple. So I'll do my best to to answer it. The executive order that you referenced, Commissioner Lilac, that I think the direction there is pretty clear, and that is these regional reduction targets were based on the MPO areas in Oregon. So that aspect of the climate friendly and equitable communities rulemaking would probably apply more to the MPO areas and the local governments, counties and cities that make up those areas. And again, the goal there would be to see that local plans have strategies in place that reduce emissions such that they meet these regional targets. The transportation planning rule itself, though, is a statewide rule and applies to communities outside metropolitan planning areas. I think there could be some discussion in this rulemaking about what changes might happen in that portion of the rule and potentially apply to other communities. But at the end of the day, most of our emissions from transportation are from our larger urban areas that fall within the MPOs. So as I think about it, at least, I think that's going to have to be the focus. I just want to be clear and transparent that there could be other parts of the transportation planning rule that do apply to other communities. Hopefully that answers the question.
Thank you. Commissioner Sandoval.
Okay, yeah. Excuse me. So yeah, Palmer, I had two questions. So the first one relates to the climate-friendly and equitable communities rulemaking. So in principle, I really appreciate the focus on equity, but I'm wondering how we can, or are there tools that we can use to make cities accountable so that they can actually demonstrate like the equitable outcomes that they're meeting? So, for example, when cities need to expand their growth boundaries, is that at that point can we basically ask them to to tell us, okay, these are the kind of the benchmarks that we've been measuring, and this is the improvement we've been making, whether it relates to affordable housing or so forth. That's my first question.
Can I just ask if this is a really, really good question, and this is an overview, and I think it's a really critical question, but I think we'll have a lot of time during item number 12, which is actually talking about the rulemaking effort. So I just want to make sure we think about this as the overview, and then if you don't mind holding that to the number 12, because I want to make sure we have this kind of the whole perspective in our heads before going on. Is that acceptable to you, Commissioner?
Yeah, that sounds great. So the other question, and I don't know if this is the right time to bring this up, but so I read, pretty closely the letter from Thousand Friends of Oregon, and I just wanted to have a conversation about some of their recommendations, like the policy statement, and would that be appropriate to do now, or should we?
Well, I was thinking that that's agenda item number 12, and that's the way it's stamped. And so I mean, their comments are relative across the board, but they were specifically commenting on our rulemaking for the transportation planning rule. So
okay.
That's where their focus was. So if we could take that up in that context, Gerardo, I'd appreciate that.
Okay, thank you. That sounds great.
But save those questions. They're really super questions. So Commissioner Jacobson.
Thank you. Just a comment about the interagency work group on climate impacts impacted communities, and I'm reading the bottom of page 5 here. Impacted communities such as tribal communities, communities of color, rural communities, coastal communities, low-income households, and other communities. I mean, just a note that I think coastal communities are really particularly vulnerable, I think, with climate change effects, and of the definitions or examples used in that, we meet those like 4 times over. We have tribal communities within our coastal communities. We are a coastal community. We have lower income households here. And I think what we're really seeing with COVID, which we already knew from research, but that these communities are disproportionately affected when it comes to disasters. And so when I think about climate change, I think about the coastal communities, particularly, not that other communities are not affected, of course, but all those things make us incredibly vulnerable. And I feel like the time to act is sort of now on these things with some real definitive strategies. So I'm glad to see some work is being done on this, but I also feel like we don't have a lot of time to lose. Especially because a lot of our economic income sources here on the coast are linked to the ocean. So in Lincoln County, besides people retiring here and bringing their money with them, the second biggest economic driver that we have is the commercial fishing industry. And as the ocean sequesters carbon and experiences the effects from that, we're seeing a lot of those seafood species do some interesting things. Some are actually positive for fisheries and some are not, but the impact is there. And so it's just a note that I think really paying attention to rural communities and coastal communities is particularly important in this issue, because we're already seeing a lot of the impacts here. They're already here. We're already dealing with a lot of those.
Excellent points, Commissioner. Really appreciate that. And perhaps Christine Shirley, when she talks about the adaptation framework under item number 11, she can reflect on that a little bit. Deputy Director Green, do you have anything else to add, or should we move on to the stakeholder review?
Thank you. Just quickly, and Emma knows we're sort of got a bit of a slower start there, so we're a little over kind of our hoped for time, but just briefly, I'd like to just respond, if I could, Chair MacArthur, to Commissioner Havleva's request for integration of the housing and climate. And we will go ahead and do that. I'll work on helping the team schedule that sort of TPR review within the HPS. How's that for acronym soup? So that transportation planning rule nexus with the housing production strategies. And then as Palmer mentioned, there is a phasing, sort of an intricate phasing approach that we would like to share with commissioners. We're planning to bring it in September with the initiation of rulemaking, but what you are seeing just in 3 basic blocks is the, House Bill 2001, House Bill 2003, Housing Choice and Supply rulemaking, then moving into the climate friendly and equitable communities rulemaking, which focuses on affordable living, and you'll be talking about those outcomes in a moment. And then thirdly, wrapping up divisions, coming back again with division in 7 and 8 rulemaking for housing, Commissioner Halava. So and Commissioner Sandoval who's asked about this. So there is a sort of an iterative process weaving together the housing and climate objectives of the state as implemented through kind of rule and guidance and technical and programmatic support for communities. The only other thing I'd mention, Commissioner Sandoval, he's so right to be ready to dig into agenda item 12 with equity, but one of the first discussion points that the staff will bring to commission on that agenda item are the outcomes. And so to have your direction up front on the equitable outcomes will allow us to describe sort of reporting and frankly enforcement mechanisms with respect to equitable outcomes as a part of that rulemaking. So we look forward to your guidance in that agenda item. Thank you for being queued up on that. Thank you, Chair MacArthur and Commissioners. Appreciate it.
Thank you. That's just really helpful. So I don't see any other commissioners with hands up. So let's go. What staff did is after our May meeting, they did a lot of public outreach. In fact, there was a webinar that I was listening into, and I think one other commissioner was there. And I think it was Commissioner Warren. And there were other outreach efforts to get some feedback on our full agenda on this work. And so this is the stakeholder themes that came out of that outreach. I don't know if that's Palmer or Emma that's going to go over that, but take it away.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. Yeah, you are exactly correct in what you were saying. So obviously, all of these actions that we've been discussing are quite hefty. So isn't it great that I was able to put all of the themes into one little slide? No, so what I wanted to try to do first was just identify some of the common threads that we saw from stakeholder questions, written public comments that came in both these current policy actions and programs that we're doing, as well as the potential new actions. A more detailed report on that input is included as attachment C. So I will just try to cover some of these pretty quickly, and of course, welcome any questions. But just to begin, so there was unanimous support and emphasis that the department prioritizes vulnerable populations and impacted communities in all of the work that we do now and in the future. There was also a significant reference to the sense of urgency that we're experiencing with climate change and the need for climate actions. And this really came through in a request to see expedited timelines for our projects, as well as a desire to see DLCD provide more details on the actual implementation efforts of the identified climate actions. In terms of resources, so people recognize the state's current budgetary shortfalls in light of COVID-19 response are pretty significant. And they also recognize that the agency's budget is constrained. But with that, there were several requests that we identify and redirect existing staff resources to the extent that we can to actually implement some of these actions because of their dire importance. Along the same lines, it was pretty clear that the agency should make these actions a priority through our future agency budget requests. And finally, individuals really want to see the department provide transparency. They would really like for us to solicit considerable public participation in our decision making and our prioritization of what these actions are. Those were general overall themes. I wanted to kind of call out just a couple more specific comments that are related to the two programmatic areas that received most of the focus. But I can take a pause if you'd like, or with the time being short, just let me know what you would prefer, Chair MacArthur.
You go ahead and finish what you want to say, and then we'll go ahead and open up for questions. Thanks, Emma.
Okay, great. So just to start, the Every Mile Counts, the multi-agency implementation of the statewide transportation strategy, that was a big focus of comments, as well as the planning goals review. referring to Every Mile Counts, there are several recommended actions that we received multiple support for. The first being that LCDC adopt amendments to the transportation planning rules to require local governments to actually reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. Another was for the adoption of interim statewide transportation strategy performance measures. And additionally, the last one was that LCDC initiate rulemaking in July instead of September to expedite our timeline of this project, which was reflected in the overall request for expedited timelines. For the planning goals review, unanimous support for this effort to review the planning goals and consider climate mitigation, adaptation, and sequestration. Stakeholders really expressed wanting to see specific and implementable actions taken as a result of this review. Multiple support was shown to examine our goal 1, which is citizen involvement, as well as a potential new goal 20 that directly addresses climate. There was also a pretty strong expressed interest in prioritizing tree canopies and parks and green infrastructure, both in the goal review, but also just more broadly in our programmatic work. So that was a lot. I tried to condense it. Please again refer to the report attachment C, but any questions now, I'm happy to try to tackle.
Thank you, Emma. Questions from commissioners on the stakeholder outreach that was held? I don't see anyone, but I can only see half of you. Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Jacobson, thank you. Your hand helped a lot.
Sorry about that. My mouse was doing weird things and I couldn't use it properly. So just I guess a question. Obviously, you know, we're doing things much differently like we are today in terms of meeting and stakeholder engagement, and just in my own experience, I feel like it's been a mixed bag in terms of people that are able to participate in this way. And so just in the June 11th forum and you know, other outreach you might be doing, just a curiosity question, if you feel like the participation is kind of matching that of pre-COVID, both maybe in numbers, but also just in the kind of engagement, or if you're not feeling like maybe you're just getting the type of interaction and engagement that you need.
I would say for this specific topic, we actually had quite a good amount of engagement. We had roughly 40 to 50 people attend our forum. So I felt like that was pretty great. And, you know, we received 20-ish written comments, maybe a little more. For it being COVID and everybody's focus kind of being scattered, I felt like that was pretty good engagement. Of course, you know, we recognize there are, you know, technical issues of who can engage in this way, but overall, it seems like we're getting good engagement. Okay,
yeah, thank you.
Commissioners, it's an excellent question. And in addition to this forum, DLCD staff also did a number of outreach interviews with populations and communities and groups that they didn't feel like they could connect through a big webinar. In fact, Jim Rue, the director, and I participated in at least one of those with a group called Verde in the Portland area that does some nonprofit lower income work, trying to get folks into in working jobs, in green working jobs. So you're right that it's really important to get this outreach right. So there's not just the webinar, they're only reporting on kind of the webinar results, but there are other targeted outreach efforts that are being done.
Yeah, I knew that there had been some targeted efforts as well, but just was curious in the more generalized one, if, you know, if that engagement was kind of matching maybe what it would be previously. Obviously, there's groups of people that, you know, technology is not really something they engage with a whole lot. So I know there's struggles, participation with certain audience there, but I was just curious if the online, you know, WebEx type of participation was, you know, going all right. Thanks.
Right. Other commissioners have a question, comment? Commissioner Sandoval. Oh, I thought you had your hand up.
No, thank you though.
False cue. Okay, so hearing none, I guess, so I think we should move on then to the next agenda item, but I think it's really important that we think about these things, and I know DLC staff is, we're trying to forge partnerships as we go through this work. And we do that through outreach and through committee structure, through the regional, the Rules Advisory Committee, that sort of thing. It's real. All these efforts are an attempt to forge partnerships because in the end, especially with the rulemaking on the transportation sector, we'll only have a rule if we haven't forged partnerships and developed some camaraderie and single purpose objectives for this work. So I really commend the LCD staff for understanding that and trying to make that happen. So with that, I think we can just thank you, Emma and Palmer. Let's move on to agenda item 11. Oh, we don't have any public comment. Great, super. So agenda item number 11 is a briefing on the climate change adaptation framework, and Christine Shirley is doing super work on that. We all heard a presentation on that in May, and I think she wants to say a few more things today, so take it away.
Yes, thank you. So Esther, would you like me to share my screen or do you want to put up the slides?
I can give you the controls, yes. So
Okay.
if you would, yes.
Okay, are you seeing my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm going to talk about today is our progress on the climate change adaptation framework. So good morning, Chair MacArthur and commissioners. I'm happy to be here to talk about this.
Hey, Chris, pardon me for interrupting. Yes. This is Kirsten. If you don't mind running your slideshow from the current slide, then I think commissioners will have a better view of the actual slide. We have some real estate issues there. So yeah, there you go. Thank you. Thank you so much. Pardon me.
Yep. Okay. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some background on this project because of the new commissioners. So in 2010, a climate change adaptation framework was published, which is a qualitative assessment of climate change consequences. And the consequences were termed risks in that report. So the 2010 assessment examined existing capacity in state programs to address climate change consequences. And in this update, we expanded on that 2010 report to look at not only existing capacity, but needed capacity. So that was the main focus of the update. So in January 2019, DLCD assembled a work group of staff comprised of 24 state agencies, 25 including us, to guide this update. And the work group met quarterly in person initially, and then we also met weekly by telephone to work out issues as we went along. So I really want to thank the participation of the work group members. We had excellent participation. About a little over a dozen agencies were there, have been there for the whole time, and then others have dropped in and out as they see the topics being relevant to them. So their participation's been great, but the other outcome that's been wonderful is that we have built interagency connections that we did not have before. So we have a much stronger team approach to climate change adaptation than we did even a year ago. Okay, so what I'm going to talk about are now is why we need to address adaptation and bring you up to date on progress towards completion of the framework. And I'm going to focus on some 5 core actions that the work group identified as being necessary to move forward with a program of climate change adaptation. And then I'm going to talk about our engagement strategy. And I think you'll find, just given the previous conversation, that we've taken some of the comments from the executive order outreach and integrated that into our outreach strategy. And then I'm going to share some actions that DLCD would like to undertake now and into the next biennium. But first, I want to talk about why we need to address adaptation. This illustrates the fact that our greenhouse gas emissions are not going down as quickly as we need them to go down. The blue line the blue lines are projected emissions given current policies, and the yellow line represents the Executive Order 2004 targets. And you can see that there is a big gap. So adaptation will become, it is necessary because it's going to take some time to move that the blue line down to the yellow line. But in addition to that, greenhouse gases have a very long residence time in the atmosphere. So even if we were able to drive that blue line down to the yellow line quickly, we will still see consequences of climate change that we need to respond to. And the other challenge we face is that climate change adaptation is a really complex problem. The greenhouse gas emissions drive increased air temperatures and changing ocean chemistry, which in turn drive sea level rise, extreme heat, ocean acidification, changes to sea currents and air currents, storminess, degraded air quality. Then we get into invasive species, food shortages, energy shortages, drought, wildfire, and so on. So it's a really complex situation. I'm sometimes jealous of the mitigation side of the House because they have a set of targets that they can pound on, whereas the adaptation side, we have many, many, many targets that we have to look at. So, and in addition to the number of targets, there are dependency and feedback loops that get involved and create unexpected outcomes. So we need a flexible program. All right, so in January, we started this project by brainstorming potential climate change adaptation actions with representatives from these agencies. And we came up with a very long list of over 300 actions. And we decided that producing a catalog of potential actions was not useful. And in fact, that's an approach that most states have taken. So we distilled those actions into strategies over the course of the project. And we organized those strategies into 6 themes. And you can see them here: economy, natural world, built environment, public health, cultural heritage, and social systems. As the project has moved along, our strategies have become more general so that we don't overwhelm readers with just a list of actions. But those actions have not been lost. They are in an Excel database now, and we will publish that on the web in addition to the framework, which is become a more strategic document. So at the center of this diagram are the actions that are necessary for all of these themes to actually move a program of climate change adaptation forward. And I'm going to talk about those next. So the work group identified 5 core actions that are necessary to achieve long-term program of climate change adaptation. And they are leadership, equity, production of a vulnerability assessment, collaboration spaces and tools, and an expectation that climate change adaptation will be mainstreamed into agency operations. So the leadership part focuses on executive guidance and finding a home where agency executives can deliberate on paths forward for climate change adaptation and select and prioritize actions. I'm going to talk about the equity and vulnerability assessment next, so I'm going to skip that for right now. The collaboration side is that over the course of the 18 months of this project, we have realized as state agency staff that we're really hamstrung in our ability to coordinate and share information across our agency silos. So we made some recommendations about how that might be rectified. And then finally, there is a need for an expectation that climate change adaptation will be mainstreamed into planning, budgeting, program administration, procurement, hiring, grant making, and all the other state activities. We don't want, the work group felt that climate change adaptation could not be its own separate thing. It needed to really be woven throughout all of state operations. So we made some recommendations about how that might happen. So now I'm going to focus on the equity side. The work group spun off a climate equity subgroup, and that subgroup focused on the questions of equity. And they were able to hire through the Oregon Health Authority, and with additional funding from the Department of Forestry, we were able to retain a consultant to help us, to help guide our conversations around equity. And that project is almost coming to a close. The product will be a climate change adaptation blueprint. And I just saw the outline for the blueprint yesterday. And it's basically, a statement of the problem, some case studies, a bunch of tools and templates that can be used by state agencies, and then a set of recommendations about how the state might integrate equity into their programs better than they're doing now. And the consultants, we met 4 times with the consultants, and they gave us a lot of homework and a lot of think pieces, and that information was what was used to develop the recommendations. And it takes off from the EJ Task Force Best Practices Handbook. So the consultants were not working independently of what's already going on in the state. They knew the state, they'd worked in the state before. So they tried to build off what's already happening. And as this project moved forward, the governor's executive order was published that called for the interagency work group on climate impacts to impacted communities. And the blueprint will be put forward into that discussion. So that's a really great foundation to start that discussion. Our first meeting will be on July 30th. And many of the people from the climate adaptation work group, equity subgroup, are also on the interagency work group on climate impacts to impacted communities. And in addition, you might know that DLCD stood up a DEI committee, and they have also looked at the material that we are producing and will be helping integrate the principles into DLCD activities. So the bottom line is that we made a commitment early on to consider climate equity throughout the entire framework. And the other part it's a big gap in our ability to select appropriate climate change adaptation actions is a lack of a comprehensive vulnerability assessment. So a vulnerability is a function of exposure to a driver of change, the receptor's sensitivity, their adaptive capacity, and then other vulnerabilities that they bring to the table. And again, equity has a role to play in each of those elements. the sensitivity, adaptive capacity, and vulnerability. So the vulnerability assessment will not only help us figure out who, what, and where is affected, but why, and help us focus in on our most vulnerable communities. So this is the model that is commonly used to assess vulnerability. And it's run for each of the drivers of change. And if you remember the disc that I showed earlier, there are many drivers of change. And how the receptors respond to those varies widely. So we will have to run this model iteratively through a select group of drivers of change and to discover where we're most vulnerable. And then we'll look at interconnections and feedback loops. So this work is not yet funded. It is requested in our climate change adaptation POP. But I'm going to go on to the next slide to say that I've been talking with the OCRI, Oregon Climate Change, OCRI, Climate Change, help me out somebody, OCRI Research Institute. And I shared with them a paper that this diagram is taken from about ocean planning and a changing climate. And you can see across the top, it identifies some drivers of change and then the uses that the ocean provides society. And then they did a literature search to identify the degree of vulnerability within each of those blue boxes. So I shared this with OCRI, and they have agreed to run a pilot project for their next climate change assessment, which they publish every year, to look at a subset of uses and the climate drivers in Oregon, which will help us launch or at least begin the process of doing a comprehensive vulnerability assessment. And through this pilot, we hope to learn how we might tweak the system for our own use in a later comprehensive vulnerability assessment. So I'm really excited that OCRI is willing to take this on. And I can't wait for the results, which they hope to publish pretty quickly by the end of December. So it will come out, their assessment using this approach will come out about the same time as our framework. Okay, so the next steps are that we are getting ready to release a draft version of the framework to the public. And we spent a lot of time thinking about how we might do targeted outreach in this COVID-19 environment, where we can't actually go out and meet with people. We're going to have to invite them to come to us mostly. So what we're, there was an outreach subgroup of the work group that came up with a list of over 300 community-based organizations that we wanted to hear from specifically, and also NGOs and industry associations. And we will invite this list of people from this list specifically to comment on the document. And we have, well, we will offer 3 different ways to comment. One is a survey that we're creating that directs attention to the areas that we want specific input on. Another will be a dedicated email address where comments can be sent. And the other one will be through the Gov delivery system. And looking at the online conferencing. So we're anticipating doing at least 3 webinars, probably focused on regional issues, one on the coast, one in the metro area, and one in the rural communities. Depending on how that goes, we may be able to do more. And we do have a list of a sub list of the interest groups that we really want to hear from. And if we do not hear from them through our outreach, we are going to outreach to them specifically through telephone calls and emails and find out what we can do to help them provide the input that we would like. So let's see. So the our expected publication. So the interest group, the public outreach part will go August through October. We allowed ourselves lots of time because of the degree of interaction that we will need to have with the target interest groups and others who come into the process through GovDelivery and other general outreach tools that we will use. So we expect publication in December. It will include the framework itself, which is going to be roughly 30 or 40 pages. And then this database of potential actions in support of the strategies will be published online. All right, so that's where we are with the framework. As you can see, we're just about to launch into a pretty aggressive outreach phase of the project, and I'm really excited to hear what folks have to say. All right, so through this effort, we identified at DLCD some things that we would like to do over now and into the next biennium. And as you can see on this slide, many of these desired actions will require that the POP be accepted, be passed, or granted, I guess. For one, my position will run out of funds in December. So is it December or June? I guess it's June. So we really, to continue on with this coordination role, we must have additional resources. Our federal ones will run out. The vulnerability assessment, to continue on with that in a comprehensive way, will require resources. And then just continuing on with our participation on interagency and external teams will require someone be assigned to do that. And right now that's me. We hope to be able to offer climate change technical assistance to local governments, which we won't be able to do without the POP, except on the coast where we have some NOAA funding. And then we also have NOAA funding to do hazards work with the coastal communities related to sea level rise. So that can continue. One of the actions that we would like to pursue is with the Department of Public Health, or Oregon Health Authority, I should say, is production of an urban heat island guide that explains why urban heat islands happen and what you can do to rectify them or not create them in the first place. The National Flood Insurance Program has a community rating system program that addresses some of the actions that might be relevant to climate change adaptation. If a city or county becomes part of the community rating system, the flood insurance costs go down. Our NFIP coordinator can offer limited support to get communities to sign up for that program. FEMA does offer grants that could be used to implement green infrastructure projects that would address climate change adaptation. But unfortunately, the grants are very complicated to get and administer, and many of our communities need extra support to apply for and administer these grants. And the grants are run through the Office of Emergency Management, but they do not have the staff to offer the hands-on technical support necessary to actually get the money out there. So we're leaving money on the table. And DLCD has, over the last 12 years, kind of worked as much as we can with OEM to bring projects to the table and help local governments manage these grants. it's been kind of ad hoc and it's done on the edges of our programs, but we could really benefit from a focused attention in that regard. And then finally, we want to integrate climate equity into all our DLCD programs, some of which can happen without the POP, but having the funds from the POP really help. So with that, that is the end of my formal presentation. So I would like to open the floor for questions, or Chair MacArthur can do that.
Thank you, Christine. You do such great work, and I really appreciate your slideshow. You really connect a lot of the dots too for us, and so it's very, very helpful. Thank you. And I'm wondering, the 3 webinars that you're holding this fall, summer, late summer, fall, on this topic, if you could notify commissioners of those and they could listen in potentially if they have the time and are so inclined. I found that at least the one that I participated in, not specifically on this, but all the whole program in June was just really helpful, not only with the staff presentation, but also with understanding the different viewpoints represented by the folks who testified. So thanks again for your great work. And I'd like to open it up for some questions. And maybe Esther could let me know if we have people teed up to testify. So it looks like Commissioner Jacobson, is that right, is signed up for this? Would like to comment? Or Sandoval, excuse me, is that, what do I have? Is Sandoval, excuse me. Anyone, is that right?
Yeah, I like it.
Sorry about that, I have my text I'm trying to follow, so.
Okay, that's okay. So yeah, Christine, yeah, thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. It's really exciting work that you're engaged in. I did have a comment. Could you go back to the slide that shows the 5 core actions? It was like that circle.
Core actions. Getting there.
Oh, yeah, that one.
There we go.
Okay. Let's see. Let me minimize this. Yeah. Okay. So I see the actions. So economy, natural world, and so one I want to focus on is the cultural heritage one. So I totally agree that cultural heritage has a lot to do with climate change and the environment. In fact, a lot of my research is based on understanding kind of ethnic identity and its relation to kind of environmental issues. But I would also, but I would also be cautious too, because, you know, you have to ask, like, whose cultural heritage are we talking about? You know, and so yeah, and anyways, it was just a word of caution that I want, especially in this climate of, like, you know, when we're trying to further racial justice and so forth. So I just wanted to kind of throw that word of caution out there.
Yes, the tribal entities are included in that, as well as historic and archaeological sites.
Chris, could I follow up? I'm sorry, I was responding. We have some follow-up interest in our housing work that yesterday, the Commission's housing action I was responding to. But Chris, did you mention the formal invitation to consult that you had sent to all the 9 tribal nations? And you did have some follow-up, but certainly they would be reaching out again once the public review draft is out.
Yes, we did do a request for formal consultation, and 2 tribes expressed interest in learning more, but they weren't ready to enter into a formal consultation at this time. So yes, we will be reaching out to them again, and in particular to the 2 tribes who wanted to provide comments and advice.
If I could, we'll also provide an update at the cultural cluster, Dr. Sandoval, which is a table of all 9 treaty tribes in Oregon that has quarterly meetings. So we'll be presenting to them directly there, you know, mentioning to them all directly there, because sometimes it's just sort of, particularly in COVID, with everyone on reduced schedules and taking care of the community members, as Chris and actually I think Chair MacArthur said earlier, we really, and also Commissioner Jacobson, that we really have to be very intentional about going to people. Because the normal means are just sort of a little bit out of folks that aren't paid to do this for their job reach. Thank you.
Yeah, great. Yeah, I just wanted to make sure when we're talking about cultural heritage, we're taking a diverse, you know, perspective and making sure that we outreach to different, you know, cultural heritages, because that definitely relates to equity issues.
Yes, absolutely.
Great
Thank you.
point. Great point, Commissioner. Commissioner Halava.
I had a question, but I just wanted to talk more about the topic at hand, which was, stressing on the intentionality of going to people. I think, strangely enough, maybe that can be a positive thing that can come out of COVID. You know, we have these traditional meetings and, oh, we have a meeting and show up and we invited you and they didn't happen to show up. And we know that that's not working because you get the same people and the same viewpoints. So I think we should use this moment as a way to change and see how we can get more diverse opinions during this process. And, you know, I think if certain groups don't show up that you would expect, and I know your work hasn't, you know, you're waiting for all the funding and stuff like that, but I'm saying in general, if they don't show up and one would expect them to show up, I think we should ask ourselves why. You know, why aren't they, aren't they interested and why aren't they showing up? Because I think that learning about that is huge, because it might be, you know, hey, we weren't included at the beginning, and so it doesn't make sense, you know, or we don't feel our voices are going to be heard. And so we have to respond and understand why. And then I guess my question was, you talked about leaving money on the table, and I was just curious on what's the magnitude of money that you are talking about with regard to grants, I guess, that are there, but we can't go after them because we don't have the resources.
Okay, so on the last question, that's a little hard to say because every year the amount of money available is different. And it depends on whether or not we have had a declared disaster in the state. But FEMA is moving away from that model into a nationally competitive pool of natural hazard mitigation money. So we expect that there will be more money available than there has been in the past, but it will be nationally competitive, which makes it even more important that we train cities and counties on how to access that money. But with respect to leaving money on the table, you know, it varies from, I don't know, a couple $100,000 to millions of dollars every year. It's really variable. So, and it also depends on the capacity of the Office of Emergency Management to handle the volume of grants. They tend to like large projects and fewer large projects than smaller projects, many smaller projects, which I think is one of the drivers of leaving money on the table.
Yeah, so I don't know how this fits into a POP policy act, you know, request for money, but it, you know, it always seems like you can, you know, like it's almost like matching, you know, if you can give me these dollars, I can go out and get these dollars and we can double the dollars. And I don't know how that fits into our asks, but it seems like there could be a great opportunity to put more money toward people who do grant writing. And it reminds me of my, I applied for a lot of scholarships when I was in high school, and I was getting fatigue from the scholarship applying. And my mom said, if somebody said that you could work for an hour and get $10,000, you know, you have the opportunity to get $10,000, would you do it? And like, it's always stuck with me, you know, like you don't know you're going to get it, but if you could, you know, if somebody said you could get that in an hour, you would do it. And I'm hoping, and I don't know how it works within the system, that, we can advocate for more resources to get more resources, I guess.
Yeah, that's exactly what I have in mind. And I also want to point out that FEMA grants cover 75% of the project costs most of the time. And finding that match has been a real impediment to being able to access those funds. And the state has not traditionally provided that match on a routine basis. They have every once in a while on special projects, but there's no program of providing match.
Thank you. Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. Christine, it's really extraordinary, all of the actions that you're involved in and leading and coordinating in the department as well. Two quick comments. One, to echo, again, Commissioner Halava's comments about utilizing new ways to engage residents are, and I would hope it would be across the state, including Eastern Oregon, where there may be some folks that are maybe less supportive or less understanding of this, but still to utilize those same tools and techniques, et cetera, to engage them as well, because of course they're utilizing these, everybody's utilizing these new tools. That's kind of point number one. And number two, just, and this is a bigger, a much larger picture comment, but just given what I've learned from the meeting packet and what I've learned from this morning's discussion from Palmer, Emma, and yours, there's a lot of actions that, and the partnership with local governments are going to be so critical to go forward and to implement so much of this. I hope that there will be some sort of a local government guide that really indicates what, given, and we haven't even gotten to the big topic in agenda item number 12 yet, but what is it, what are all of the actions that local governments are going to be expected to take from all of these actions? And then some of them are only going to apply to the coast, some of them will apply to metro areas, some of them will apply to through the TPR. So there's kind of the laundry list of actions. Where do they apply? What are the pots of money, the resources to help them to do this work, and then maybe who the contacts are. Just so that this partnership remains strong. And I know I'll walk away from this meeting thinking, oh my goodness, how do I even begin to convey this information to my colleagues around the state? So just something to keep in mind as we talk about all of this really important work. Thank you.
Yeah, I really appreciate that comment. And I should reiterate that this framework is aimed at state government operations, and our next step definitely needs to bring it out to the local levels. There's a lot of good information that the locals can use, but you're right, there will be no tools to help them use it.
Yeah, great point. Commissioner Jacobson.
Hi, just a follow-up question about the FEMA grants. You said that a 25% cost match was needed. I'm assuming that's a non-federal cost match.
Yeah.
Are those required to be hard dollars, or can you do a combination of hard and in-kind dollars, or use state salary match, or what's the requirement?
Yes, that can be in-kind match, and that is often what is used. We can use state personnel costs as long as they are not federally funded. But our natural hazards program is a little bit hamstrung because they're almost all federal funded. And so the technical assistance they offer can't be counted as in-kind, but they do try to collect in-kind local staff match where possible on projects that we've helped facilitate.
Yeah, there might be some interesting partnerships to explore with something like the OSU Extension Service that has a lot of experience doing outreach in communities, and it sort of depends on the particular faculty member in terms of if they're on state or federal dollars, but they do have a lot of those inroads with communities already.
Right.
And they're kind of struggling with trying to match their dollars up as well. So there might be some interesting things to think about there, because like I said, some are on state funds, some are not, but it just
That's a great point. I think what we'll do now is move into public comment, since I don't think I see any other commissioner hands up. And we have 3 people signed up to testify. I'm going to ask you to limit your comments to 2 minutes each. Jonathan Harker, we'll start with you.
Okay, John and Mr. Harker, you've been unmuted.
'80s through the mid-2010s as a comprehensive planner, manager, and a retirement planning director. For this testimony, I'm representing the Oregon American Planning Association, OAPA, an independent statewide not-for-profit membership organization of over 950 planners from across the state. OAPA was one of those organizations that submitted written comments on the May 15th report. In that letter, we stated that it was important to complete the framework and then pivot quickly to putting its strategies and information into action We do look forward to being one of those organizations that provide feedback and helping to get the framework completed. Our letter and today's our written testimony today also included suggesting adding as a strategy to the framework, updating the statewide planning goals to address adaptation, noting that Oregonians are already harmed by its impacts, forest fires, heat waves, and so forth. And I wanted to give you a quick example of sort of on the ground effects of precipitation storminess. 2015 study by the Pacific Northwest region by the University of Washington, and I'm going to be quoting here, found a modest increase in rain events that are considered heavy, and then projects that going forward, there will be more intense and more frequent extreme winter precipitation events, 7 per year up until historically. At the same time, summers will see declining precipitation. Increasingly intense winter precipitation events have significant implications for all things affected by episodic flooding: homes, businesses, critical infrastructure. For example, increased storminess has the ability to overwhelm stormwater infrastructure that was designed to handle lower flows. Intensity participation also negatively affects groundwater recharge rates and surface water quality. So this is the case of our old standards were based on old precipitation patterns. We also brought into question of how well our low impact standards will work. So this is kind of one example of why you'd want to update a specific goal 11 for public facilities and services. So today's staff report asked LCDC to provide direction on additional measures that should be included in the DLCD actions, and we should suggest promoting and informing an update of the statewide planning goals as it relates to adaptation as one of those things to include in the framework. I wanted to just then end this this testimony and saying I really appreciate your attention and recognizing the difficult and complex issues with adaptation and the important work that the Commission and the DLCDAP are doing. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonathan. Really appreciate that, and appreciate your bringing the perspective of the Oregon chapter of the American Planning Association again to us. So that is helpful. Any questions for Mr. Harker? Seeing none, thank you. We'll move on to Helen Kennedy.
Okay, Ms. Kennedy, you are unmuted.
And we're going to go ahead and limit you to 2 minutes, Ms. Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur and Commissioners. I just had one suggestion. I thought it was a great presentation. If the department's going to be doing webinars, then maybe they could record them and then post them on the website so that individuals could look at them at their leisure, you know, when the kids are asleep and so forth. And maybe even look at some sort of video that's even shorter than the webinars themselves, within a link to as a teaser or trailer to then lead to the webinars. I really look forward to reading the framework. I was hoping to be reading it in March because I thought that was when it was going to come out. I'll look at it in August. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Great point about the webinars. I think we do record the webinars and we post them on the website. Is that correct? I'm seeing people shaking their heads.
Yeah,
so we do that. So
yeah, we will be doing that.
Yeah, great. A great suggestion.
Great. So some way to get that word out on the street.
But I do take your point that maybe dividing those webinars up into snippets would be helpful. You can't watch the whole thing at once.
Great. Thank you, Ms. Kennedy. Final person that has signed up to testify is Elizabeth Grazer Lindsay. Welcome.
Ms. Grazer Lindsay, you are unmuted.
Am I on now?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, this is Elizabeth. I realize that my comments relate to the one citizen participation discussion that I heard in the last few minutes, but it also is about the general climate work of the department. It seems like a goal 1 as it's written is a little bit weak, and I'm noticing that longtime experienced climate activists that I work with are having a difficult time following this process and how to be involved at the right moments. And so it seems like a little more clarity on process would help. I happened to listen to Portland Mayor Wheeler attend some Black Lives Matter protests in the last few days on YouTube. And I noticed during the question and answer sessions that it was abundantly clear that the protesting public was unfamiliar with our system of government and how to participate other than by loud protest. So in general, I feel as if a lot of the public needs to be brought more strongly into this process, which influences how we will live in the future. And the input you needs to come from more than a few inside groups that frequently respond and are at the high level. For example, the Clackamas Action Coalition, where I live, hasn't directly heard about your efforts yet. So it seems like the word needs to get out better. That's it.
Thank you.
Chair MacArthur?
Yes.
You're probably going to ask, pardon me, you're probably going to ask commissioners for response, but I would like to just respond to Ms. Grazer-Lindsey if I could when there's a moment.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, Elizabeth, this is Kirsten Green here. Nice to hear from you. I think we have your contact information because you signed up. I think Esther has that. I'd like to follow up with you to make sure you help us spread the word, if you would, about how folks sign up on our new system, which is GovDelivery. It's a new system for the state. So we're really trying to encourage folks to sign up there. So if it's okay, I'll connect with you and help you find that place. It's on our basic website on our homepage. Folks go to news and notices and follow the thread there, but I can give you a more direct link. Thank you.
I'd appreciate that direct help. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Kirsten and Elizabeth. So any questions from commissioners for Ms. Grazer-Lindsey? Seeing none, thank you. Appreciate that. So this concludes this agenda item. So I think we're generally back on time. And so when we'll take a 15-minute break, let's reconvene at 10:30, and then we'll take up agenda item number 12, a pretty important agenda item that we have plenty of time to discuss. So enjoy your break.
Okay, welcome back. Chair MacArthur, the time is 10:30. And I show Commissioner Palova, Commissioner Lilac, Commissioner Sandoval, and Commissioner Warren. And
I'm here.
And Commissioner Jacobson, you have a quorum.
Great, thank you, Esther. Welcome back, everyone. Hello, Matt. So this is a really obviously very important agenda item. We've been kind of leading up to this agenda item or this work for quite some time, for many months. We're hoping to get staff is hoping to get some good feedback from the commission today on how to hone the rulemaking effort that we will initiate in September. And so I think Matt and others are here to take you through kind of framing that work, giving a little bit of background on it, where we've been. I should mention that in May, this commission adopted a motion that ask staff to go back and take a look at the draft rule, the draft TPR that was on our table probably about 1.5 years or 2 years ago, and do an assessment of what worked with that and what didn't, as well as to offer up some ideas for a phased process, a phased approach, with the idea of taking action quicker rather than later. So that's what staff has done. And so I think with that, I will just encourage Matt to kick us off.
Good morning, commissioners. I am Matt Kroll, part of your staff here at the department, and I'm going to start off, frame things up a little bit, and introduce our panel. So here we have Bill Holmstrom, part of the panel this morning, and Cody Meyer.
Hello.
Hello, Cody. Our presentation here is going to be focusing on the future and the rulemaking that we've got coming up over the next year, both the outcomes that we want to get from that rulemaking and the process that we're going to be using to get to there. Well, of course, we'll cover as much background as is useful to the commissioners. And so stop us at any time if you got questions or clarifications. We live this stuff all week long, so we know how, we can get into the details here sometimes that are not obvious to folks on the outside. And certainly let us know if there's additional information that we can provide in writing or in some individual meeting with a commissioner. But before I do go too far into the future, I can't resist one quick look back at what we've done. And if you could roll that slide again there, I just want to say, brag on our staff a little bit and recognize all the folks who have been working hard on this. I think we've had 15 staff, maybe, I think that's 1 out of 4 folks at DLCD who have been working on this, and especially working on the interviews and the surveys to bring in a lot of information for you today. So let's just go over. So that was our opening credits to let you know who's the cast on this production. Well, let's turn to the table of contents of what it is we're going to be covering today. Introduction. You've heard some about the Every Mile Counts. What we really will talk about is some of the work that Every Mile Counts is going to be doing over the next month, and that's the scenario planning policy memo and a target rules review. We'll talk about, bring that information to you, the interview and the surveys, but then we'll get into focusing on the rulemaking. What are the outcomes that commission want to see from that rulemaking? What is the phasing, some of the different approaches to that rulemaking? The advisory committee, what interests need to be represented on that? Where should we be looking for that? A commission liaison or two. So I would encourage everybody to be thinking, maybe it's you. Who is going to do that for us? And then we'll, of course, hear from public comment and then have some time for you to have some discussion after all of that and give us that feedback. So what I really want to focus on the next slide here is these are the places that we need the guidance, the feedback, the information from you. And I always like to think of this in, those basic questions that we always hear about in reporting is the who, what, when, where, why, how. So what is it that we're trying to accomplish here? What is the outcome that we want to do? How, the phasing, and the when. How and when are we going to do that? What's the process we're going to use to get there? The who needs to be on that rulemaking advisory committee? What interests do we have to get represented? We're actually not going to talk a whole lot today about the why, because I hope that is already very clear to everybody. We have an executive order and we have policy statements from this commission. So the why of this is not something that we need to go into a lot here, or that we'll be dealing with a lot on the rulemaking advisory committee as we get into the rulemaking. So these are the 3 things, just hopefully everywhere in our discussion today, keeping these 3 in mind so we can get your guidance and your feedback on these. And we're not asking for specific decisions on these. Don't need motions, don't need formal decisions. Just want to hear from everybody on these items. So with that, let's move into the Every Mile Counts. You've heard about this already from Palmer Mason earlier today. It is the 4-department work, and we've created some good little 1-page flyer there. I think everything on this slide is already familiar with, so I won't go over this unless there's questions or people would like to go into anything else here. I think we can just move on to the next one And again, between the 4 agencies, these are some of the key things that we're all doing together. You've seen this slide already today. It's almost like we're all working on the same team here. We can move on to the parts that are most important for what is DLCD is doing. So the 4 agency, but then looking a little bit more narrowly, what is it that DLCD is doing, the parking, the rules we're talking about today, how to bring housing into that, the scenario planning that happens at each metropolitan area, and that ever-present question of how do you monitor and measure these things and have some enforcement for them. So what's going on next in the Every Mile Counts? Well, a scenario planning policy options memo, staff from ODOT and DLCD, Department of Transportation, and ourselves working on that, working on looking at those target rules, and that will, all this is information be coming to you in September. And of course, that initiation of the rulemaking. And then when we're done with rulemaking, we're not done by any means. That's when the real work gets going and the program and the implementation happens. So with that overview, certainly want to pause for any questions if there are any, or anybody's got anything. But otherwise, we can move on. And Cody Meyer is going to talk to us about a couple of these actions you see on the screen right here now. He's going to get a little more depth in some of these.
Nice intro, Matt. Any questions for the intro piece? Great. Let's go ahead and move into Cody.
Great. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, Chair MacArthur. Commissioners, I'm really happy to be here today. My name is Cody Meyer. I'm a land use transportation planner with the department. I think I've been giving you background briefings since November on a lot of this stuff, and it's kind of nice to actually move into a forward-looking phase with you. And I know that we have sensed your sense of frustration in kind of backfilling with the knowledge gap in there. So I do really look forward to talking about next steps here. So yeah, as Matt discussed, we've got a lot of work going on. I wanted to give a kind of a sneak preview of what we are working on currently, and then what we're going to be bringing to you in September. The 2 pieces that we are going to be bringing to you are the scenario planning policy options memo, and then the, I'm sorry, is somebody trying to talk? Okay, just want to make sure I didn't have a question. And a review of the Metropolitan Greenhouse Gas Target Rules review. And then that was intended to help you scope and initiate rulemaking in September. And then we will look into some of the outreach we conducted over the last couple months, which is going to inform those 2 pieces of work. So as a lead action for the Every Mile Counts, reducing greenhouse gas from local governments and considering greenhouse gas and decision-making piece, ODOT and DLCD are working closely to develop a policy planning, a scenario planning policy options memo. We've been working on this for a couple months now, and then it's really trying to address what we've brought to you in November, and I think that we've kind of highlighted in every meeting since, is that we really, in just regards to scenario planning and our metropolitan targets, we have kind of 3 issue areas that we really have been struggling with for the last 10 years. And so number 1 is the recurring source of funding. The legislation that enacted this work and the rules themselves in Division 44, which is in your attachment, they state the need for funding, and it does cost a lot of money. We're talking in the order of magnitude. Metro scale kind of scenario planning was, I think, like something like 6 million. They did a lot of outreach. Central Lane area did it for a lesser level of effort for about 2 million. So we're kind of in that ballpark. We're thinking about $1 to $2 million per metro area. We also kind of struggle with, we have a lot of local transportation plans, local comprehensive plans. That's pretty much the wheelhouse of LCDC is local planning. But we have set these regional targets. And so we have struggled with who is the authority there to, kind of base these requirements on. And then how do we translate local plans to regional targets? It's not just as easy as carving out a city from the region and dicing it up that way. Number 3 is kind of tied into that authority issue, is the monitoring and enforcement. What rules can we write? Where is our authority to mandate scenario planning, if that's the direction people want to go? So this work's going to be highly informed by the funding piece from ODOT. They're looking at sources of funding. They're looking at the costs that we think we're going to need. We've reached out to local governments that we'll talk about in a little bit here to really find the constraints that they have on doing the planning to reduce greenhouse gases. So coincidentally, we have a rule in OAR 660-044-0035, which is a 4-year review cycle for our target rules. These rules define the methods for achieving the targets or defining consistency, and that is primarily through scenario planning. And so every 4 years, the commission is to receive a target rules review from staff. In the past, when the rules were first adopted, we didn't have the STS. We had to come up with our own technical assumptions about future fleet fuel technology mix through the rulemaking process, which required a lot of technical work. And that's to look at, federal CAFE standards, different policies, the Clean Fuels Bill. But in 2016, we did a target rules review in 2015, which led to a technical amendment of the rules in 2016 that kind of streamlined that and aligned with the STS for the assumptions. So we don't need to make technical assumptions anymore. But there are other factors in there that we do need to consider. And some of those are the results of the scenario planning work to date, new state or federal policies, input that we've gotten from affected governments, and then of course, funding and support for scenario planning and public engagement. And so these really align with the work that we've been doing in response to the executive order. They're pretty much what we are doing in the policy options memo. So these are going to be very much overlapped. It is DLCD staff's responsibility to bring this review to you. The next one is due June of 21. So we're a little bit ahead schedule, but we just want to go ahead and do that now because it looks like we're going to be proposing amendments to this division. So with the work with ODOT, we're going to be bringing this stuff to you, and we hope to have a real detailed analysis of some different policy options, and then a joint staff recommendation across the agencies to you to scope rulemaking and narrowly scope it. So we don't need to ask all these questions during the rulemaking process. You will be able to give us a detailed scope to go forward. So I think that was a lot to throw at you. I do want to talk about the public input that we've gathered over the last couple months, but I want to pause and ask and give you some space to ask questions about this work.
Thanks, Cody. I was wondering, especially for the newer members that may not have had the benefit of a discussion about scenario planning, I wonder if you could describe a little bit about what that does. I mean, I'll say it generally. So scenario planning is a technique that is used to help multiple populations, folks, entrants into the conversation, understand what different futures might look like. So generally what a community might do is they take their base case, which is if we did everything the same as we're doing now, have the same zoning, transportation investments, and we project that out over the next 20 to 30, 40 years, what does the future look like? What are the impacts on health and economic development and housing choice and transportation options? Then they might also choose to look at a future with a heavy investment in transit. And they would then do that, they do the modeling for that and describe the same kind of outputs, what it would look like. And then then they might have something that would be like heavy investment in transportation management techniques. And a community can decide what they want to project out, but by the process of engaging different people in that process of defining what the scenario assumption should look like, excuse me, and then looking to the future, it's a really great way to depict, because people need to understand the impacts of current actions or proposed actions. And so one of the best ways to do that is through scenario planning that provides a glimpse into the future of what it would look like if we changed our funding or priorities in transportation. And I maybe jumped in too much, but if you could add to that, Cody, please do.
I think it's a great description. I just kind of wanted to be available for questions.
Great. So I just wanted to make sure that folks understood what the purpose. It's both a process. The process in these things is just as important as the product, or equally important in a way, because getting back to that point about partnerships and engagement, this is a great way to engage a lot of different people that wouldn't be engaged otherwise, especially if they're looking at health impacts, environmental impacts, again, housing choice, whatever. So I'm a fan, obviously, of scenario planning. I've been gabbing about it here, but I'd like to open it up to questions for Cody on anything in addition to scenario planning that you want to ask him about. No questions? Okay, let's move on.
Commissioner Halova has her hand up.
Excuse me, I didn't see that. Commissioner Halova.
My virtual hand. I know we talk a lot about lack of funding for scenario planning, and I was wondering how potential funding for that area could be linked to the Department of Transportation funds. For example, I know they have a lot of funds dedicated to major infrastructure projects, and is there an opportunity to redirect some of those funds toward this work that I think is valuable, obviously, for the future of communities? And if so, who would make? Is it possible, and who would make those kind of decisions?
Jim, perhaps, Cody? Cody, do you want to start there? But
I can't. I'm sorry. I'm deferring to Jim here.
So, Commissioner, I suspect that you're talking about some of the so-called mega projects, the Rose Quarter project, the Interstate Bridge project, and others. Those projects are specifically defined and funded by the legislature. And as I understand it, there are probably people who know way better than I, but as I understand it, the ability to move that money around is extremely limited. We are, as I think I mentioned yesterday, we have signed a memorandum of understanding between 4 agencies, one of which is ODOT. And they have committed to TGM money and some other limited amounts of money to make sure that this work gets done. And we're hoping to supplement that with some money from the general fund, hence the POP request. But as we talked yesterday, chances of getting the full ask in the POP are, I think, not high. And so it becomes all the more important that we continue to work with ODOT to secure some of this other money. Beyond that, I don't know of anything that is available for this work.
And the money that's been designated by the legislator to go toward those big projects, could those big projects support the scenario planning in the areas in which those big projects exist? For example, the Rose Quarter. Could that?
3 of the big projects are in Metro.
Right.
And so the funding would come from there, but they've already done their scenario planning. Mm-hmm. They've already chosen one, and they're already in the process of implementing it. The Metro bond issue for $7 billion or whatever the number is part of their implementation plan. I do not know, and I suspect that it is not possible I don't know if there are any of the big projects in Eugene or Salem, and I don't know if it would be possible to use that money.
Okay. It was sort of on the train of conversation with interagency and getting more out of less. And, when a major infrastructure project happens, and sounds like Metro is definitely on it, that has impacts, and it should be coupled with kind of good zoning and planning strategies at the same time to achieve the overall goal. So
indeed, and as I'm sure you know very well, Albina Vision and other community groups are actively involved in the conversation around the Rose Quarter and the Interstate Bridge project.
I think I'll just add to this conversation that it's not that easy. It does seem completely logical. I spent 2 years working for a woman who was lead of Caltrans, the Department of Audit, and her motto in life was logic has no place in the process. That the sources of funding are very constrained. Planning is not the same as project implementation. So there's just a whole accounting degree necessary to kind of trace the sources. But we will plan on presenting as much analysis as we can in this policy options memo for you to try to understand some of those constraints that we're dealing with.
Thank you, Cody and Jim. Other questions from commissioners at this point? Doesn't appear so. Great, thank you. Continue on.
Great, thank you. Okay, so I wanted to talk a little bit about the work we've been doing with ODOT and DLCD staff. You saw that cast list earlier. This was a full effort with multiple people at our agency and ODOT working on this. This can be found in your staff report, I think on page 5, and then the complete report is in your attachment as attachment B. So what we did is we really recognized that we need to get out there early and we need to give you all some better information on local opportunities and constraints, what's kind of going on. We realized that we needed to get moving on the policy options memo. And so I think starting just the day after the May LCDC meeting, we started scoping this work and rolling it out. And so we really, the intent here is to help inform scoping for this rulemaking. It has really also given our staff a lot of knowledge to work on as we go forward over the next couple years. We engaged through in-depth interviews and a survey, nearly 100 respondents, incorporating a wide range of interests from across the state. The questions primarily are focused on program implementation. So how can we best build climate-friendly communities that are inclusive, they do advance diversity, equity, inclusion outcomes, and promote affordable living? And so these are some of the key themes from that report. If you are able to kind of just scroll through, I will hit on just a couple and then I'll be available for questions to talk about it. But if you are able to review the report, that would be really helpful. I think there's just a 2-page executive summary on that, and then the rest is much more detail. And the farther you scroll down, the more detail you will get. So it's got a couple layers. But I just wanted what I heard earlier from Emma was, we did conduct webinars about, the EO and the actions we're doing. ODOT Climate Office also has conducted webinars on similar work. And so those aren't necessarily reflected in the report. We wanted to be very specific, but we did hear very overlapping themes. And, one is there is broad support for actions. People really recognize the sense of urgency and the need to do something. I think out of like 100 people, we only had like 1 or 2 people who were very critical of that in our work. ODOT did receive through the Every Mile Counts survey some critical comments as well, but they seem to be kind of the definite minority. Equity is huge. The executive order asks us to put an equity lens on things. We got some really great information on where to look and how to put equity out in front and how to prioritize that. Another key theme was the partnerships. There was a lot of support for building local partnerships at the local regional level, and then the partnerships between the state and the locals. And so again, I just wanted to be available to answer questions as we've provided a lot of information in your packet on this.
Commissioners, any questions? Don't see any, so keep going, thanks.
Well, I'm actually ready to turn it over to Bill Holmstrom to talk about the Commission's desired outcomes for the rulemaking in preparation for September.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Cody. Thank you, Chair MacArthur, members of the Commission. Bill Holmstrom, of the agency's Land Use and Transportation Planning Coordinator. You're going to be having a discussion with me over the next little bit here over a few of the different things that we're looking to hear feedback from you on, making sure that when we come back to you in September, we're bringing you a charter and a charge for the rulemaking actions over the next year or so that really are making sure that we're doing going in the direction that you want us to go into. Just it's my understanding that we are going to be coming back to you at every commission meeting along the way. So, you know, if we don't necessarily get everything right in September, that's not necessarily going to be a huge problem, but we want to make sure that we get as much right off the bat as we can. So for each of these next few items, we do have time allotted to have a discussion and to have back and forth with the commission and to hear from you. So we're not necessarily saving everything for the end. So please feel free along the way. If you've got questions or just to bring some things up, we'll have time to do that. So let's go ahead and move to the next slide, Cody. Thank you. So just to highlight real quick, the three items that we're wanting feedback on today are the outcomes, which we're about to discuss, the phasing and the timing of how we manage the rulemaking process itself. And then we'll talk a little bit about the membership and the interests that we have on that advisory committee. Next slide, please. So for our outcomes, this is a working list of outcomes. I'm not saying that we've got it nailed down. Obviously, that's why we're here with you today, is to figure out what the right list is. We used what Cody just discussed, a lot of the information that we heard in the interviews and survey to come up with what we thought were the high points that we needed for these outcomes. This is a very high level list of outcomes. We're not getting into real level of detail here yet. So, you know, this is what we heard from the interviews and survey. It's also what we heard, I mean, what we know, what we need to do for, what we've known we need to do for many years just in climate, but also what we've heard from the governor's office in the executive order, and what we heard from you at your last meeting in last November from the commission in terms of what you're interested in us working on. So like I said, we do need your feedback and your consideration of these items. And we're going to use these, like I said, to put together a charter and a charge for the Rulemaking Advisory Committee and the activities that staff undertakes with the committee. So real quickly, let's go over what we have in the staff report. If you can go to the next slide, please, Cody. And it's page 7 of your staff report is where we have these proposed outcomes. And I'm going to just read them real quick. They're not very long, so I'm going to read them for you. The first one is to meet Oregon's climate pollution reduction goals, and specifically the Division 44 climate pollution reduction targets. This is essentially why we're doing this, is that we want to make sure that we meet the climate pollution goals, both the statewide goals and the more specific metropolitan goals. Number 2 is to support affordable living, including measures to reduce transportation costs and increase housing choice and supply. We think we have a real opportunity. There's a number of co-benefits along with taking the actions we need to take in order to improve our climate outcomes. We can improve a lot of other outcomes, and affordable living is a key one of those. Number 3 is to engage community members to deliver more equitable outcomes. We know that the system that we have today in many aspects are inequitable, and to the extent possible within our power, we need to work to reverse that and reverse the outcomes so that we are not having inequitable outcomes, and to the extent possible to turn that around and improve outcomes and make them more equitable. Number 4 is improving the capability of local governments, and maybe it's better to say improving the capacity of local governments and regional entities to plan for and reduce climate pollution. DLCD can't do it all by itself. The state can't do it all by itself. Our entire planning program is a partnership between the state and our local government partners. And so it's really important that we implement requirements, but also a program and assistance so that we are making sure that we're setting up our local government partners for success, and that we're doing something that is implementable. Because if we can throw a bunch of rules out there, if they can't do it, then there's no point. We might as well not be working on this. And number 5 is I know something that's important to the commission is to recognize the executive order's call for urgent action, and the commission's, I know, call for urgent action, and make sure that we have a lasting programmatic response. It's not just about the rulemaking process. It's making sure that whatever comes out at the end of that rulemaking, that we're moving forward in the years and decades to come for making sure that we are supporting local governments and moving in the right direction. So those are the proposed outcomes that we came up with. I know on the next page, or Cody's going to maybe flip over to another document where we can make some notes and have some discussion about this. And I welcome Chair MacArthur, however you want to handle this, the discussion.
Great, thank you, Bill. That's really helpful. And I guess what I would encourage commissioners to do is think about this portion of the presentation as being way more than a presentation. This is a work session, so to speak. So roll up your sleeves and think about these, because as we heard a lot yesterday from many folks testified on the housing rule making effort, including former Chair Litz, that the process, that the way we help staff frame this work is really important. And these proposed outcomes will flavor the choice, as staff said, a choice of regional rule-making advisory committee members. It will flavor the content of the work, how we go about it, what we do, what we're trying to accomplish. So what are our desired outcomes from this effort? So I would like to take a chunk of time on these, because these will help us frame the discussion for the phasing and the RAC membership and those things that come after that. And I know I sent a couple of comments to staff earlier in the week when I read this, and at the break, just this recent break, Anjali had offered some language to me as well. And so I don't know if how we bring that in exactly, but I think
MacArthur?
Yes, Kirsten.
Sorry, I think that we would like to bring it up on a Word document so we can sort of do a little bit of interactive workshopping. So Esther, if you can somehow do some magic with Cody by making him a co-host or allowing him to share just a Word document, would be grateful.
Kirsten, I'm already sharing. I can go ahead and pull that up right now.
Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Great staff work behind the scenes in a very short period of time. Thank you. So maybe I'll just turn this over for a moment to Anjali as the Commissioner Halava as the first person to talk about this.
Hi there, guys. Yeah, I just wanted to write it because it's easier for me to write it than to talk through it. So I think my main comments, I just wanted us to be more bold in our language, and so I just changed, sort of like meeting and engaging and recognizing to action words like act, meet, support. So I think that was my first reaction to the text. The second one was, I ordered them in kind of a sense of larger callings and down to more the specific outcomes, if that makes sense. And also there were the two that I felt needed most help with language were the ones that dealt with the affordable living component and then the engaging the community members. So I'll just take on the first one. The original text said engaging community members to deliver more equitable outcomes. We know that engaging community members has been done throughout, this whole entire process since, government process, let's say. It doesn't necessarily result in an equitable outcome because we engage the community. And so I really like the text that was used, I think, in the last section that was just really specific about what we're talking about with regard to climate change. So I just literally copied it. Ensure impacted communities such as tribal communities, communities of color, rural communities, coastal communities, lower income households, and other communities traditionally underrepresented in public process are consulted. I think I wrote that are consulted and considered in state policies, programs, and grant criteria, because I think it's more than just consulting, it's also considering it in adopting these. So I took that. And then I added another one in relation to that, which was, everybody, the word equity is going to be interdispersed through everything in the universe in the state of Oregon. And just like greenwashing, which I can't stand, I also do not like equity washing. And I think I have some tolerance for it right now because we don't even have this language in our work. So this is sort of like the beginning of the green movement. You get the language in there, and then the question is, what do you do with that language? And so I want to make sure we move past language, which I don't even know if we're all agreed on what the language is or what we're even talking about. That's another issue. But actually move toward action. So I wrote the develop metrics that can be used to compare jurisdictions' equitable outcomes in achieving reduction targets in impacted communities. So I specifically put metrics, I put equitable outcomes, I put the reductions, and I put the impacted communities. And impacted communities already being defined in number 5. So there's no question about what that is. The target's already being defined in number 1 and number 2. So we know what that is. What are the metrics that show equitable outcomes? That's more of the challenge to the group. And that's the hardest thing, period. And then so those sort of go together. The work and improve, okay, so I wrote work to improve the capability. And then I was like, what does that actually mean? So I tried to define that, whether that's right or wrong, through capacity building and interagency collaboration was how I defined capability. And then local governments, regional entities, Chair MacArthur, has been stressing the idea of health outcomes and providers. So I put in health providers to plan for and reduce climate change. So that was more of like defining what do we mean when we say capabilities. Maybe that's not what we mean, but I just said, hey, let me take a stab at it. And then the last one, which is the linkage that we were talking about, like how do we link this work to the housing production strategies and all that? I don't know, but I tried to define it in here, which was support affordable, healthy living by developing actions. I don't know what those actions are, that reduce transportation costs and increase housing choice and supply. And then I put in parentheses in transit connected locations, because I know there's 2 debates on this, right? In an ideal world, you want to take all these amazing housing choices and you want to just put them where the infrastructure is already there. You don't have to spend any more money, right, on the transportation part of it. But then, for example, there's people who live in East Portland and they're not just going to pick up, are they going to pick up they have transportation needs. And as that area grows, those needs should be addressed. Or maybe they should be addressed now to help that area grow, for example. So I kind of put in transit connected locations, because I think that's right, but I don't know if that's limiting for this, limiting or appropriate, I guess, for this particular rulemaking that we're going to do. So that's sort of my stab at making comments. And I think it's just to be more specific so that when we get at the end of this, we can look back and be like, did we do this? And I think that's important to know.
Thank you, Commissioner. I really appreciate your committing your thoughts to paper, because it would have been a little bit more difficult to follow it. This is very, very helpful. Before I ask other commissioners to comment, I guess I'd like to turn to staff and ask, are there any points, because what I see these as really are there kind of the next iteration or refinements of all the important points, excuse me, that you had already made in the sort of the original list. Is there something missing from this list that was in your list of desired outcomes on the previous page?
Chair MacArthur, if I could just real quick, this is Kirsten here on behalf of kind of our staff team and Bill and Cody and Matt, with deference to that team. I think the plan is today to collect, the commission guidance, and this is frankly a real move forward. I think that Bill would agree. This is really, Commissioner Halava, I want to thank you very much for you have some sort of bedraggled staff reaching the end of the finish line with the staff report, and I'm afraid that this just really helps us to improve that work. It's a fine staff report, but as you heard from Matt, it's been a push. So thank you for picking up the baton and really advancing this. So you know, I just want to buy Bill some time and say that Chair MacArthur, that we would be doing a, you know, a comparative review of what staff had, but it you know, at a glance, it feels just like such a major step forward. But in September, we'd come back and kind of identify any additional places we would suggest some changes, and of course, be running that, you know, that by perhaps you or designee as a future commission liaison or a subset of the commission to make sure that we're following the intent, but to bring that revised draft back in September. So we may not have an answer on the spot, Chair MacArthur, long way of saying that, but this is a major step forward. Thank you.
Yeah, and to me, it's exactly what was written before. It just answered the questions, the who, where, what, how questions that I asked myself on each area.
Excellent. Thank you.
Great. Any other thing, Matt, would you like to say something? Sure.
I would just say, I think I'd be very happy using this version as what we build on from here. And I'm sure that there is further tinkering that can be done with it, but I think this would be the starting point I would start from building.
Great. Well, with that endorsement, we have other commissioners that are teed up to comment. So Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur, and Matt. I was going to agree. Let's the notes that I had taken. I can either go to the original or start with this framework, which is great. A couple of thoughts. One, on number 4 here, work to improve the capability. When I read the initial improving the capability of local governments, I was also thinking about funding. That is in terms of local governments will need funding in order to be capable.
That was literally in there, and I was like, I put it in, I took it out.
Great. So that was one thought I had. Another one I had I must have been in the same one, or maybe it'd be a separate topic. But something is to clearly state to provide flexibility to local governments and any of the other entities in how to achieve these outcomes, just so that it clearly states it someplace in the outcomes that there's some ability for local governments with their communities and others to decide how to move forward. And the final one, and I don't know if this really belongs there or not, but maybe this is just my planning hat on too tightly or something, but just some integration with recognizing the importance of urban design as we quality urban environments, quality communities, something of that nature. And I don't know where that fits into all of this, and all of this is urban design, of course. But I just think about APA's slogan, "Making great communities happen," and I think about urban design being such an important component of that. So that's always also in mind as we consider the outcomes. Thank you.
Great. And whoever's taking notes, I like the idea of just putting the ideas down. We don't need to wordsmith this today, but making sure that we have all the ideas there so staff can then take this and evolve it for September. So Commissioner Jacobson, you're teed up next.
All right, thank you. Just a couple of notes here, both with this document that's up, but also in the packet. There's a lot of language about reducing transportation costs and kind of making more mass transit available or having more transit connected locations. There's not as much language about transit efficiency. And I think that's really important because, for instance, in my county, we're a rural county, we do have public transit here. We're very geographically spread out. And our transit is generally low cost, but it may not be necessarily efficient. And what I mean by that is, if you get on the bus in one location in the morning, it might take you an hour and a half to get to where you're going when really you can drive it in 30 minutes. And so then that's not maybe an incentive for people that have other transportation choices to be using that option. And so I think efficiency is a really important piece here. It's not just that it's low cost, but it is efficient in getting where you want to go, so that then you're enticed to use that. And then second, I would say, both with 1, but also with 6 on there. So number 1, act with a sense of urgency and lasting programmatic response as mandated in Executive Order 2040. You know, sometimes the problem with acting with urgency and wanting a lasting programmatic response is that you don't necessarily know if you have a lasting programmatic response till later, which is why you need kind of evaluation mechanisms built into that, so you can actually measure if what you're doing is going to have lasting programmatic response. And then kind of the same goes with 6, develop a matrix that can be used to compare jurisdictions' equitable outcomes in achieving reduction targets in impacted communities. You wouldn't want a metric just to compare an outcome, because that's at the end when you don't necessarily have the ability to change it. It's already done. You already have an outcome. So you want a metrics that can be used to compare, I'd say, inputs or efforts, so that you're comparing both what they are doing to get those and then the outcome at the end, so that you have the ability to redirect if needed, rather than waiting till the end when something's already done and you have an outcome.
Thank you. Very good comments. I was thinking of the word benchmarks when you...
Benchmarks, yeah, it's another way of saying it. Mm-hmm.
Great, thank you. Next is Commissioner Sandoval and then Commissioner Warren.
Okay, thank you. So as a warning, I'm going to get a bit academic-y and theoretical. So just to give you a warning here. So yeah, I want to talk about equity and this issue of metrics, because ideally we would want to develop either some sort of metrics or some sort of indicator, something where we could measure these things. But I'm going to talk about why that would be very difficult to do. So first of all, and I don't know if you want to follow along, but agenda item 2, attachment 8, that has the DLCD's definition of equity, which yesterday I said I really appreciated. So that definition is: equity acknowledges that not all people or communities are starting from the same place due to historic and current systems of oppression. So equity is the effort to provide different levels of support based on an individual or group's need in order to achieve fairness and outcome. Equity actionably empowers communities most impacted by systematic oppression and requires the distribution of resources, power, and opportunity to those communities. So we kind of do have a definition of what we're aiming for, which is great. Now that definition is based on, and here I might get a little philosophical. So there's a philosopher named Nancy Fraser. So she talks about the difference between redistribution versus recognition in terms of equity and justice. Redistribution has to do with economic and material things. Okay, so our definition of equity right now is basically a redistributional definition of equity. Okay, in terms of recognition, that has to do more with people's identity, people's culture. But you need kind of both in order to really get, the equity. Now, the problem with urban planning is that depending on like the subfield of planning, the equity issues are going to be a bit different. So equity issues in transportation might be different than equity issues in housing, might be different than land use. I mean, at the end of the day, they all kind of, speak to each other and they influence each other, but at the same time, they're a bit different. And to complicate that, when you're talking about equity, you're also talking about different groups, right? So you're talking about racial injustice, ethnic injustice, gender injustice, class injustice, issues of sexuality. So in terms of developing metrics, it just seems like a very difficult thing to do. Yeah, so I'll just throw that out there.
So, Commissioner, do you have some thoughts on, you're directing your comments, I think, to number 6, although they're relevant to the other ones as well. Do you have any thoughts about, are you suggesting we don't have that number 6, or what is your thought about that?
No, I think we definitely have to have number 6, but I don't know how to go about, I don't have an answer of what those metrics would be. But I think we can try to develop some. I'm just saying they're going to be, it's a very difficult process that we're going to have to engage. But I think we definitely need some sort of, instrumental kind of measurement to make cities accountable. And really, that's the only way of doing it.
Chair, can I add to that?
Yes, please.
I 100% agree with everything you said, Commissioner Sandoval, which is why I don't like just like, we're going to make this equitable. We have to define exactly what we want from this very specific process. And it doesn't have to be everything. Like we might, it's not going to be everything, and it doesn't have to be everything. It has to be, what do we want? What are we saying when we say equitable outcomes for transportation for this process? And just define what that is. And it can be limited, but at least it's something. If it's limited and it's good and you can measure it and you can learn from it and it has some meaning, that's better than having 10 metrics that don't mean anything, or just a word that has no metrics behind it.
Yeah, and I think we could. I think with the when I think about equitable outcomes, I think that would be a process of the RAC and others to decide or to agree on what those outcomes might look like. Maybe it's more transportation or transit access to lower income households. I mean, I'm focusing more on the outcomes. Certainly, we need to have a process that includes a diverse group of people that could then help us decide what those outcomes might look like. So that makes sense to me to kind of follow that kind of
Yeah,
way.
and number 5 deals with the everybody's included. And if everybody's included, then somebody within that everybody can help develop that number 6.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. In fact, your comments yesterday, Commissioner Heleva, on the RAC for housing. You said there was a perspective that initially you didn't understand how that would work, and then with having other people come to that table and articulate what they meant, articulate, what they meant by that, then you were able to understand, oh, that would be some kind of outcome. So
yeah, and there's definitely somebody in the state of Oregon who knows what that metric should be. They exist.
So my sense is we wouldn't need as a commission to figure out what those equitable outcomes are. We'd want the RAC to munch on those and come back with some suggested outcomes. Does that respond to your concern, Commissioner Sandoval?
Yes, it does.
Great, thank you. So then we also have Commissioner Warren is teed up.
Yeah, hi everybody, and thank you for this wonderful conversation. This is exactly what I was hoping to see today. So I'm just going to jump in with a couple of my thoughts here. And the first one, of course, is a silly wordsmithing, but on number 6, where we have achieving reduction targets, I would just say that we should throw in there a more specific term of greenhouse gas, emission reduction, just to make it really clear what we're talking about. And I know it's probably redundant, but I think redundancy is probably smart in this case. And then I want to just kind of pose a question for the rest of the commission and for staff to be thinking about, being a planning organization, really, we have to be looking at what we can actually affect when we're making these rules. And one thing that I really think we have the ability to impact is, urban growth boundary expansions and what kind of requirements we can include for municipalities who are looking to do so. And one thing I would really suggest looking at is, creating some sort of a mixed use development, requirement that, builds into this whole, or to this expansion, the idea that, our communities need to be built around a smaller mixed use development that would help to achieve our greenhouse reductions. And also, in that UGB, what are these municipalities going to be developing that will help to reduce those emissions as well? And then also for the UGB, do we have requirements for, these municipalities providing kind of this affordable housing concept, or, having at least the kind of zoning that forces the development of this affordable housing mixed use development sort of things. So that's my thought there. And then also, I was so impressed earlier with Chris's presentation about, the kind of adaptation framework. And I think as we go through these kind of expected outcomes of, our climate friendly and equitable communities rulemaking, we really need to be applying all these things to what that adaptation framework looks like. So for example, when we're talking about equity, we definitely have to have that lens of people, but we can't lose track of the fact that we also have to have kind of an equity lens for the natural world and the environment, and kind of those 5 different areas that was on that one really awesome slide from Chris's presentation. So that's my 2 cents. Thanks.
Thank you. Great comments.
Chair MacArthur, so we capture those before, could I just help capture those before we turn to our next commissioner, if I could, for Cody? So Cody, I know it's hard. Cody's taking notes. I know it's hard to like capture all this. So just down below 6, could you please just write a few terms that Commissioner Warren just brought up? So he brought up compact mixed use development. He brought up UGB expansions, you know, sort of looking at that within the context of a UGB expansion. Then he also mentioned the tie to basically, I'm going to call it, if you could, if it's okay, Commissioner Warren, the housing production strategies, but for affordable housing. And so my brain goes to the housing production strategy because I know that's a tool we're developing. So, but his words were affordable housing. And then also, Commissioner Warren also suggested that we make particular reference to adaptation, the natural world, and Chris's 5 points or themes therein. Thank you. Sorry, Chair, back to you.
Well, thank you. That's really important to be able to capture those. And we're sorry we're going sort of fast for staff, but you're doing a great job with this. I might just add, and it's related really to UGB expansions, and it goes back to what gets measured, and the impact on farm and forest land, I think, is really an important aspect. This is maybe getting too large, but one of the things we did in the Portland metro area is that we looked at if we had a future that was base case and we just projected out for 30 to 40 years what the landscape would look like if we don't change our investments and zoning and other kinds of things. We saw a real impact on farm and forest, the rich farm and forest land around the Portland metro area, because we had to expand our UGBs. So it sort of plays off Commissioner Warren's comments, hopefully, that UGB expansions are important to think about, but it's really in terms of what is the impact of the expansion itself or lack thereof. Okay, and actually, I didn't see any other. Commissioner Halava, did you have your hand up earlier, and I'm just getting to it now, or we're done? Okay. So really, I don't see any other commissioners that are teed up to comment. But you, Kirsten, wanted to say a few things.
You can just tell. It's Chair MacArthur. Thank you. I wanted to go. Thank you. You can tell I care a lot about this issue. We all do, and I think staff is so appreciative of the Commission's enthusiasm for this. This is so rich and valuable. I wanted to go back to just a point that Commissioner Sandoval was raising, and Commissioner Sandoval, yesterday when you were saying, no, you do have a good, definition of diversity, equity, and inclusion. I was like, I just wanted to point out in that attachment, we have to give credit because those definitions are actually statewide. Those did come from the governor's office framework for COVID and equity. I wish I could take credit for those, but that's probably months of work among hundreds of people to create those definitions. And we're just happy to sort of incorporate them. That came out just in early June. So we were happy to say, oh my gosh, this is such a great step forward. We don't have to, every agency doesn't have to define diversity, equity, inclusion. But with respect to DLCD's program and our evolving approach to equity, which is the handout you mentioned, I really appreciate your mention about your mini tutorial there, and we should all come sign up for your classes, but the recognition of culture. And I appreciate your analysis of that definition of equity. And I see the words redistribution, but in our working draft, we can also, it's a working draft. So at the Commission's retreat, we'd love any other thoughts you have on that. We probably won't change like the enterprise definitions of DEI at this point, just because that's a big, that's a big upstream. But in our approach, we can sort of flesh it out, if you will, and further explore that with you and how we should be representing that in our work and our approach as staff. Thank you.
And Deputy and Chair?
Yes, please.
I was thinking, like, pretend this was ready, this 1 through 6, and it was going to go to the RAC. I would put an asterisk on the bottom of this that has that definition of equity, just so people know.
Yeah, or at least that one. Thank you.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah.
Great. Thank you.
because it's pretty bold. It's very specific, and it's not necessarily what other people are thinking. I would say.
I share that document from the governor's office probably a couple times a day with folks around the state, both in state government and outside. It's a fundamental move forward, I think, for Oregon.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So to me, like number 6, where it says equitable outcomes, the equitable had a star, and then it would be referencing that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. This is really helpful. Thank you, staff, for getting us started, and thanks for the rich conversation among commission members. Again, these are really important outcomes that will flavor everything we do on this effort going forward. So do other staff want to comment on this before I think we're well suited to go into the next part of the agenda, which is you're asking for some input on phasing approaches. But I'd like to make sure that staff has a chance to comment on this work at this point before we go into that. So what is your thought about that?
Chair
Bill,
MacArthur.
Yep,
oh, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Nope. I wanted to just throw it to you, Bill, if you're comfortable and ready to move on.
I'm ready to move on. Yes, absolutely. Thank you. Thank you so much for all the feedback. We'll be taking this, and I'll probably watch this again at some point after.
Yeah, I know. So rich.
Thank you, Bill. Nice job. Really nice job. So
Thank you.
Let's go into the phasing options that this commission asked to take a look at their May meeting, and you're bringing this back to us. Thank you for all your work on that.
Yes, absolutely. So again, thank you so much. We have been thinking a lot about what is the right way to arrange or schedule our work. I think to respond to the commission's desire, and frankly, I mean, it's a lot of people's desire, our desire to get moving, to do things, to get something in the books, to do something quickly. And we've thought about a lot of different ways of making this work. And what we're presenting to you aren't one of these isn't necessarily going to be the way we would move forward. These are just some ideas, some concepts, and just kind of the pros and cons we thought through each of these as we were moving through them. So, you know, we're looking for your feedback, your ideas. We have a number of ideas that we don't show you as well that we came up with. So, I mean, you know, we kept it to a mere 5 to show you. So, you know, we're trying to be, you know, and there's just a lot of things that they weren't workable at all. So, and some of these things are going to be on the margins anyway. So, think of these as illustrative ideas of how we might move things forward. So if Cody, you could just move forward to the next slide, I appreciate that. And again, these are the 3 things where we're asking for feedback. The next slide, please. Okay, so these are the 5 options, and I'm just going to go over them very quickly here or briefly here, just so that you know what they all are, and then we will go into detail on each of them and some ideas about the pros and cons or benefits and drawbacks of some of these different methods of moving forward. One is the single phase. It's just doing a rulemaking process where we do not have an interim adoption process. When we talk about the phases, what we're talking about is adopting rules along the way. No matter which direction we choose here, I think staff is thinking the substance at the end is going to be pretty similar. The kinds of things that we want to happen in the rules are going to be pretty similar. The process that we need to do for involving the public, I just want to be clear, we're not trying to skirt any of those rules with these phasing projects. We're going to have a rulemaking advisory committee, no matter which way we go with these. So, you know, these are really about how we, if whether or not we do a very short-term adoption of some rules before we move forward with adopting everything else. Does that make sense? So the single phase would be just doing everything at once and doing the process, and it's kind of the cleanest way of doing it, and coming at the end sometime next year with having a rule fully baked. Then we go into the 2-phase options. The first one is really a response to what the commission asked us to look at at the last meeting, which is we did a pretty significant rulemaking process a few years ago in 2017 and 2018, not necessarily directed to look at climate specifically. I was really looking at metropolitan planning, and it's kind of trying to set the stage for having the climate discussion in a few years, or whenever that was going to happen. That we'll talk a little bit more about that. But basically, this process we would adopt some sort of modified version of what we did in 2018 first, before moving on with everything else we need to do in the rule. Number 3 there is the 2-phase where we would require local transportation plans in metropolitan areas to be consistent with regional targets first. So those are those targets that the commission has set for each metropolitan area, that the local transportation plans would have to be consistent with those first. And then we would set a compliance timeline for how those local plans could then be brought into compliance. This essentially kind of places a moratorium on new TSP updates for a period of a few years until their timeline, whatever that makes sense to do it. These first.
If I may interrupt us for a sec, I just want
Absolutely.
to make sure that commissioners, this what Bill is referring to is all laid out for you on pages 8 through, I think, about.
Yeah, and I'll be talking more specifically about each of these. I'm just kind of giving it an overview, and I have the staff report pages on those slides, so you'll be able to follow along.
Thank you, appreciate it.
You're welcome. These first two, these number 2 and 3, they have some issues with how we actually would make them work. It's unclear, but I'll talk a little bit more about that. Number 4 is what we're calling performance measurement first. It's basically we would take requirements, basically requiring local governments and metropolitan areas to measure how they're doing on a range of metrics. First of all, getting a baseline of where they are, and then moving forward to see how they're doing on those range of metrics that are all related to climate pollution reduction. This is, again, building on the work that we did in 2018. We did, there's a lot of things that we did in that rulemaking, no matter what, that are going to be very useful for moving forward. So I want to thank everyone that participated in that process, because it was useful. I think even though we won't be adopting those rules verbatim necessarily, there's a lot of information that came out of that that's going to be great. And one of those things was a list of performance measurements that are workable, they're doable, they track along with what we need to do in order to reduce climate pollution. So that would be doing that first, and then doing everything else second. And then number 5 would be to prohibit actions that increase pollution first. And we don't have a list of those for you. The example I'd like to use is parking. We could have some pretty significant restrictions about how local governments can restrict parking, as an example, or how they restrictions on how local governments can regulate parking, or require a certain amount of parking. And we just say those are things we need to know what to do anyway. Just get those on the books early, and then move on forward with the rest of the rulemaking. So if Cody, you can move forward in slides, please. The first one is the single phase, and this would essentially we would do everything at once. Adoption about a year from now-ish, more or less. Next slide, please. And again, this is staff report page 8. The benefits that we can see from this, and maybe commissioners have other ideas about other benefits or drawbacks that they might see that aren't on our lists, but basically it's easier. It's easier to understand, it's easier to communicate to people, and it's easier to kind of do that rulemaking because we're not breaking it up into pieces. And it may end up in we might have to a more cohesive rule. Some of these 2 phases we maybe have to go back and rewrite some of the rules that we wrote a few months before. So it's a little bit easier that way. The entire process may be a little bit faster. We may be able to get this done. I'm just throwing out random months here, September or November of next year, where some of these may be the next meeting after that, or 2 meetings after that, just because there was we had a break where we had to do one part of it, and then we had the rest of it, and then we have to kind of finagle it. That's a possibility. And again, the process just may be less confusing and a little bit easier to communicate what we're actually doing to people. We've already seen there's a lot of misinformation or misunderstanding out there. It's a difficult kind of complicated thing that we're working on, and to the extent we can simplify it and make it a little bit easier to understand for stakeholders and members of the public, I think that's a benefit. And the drawback is that we wouldn't have anything adopted early in 2021. This would be everything would be adopted later. So there's pros and cons there. Any questions before I move on to the next option? Great. This is probably the easiest one to communicate. So the next one is basically it's similar to what you asked. What you asked us to look at in last meeting's motion, and which is essentially adopting a version of the 2018 draft rules, or a portion of it, or a modified part of it, early, and then moving forward to the rest of the rulemaking. And if Cody, you can look at the next slide. And again, this is on staff report pages 8 and 9. And this gives you the staff report. It goes into more detail about why we might have some reservations about this. And if you, in fact, there's links to, I can't remember, it's I think last November's staff report, where we do talk in quite a bit more detail about the background of that rulemaking, what happened with that rulemaking, and what came out of that rulemaking process. So I'd encourage you, if any of you are confused or want to have some more questions about the 2018 TPR rulemaking process, that you take a look at some of those older materials, because they really do go into a lot more depth that we cut out of the staff report. So benefits, I think with all these two phases, it allows us to do something, and to say we've got something done early on next year, that we'll have a few months of rulemaking out of the way, and we'll be able to bring something to the commission to adopt something faster than we would otherwise with a one-phase process. And the new transportation system plans would be required to demonstrate, or I should say amended TSPs would be required to demonstrate how they meet the targets. That's what the rule would have, the modified version of the rule, I think, that we contemplate would require. I think the drawbacks of that is we don't have the money right now, and shortly not in the short term, to help fund the scenario planning or other work that interim rule would require. So local governments would be kind of out, we'd be hanging them out to dry a little bit. We wouldn't have that money or those resources at that time. We are working with ODOT to figure out ways of doing that. We'll have more information about that in September. That's what Cody talked to you a few slides back about. And we're optimistic that we'll be able to do that over time. But right now we just don't have that, and we can't say that we do. Local governments may continue having to use older plans in the meantime, which may not move us forward in the direction we want to go. I think a lot of local governments are doing some good work now. I mean, it's kind of a mixed bag, to be honest with you, but there is some good work that is happening out there, and we don't necessarily want to stop some of that, even though it may not be perfect. And frankly, the last one is one of the big ones, is that there's challenges right now working between what local plans require and what they can do, and what the regional targets are. This has been an ongoing issue in a couple different ways with figuring out how do we connect local land use planning with regional targets and regional planning, and what's the smart way of doing that, which is not necessarily the same as what can we do within our existing authority, or what's our ideal way. I shouldn't say our smart way, because we can do lots of things smart, but what's our ideal way of doing regional planning? The Portland metropolitan area is different because they have Metro, and they have Metro has some land use authority and capacity there that other metropolitan areas in the state do not have. There's an institution there that's built for that. That just doesn't exist in other parts of the state. And that's going to be an ongoing issue. It has been an ongoing issue with the transportation planning rules for probably decades now, about how do we make that work. And I don't know that we're going to fix all of the problems with this rulemaking, but that's something that we need to address. I know that's important to the commission. So that's that version of the two-phase, and I know that was important to the commission to hear about that. Are there any questions or comments about that?
Looking over at commissioners. No, thanks, Bill. Keep going. Nice job.
I think I see. I'm sorry.
Oh, is there
Commissioner
some?
Sandoval?
Oh yeah, I had a quick question.
Please do. Yes, didn't see you. Sorry.
Yeah. So in terms of like funding these transportation growth management grants, can you just talk a little bit about how that works, and could that be used to help local governments or to provide technical assistance?
Sure, absolutely. So transportation growth management is it's a program. It's a long-standing program. I can't remember exactly how many years now. I think it's 28 years, Matt. Is that right? I think it was 1992 when it started. It's a joint program between ODOT and DLCD, where we provide a range of programs and funding to local governments to do coordinated land use and transportation planning. It was really, I think, ahead of its time in the 90s for sure. And it's become, I think, a critical cornerstone of how local governments are able to do local transportation and land use planning. Right now, the way the program is set up for grants, it absolutely can help local governments to do updated transportation system plans. That's the bread and butter of what TGM does right now. I think what we're looking toward in terms of scenario planning, those are larger projects than TGM has traditionally been set up to do, both financially and just in the scope and the geographic scope of the projects. And so we are in discussions with the Department of Transportation, who are our partners in TGM, to kind of pull some of that funding that would be otherwise used for local government planning to focus on scenario planning and some other work that has to specifically to do with climate. And that how the mechanics of that work, would it be rolled into the TGM grant program or be rolled as kind of a separate thing or part of TGM, not really part of TGM, just using their money? We don't know all the details of that yet. That's still fresh and things that we're still working on. But absolutely, it's a resource that we've used for decades to do good planning that is in the direction that we want to go. So I think it's absolutely along the lines of what we want it to do, and we think we can do more, and we will use some of those resources. I hope that answers your question, Commissioner.
Oh yes, thank you.
Yeah, so just to reinforce that what Bill said, so yes, that is a pot of money that we've been eyeing, or the staff's been eyeing, and working with ODOT to use those dollars for this effort. So Commissioner Lilac is next, and then Heleva.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. Bill, I'm just making sure I'm understanding this correctly. The Climate Friendly and Equitable Communities Interviews and Survey Report on page 15, the specific question was asked of the community or the stakeholders, and thank you for asking the question. And just to make sure that I'm understanding that 2/3 of the survey respondents, or those that were interviewed, indicated support for this approach. If I'm seeing and understanding that correctly, as opposed to maybe an alternative approach, because this was the question that was asked.
So when you say this approach, what do you mean by that? You mean doing a quick, like a phased approach with adopting the old stuff first and then going forward? Is that what you're saying, Commissioner?
Yes, thank you. The question that was asked was the LCDC asked. This was the question that's in the survey report. To consider rulemaking in 2 phases. The first phase could be to require transportation system plans and regional plans to demonstrate consistency with greenhouse gas reduction targets later this fall. The second phase would be to, et cetera. So I'm just making sure that I'm understanding this report, and the findings of this report supported this action, if I'm reading that correctly.
Thank you. Appreciate that. That's helpful to reflect on that.
Chair MacArthur and Bill, if I may, this is Kirsten.
Yes.
So I think that I believe that the question, thank you, Commissioner Lilac, for pointing that out and finding that. Cody was hoping commissioners would read that report, so thank you. I think you just made his day. And that was a surprise for us that respondents, and you're right to sort of in your remarks point to the universe, right, that we were of the sample. So of those respondents that we talked to, there was, we were surprised by the support for the two-phase options. I wouldn't get too hung up on this number 2 of the two-phase options because we were just asking more generally 1 or 2 phase, but there was more support generally for a quick action two-phase process than we might have expected, particularly from local government respondents that would have to then respond to rules more quickly than we would have otherwise anticipated. So thank you, and I will back out now.
Thank you. And then Commissioner Helava.
Yeah, and that's sort of should have probably been listed on the benefits of this page, right? Community support. I was noticing it said on this as one of the drawbacks was no funding for the scenario planning. Am I correct to assume that the first phase also has the same drawback? It's just a different time period because there's nothing ensuring that at the end of 2021 that there is money for scenario planning either. I know that that's sort of been my hang up is that we don't have the money, so we're not going to act. And I feel like that would be the same drawback on both options, would it not? Or would it be different for the first?
Commissioner, thank you. I think, yeah, that's right. We don't necessarily have a pocket of money that we're going to use to pay for scenario planning right now. I think we start looking out the timeline of when we would, for example, be able to use some of that TGM money. We start looking at the 2022 timeframe, probably the earliest in the next biennium that we'd be able to do that. ODOT has all sorts of money, as we heard before, that we think we could pull into, but isn't always necessarily that easy. So I think the idea is if we did a very short term, like, early next year rule adoption where we say you have to have these things, what's the effect of doing it then versus doing it later in the year with a one-phase option? As far as financing goes, the money is not going to be there in 2021. They're not going to do it in that sort of time frame. Right. So I think that's maybe what we're thinking. But you're right, absolutely, that we don't know where the money's going to come from in any case.
And I think the benefit comes from acting with the sense of urgency that we were tasked to act with from the governor, right? Each person has to do their part. I mean, we talk about this in development all the time, but we said, you don't be the last person who's responsible for not making this project happen on time, right? I'm gonna do my part. They might not do their part. I'm not gonna be the last person. And that's sort of how I feel about this is like, if we do our part, maybe they're gonna have to catch up, but if we just wait and wait for them, we may never get there because we can't predict. The only thing certain is change, right? So knowing that we can only act with what we are tasked to now, and it seems like we're tasked with a sense of urgency.
Yeah, I hear that. I also think about if we had acted quickly on housing without the thoughtful process to bring a lot of different players into the conversation, not just the usual suspects. I think we would have adopted a very different rule yesterday. And so I guess you can see what in my comment, what I'm focusing on. I want to act quickly, but I want to do it well.
Yeah. And personally, the housing work feels extremely quick, and I think Mary Kyle testified to that, saying, wow, this really quick process was really good because it forced all of us to come to the table, figure it out, so I don't know what the other processes are like, but the housing work feels extreme, but it has called all of us to task. And I can only speak from experience because I've been on the commission for two years, and this was the first issue that came up in my first commission meeting, right? So I'm only speaking from my limited experience of watching it drag, and I can see this just continuing on. And I definitely don't think anything should be done not well or hastily, but we could have been doing an amazing job in the last 2 years that we haven't done. So that's my perspective where it's coming from.
Chair MacArthur, I'd like to share a perspective if I can.
Please.
So one thing I've heard from some of the stakeholders, I guess this is in particular from the local government stakeholders, is the issue of funding and pairing it with the policy makes sense to them for the reason that not all communities are in the same place, particularly about the level of analysis they've done and modeling about what kind of scenarios or strategies they could undertake to meet reduction targets. So I think funding is critical to help those local governments finish the work, build the capacity. But we have other local governments who have done a great deal of analysis, looked hard at this issue, and they may need less funding and be able to go early as opposed to some of the other communities that need more time. So the funding, I think, has a critical role when you think about program implementation and about when you would stagger the policies. At least that's a perspective that I've heard from some local governments.
Thank you, Palmer. I think we should probably go on to number 3 and then have kind of a broad conversation across the board on these. So Bill, if you wouldn't mind continuing on. I don't see any other commissioners wanting to comment now, so we go ahead.
Certainly, thank you, Chair MacArthur. So option 3 is very similar, I would say, to the previous version. Is essentially would require local TSPs in metropolitan areas to meet regional targets, and after the first phase, the second phase would set an adoption schedule. So really, the difference here is where we are laying out when we expect the next TSPs to be adopted over the next few years, and holding local jurisdictions to that, as well as everything else that needs to happen in that rulemaking that would happen in the second phase. So Cody, if you could show the next slide. And there's probably some of the very similar pros and cons here. This gives us a very clear appeal route, or anyone really, a clear appeal route for plans that do not meet regional targets. They have to meet the targets, or new plan amendments, they're not legal. They could be appealed very easily. Local governments would have a little bit more certainty and support. Hopefully, we could find the resources to help them for updating their transportation system plans. And again, like with all these two-phase projects, it allows us to take action quickly, early. Drawbacks, and this one in particular, we would probably fall to us, the agency, to make those appeals if there were a jurisdiction to do a TSP update, and that didn't meet the targets. It essentially places kind of an effective moratorium on TSP updates for a while, until, because we don't have, again, this is the next bullet there, we don't have the tools right now to say your TSP is good enough. We don't know how to measure that, to say you meet the targets. We don't have that right now. The targets are at a regional level, a regional scale. Transportation system plans are at a local scale. I think, smart people are thinking about different ways of making that work. Cody could tell you a lot more about that. I could tell you I've been in a lot of meetings with technical staff at ODOT that make me pretty frustrated about some of this stuff, and why we can't make this work. But it is something that definitely is being worked on, and we know that we need to tackle, no matter which way we move forward here. So, but that is going to be a problem if we say right away, very quickly, you have to meet these targets. Oh, by the way, we can't tell you that how we can tell you that you can meet them or not. You're basically saying no TSP updates for a while. And again, with every two-phase, it's just maybe a little bit more confusing to communicate to stakeholders what exactly it is that we're doing. Any questions on that?
Just a question generally. So when we're talking about phases, it's important to understand what you're suggesting in terms of if we only had one phase. I think I read it in the staff report. This commission would initiate rulemaking in September of this year, and the projected completion of that rule is November of 2021, possibly flowing over until January if we can't get it done by then. But I think, isn't that the timeline you're suggesting?
That's correct.
Okay.
So unless there's any other questions on number 3, we'll move forward. Cody, thank you. Number 4 is a little bit different. These last two are a little bit different. We tackle different parts first. I'm sorry.
Hey, Bill.
Yes.
Hey, Bill, I think Commissioner Warren may have had a question.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I just saw that little text from Casaria. Excuse me, Commissioner Warren. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, everyone. That was a bit of a last minute thought, but just to carry on with, you know, kind of conversation around, you know, how do we tell a local government that their TSP doesn't kind of meet the qualification or deadlines or needs of reducing greenhouse gas emissions? You know, I guess my thought there is at what point do we have to accept kind of any change is better than no change? So even if we can say, okay, you know, within your TSP, you have to demonstrate how this TSP will reduce, you know, VMTs or will reduce the need for additional infrastructure, something along those lines. I guess that's kind of my thought there is at what point do we need to do something versus saying, okay, well, we don't know, so let's just choose to do nothing.
Sure, I think that's a good point. There's the directionality question versus the magnitude question, right? Like we want to at least turn things around and move in the right direction, even if it's not enough, because at least we're not going in the wrong direction. Absolutely. I think no matter which one of these options we go, I think what the idea is, that what we're contemplating at staff is that we're going to have and you know, we'll talk a little bit about this in number 5, but we're going to have a range of essentially things that we're going to have local governments in terms of restrictions on their their land use regulations that are going to hopefully move things in the right direction. Some of which might be pretty controversial, honestly. And that's kind of a baseline. And we know that just, you know, putting on a bunch of parking requirements on people isn't necessarily going to be enough. We know it's going to be moving things in the right direction. So that's kind of, I think, our baseline is, yeah, we're going to turn the ship around. We're going to move things in a positive direction. That's our hope anyway. And then the question is, particularly in the metropolitan areas, is that enough? And that's what the targets are. And so a lot of this is about how do we know it's enough? And I think you're absolutely right. It's really up to the commission to figure out, like, how much do we really just want to say good enough versus we know we need to measure and figure out where we are, and how much, you know, how many angels do you count on the head of a pin? I mean, some of this stuff gets kind of wonky, and at some point I'm just like, is it just good enough? Or isn't it good enough? I don't know. That's going to be up to you to figure out whether or not it's good enough. So.
Great. Thank you. You can move on to the next one.
Thank you. So yeah, this one's a little bit different than number 4 and 5, in that we brainstorming among staff, we just came up with different elements of the rulemaking that we think could happen earlier, other than just saying TSPs or local plans have to be consistent with the targets. This one is basically just saying we'll measure. First of all, before you do anything, we just need to know where we're at, and we need to start having a program of measuring and reporting and figuring out where local jurisdictions are in a range of measures that are aligned with where we need to go. We need to go to reduce our climate pollution emissions. So if you go to the next slide, Cody, basically it's the benefits of this is basically help. I mean, like I said, we're going to be doing this anyway. It's just a matter of whether or not we do this first or we keep it in for the rest of the rulemaking. It will tell us how far we need to go to meet our targets. It will help us understand where people are at right now. I would say our understanding of where local jurisdictions are at across the state is pretty spotty right now. People have different methodologies for measuring the same thing. Sometimes people don't measure all the different things that we would like them to measure. If we have a consistent statewide set of measures that could help us really get a picture of where we're at, and maybe even help, maybe we'd get some competitive juices flowing, and you could see, one city's, doing better than you, maybe you want to get up there and beat them. So maybe I'm being optimistic there, I don't know. But we know that we're going to have to require it at some point, and that we're going to have to monitor performance, so might as well do it first. And we do have a list of performance measures that we came up with in the 2018 rulemaking. They were pretty well supported, I think, by local governments that were participated in that process, and they were pretty happy with that list. They were measurable, they were easy to understand, all the different things. I forget how many different measures we started out with, Cody. It was, I think, about 100 or so, maybe even more, that we whittled down to about 14 to 18. I can't remember exactly how many there were, but of measures. They're not perfect. They're indicators, of where we are. So, but there's a good start for sure. I think the drawbacks of this one, just monitoring where you are doesn't necessarily mean you're doing better. You could be monitoring that you're doing worse. So they don't necessarily reduce pollution right off the bat. We have the measures in place, but we don't have benchmarks or targets for people to see where they need to go. We don't know where they are now, and we don't know what are the right numbers for them to hit in the future on each of these measures to get to where they need to be. So that's coming back to, I think, to Commissioner Warren just talking about, like, there's one thing we'll be able to figure out pretty quickly, like, are they going the right direction or the wrong direction, but how much that still needs to be figured out. And that probably involves bringing in the smart people from ODOT who get frustrated with us and vice versa. So about some of these things, the technical folks. And then, we may have to go back and rehash some rules that we did the first time around in the second. And that's just true with all these two-phase rules, is we might have to go back and redo some work depending on what happens in that second phase. Any questions about this one?
Looks like Commissioner Helena.
Yeah, sorry. How does this compare to the number 2, the adopt the modified TPR? I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, so essentially this one, we're just saying report and tell us where you are on these set of measures. Mm-hmm. We're not saying if you adopt a new plan, it has to meet any sort of target or measure.
Okay. And number 2,
that's what number 2 would do. Yeah.
Okay. You have to meet this certain measure.
Right.
Can you remind me, what's the second phase of the number 2 one? You make the rule, and then the second phase is?
It is everything else that we would need to do on the rulemaking. So it would be probably some of this performance measurement work that we're talking about now, some of the work that we'd be talking about in the next slide of the particular land use regulations. The whole range of different things that would need to happen in this rulemaking.
Okay, sorry. So
yeah.
Performance measurements first. I got that one.
Right.
Where does the performance measurements part happen in the number 2 option?
In the second phase.
In the second phase. Okay, thanks.
Are we ready to move on?
Yes, please do.
All right, thank you. All right, so this one, I don't like the title of this, but I think it's pretty clear. It's prohibit actions first. And it's basically saying to local governments, local governments have a range of land use regulatory tools at their disposal. And what we're saying is, first of all, we would say, no, you guys can't do that. You can't do that. You can't do that. Or, I think that's a punitive way of putting it, but that's probably the simplest way of saying it. You go to the next slide, Cody. And I don't have a list of these for you about what exactly we're talking about. We've got lots of different ideas floating around. I think the one on parking, like I said before, is probably our clearest or most advanced kind of ideas that we would essentially say. And I know you've probably heard a lot about parking in your housing deliberations, but we might say something like local governments can't mandate minimum off-street parking requirements unless they do X, Y, or Z. And we don't know exactly what X, Y, or Z looks like yet, but we're setting a pretty high bar because right now local governments can mandate off-street minimum parking without any, they can just throw a number in the air, and that's pretty much what happens in a lot of cases. They'll just look at what their neighbors are doing or what might be in some book somewhere, which we understand through research, they're not super well supported. And they're pretty arbitrary in a lot of cases. So 0 is not an arbitrary number. You just can't, you won't be able to mandate it, and it would be a limitation on that. We wouldn't be saying that off-street parking would be banned or anything like that, but that's an example of one of these things that we think could have a big impact. Benefits are some.
For just a second, Bill.
Absolutely.
The other example of that would be something along the lines of congestion and adding lanes to highways, and saying that congestion is not the measurement that you would use anymore. because congestion measurements are talking about adding capacity for more driving. These plans are telling us to do less driving. So it's in some ways a simple, direct sort of statement, but as Bill points out, it is controversial to be intervening in local decision making. So just one other example would be the congestion capacity on the transportation system.
Thank you, Matt. And there's a range of things I think that we're contemplating and that we would bring to you for discussion. But I think with the case of any of these are all things that we're thinking about anyway. It's just a matter of whether or not we do them first or not. That second bullet there is, we adopting these first gives a very clear signal to local governments about the direction that we're going, about what we're thinking about, and it allows the commission to take early action. And these would be things that would make a dent early on and would stop bad things from happening or stop things from going in the wrong direction potentially. The drawbacks are we might have to go back again and tweak things that we did in the first phase and the second phase, depending on how the second phase went. And we just might take a little bit longer. And that's the case with all these two-phase rules. Any questions or comments on that one in particular?
I think that Commissioner Jacobson had your hand up earlier. Did I get to you yet or not?
Actually, Commissioner Halova answered the same question asked the same question I was going to ask earlier, so I'm good. Thank you.
Great. Sorry about that. Thank you. So these are, well, first of all, thank you to staff.
Next slide, Cody, please.
Yeah, thank you. So you really took our direction to heart from May, and because we asked for you to research different phasing options. You did a great job. These are really good to think through. So I think we'll just kind of open it up to questions, although maybe what I'd like to do is maybe to turn to Kirsten for a second, Deputy Director Green, because when we were given the housing work to do, it was pretty involved work. And I know that you and others in the department, but I think you were very involved in setting up the process to be sort of holistic in perspective, getting the right track members on board, that kind of thing. So using that experience to talk me through the next year and a half of this rulemaking, so we kind of understand, we got such good results with the other rulemaking effort. I kind of want to hear what things go into making for a successful rulemaking effort, if you don't mind.
Sure. Well, thank you. The commission is to acknowledge, thank you, Chair MacArthur, there's Kirsten here, but what you're recognizing is this is incredibly complex and yet we're very interested in Commissioner's direction on this. We have sort of both feet poised. I guess we have both feet, to put it into a non-greenhouse gas mode analogy. We have both feet on the bike pedals ready to charge forward on this. I was gonna say both feet on the gas, but with the next agenda item, it'll probably be after lunch, or the next piece of this is we're looking for your guidance back on RAC interest. With that guidance, actually, we are going to formalize letters of invitation for the RAC. In the housing bills, that was incredibly on steroids because you really did, and Commissioner Halova knows this, you're really running 4 RACs at once. In this case, we do recommend just 1 RAC. This will be so complex, but there probably will be pop-out sort of work group or ad hoc efforts, but really just 1 central RAC. So that will simplify the population of the RACs. We also had primaries and alternates on all 4 basically RACs, all the RAC and 3 TACs. So that makes this look relatively manageable, if you can believe it, in terms of setup. I think what's most important for staff, and we discussed it, is if there is an initial phase, how do we review what comes before us as staff and commission without it being litigated? So in other words, if we say local government, show compliance, local government show compliance with the regional target, and they say, we comply with we're adding bike lanes and this and that and this and that, we comply with the regional target. how does that not just make that sort of best professional judgment and somewhat arbitrary kind of in our staff review? So we're really conscious to minimize litigation that I think further delay implementation. So that's only one concern with the near-term phase. There's ways to get around that, and we just sort of can also just bite the bullet and do our best. I think the challenge of doing a two-phase process is that the first phase, it may feel like it could be quick, and it might be. You know, Mary Kyle testified yesterday that it can be, and it certainly has to be. Commissioner, you know, you've all lived through that. It was just, I think, you know, what is this, July, and we started I think the first RAC was in October. So that was a 7-month process to the first rule. So when we talk about two-phase, you know, we contemplate, is there a first phase before the legislative break? Normally we take a pause during legislative session. Half the staff, or, you know, with a small agency, half the staff are actually pointed towards responding to legislative concerns during the long session here next January. So what can we accomplish this fall? That's really the question. And, you know, with the first meeting in October, what can we accomplish by January before everyone's attention goes legislative and budget? So, you know, that would be my only concern, is what can we accomplish in that short term, recognizing we all want to act in collaboration with local government, but doing our part, as Commissioner Halibut said, and just worried that first phase would actually sort of become an extended second phase as well. But we're ready to take whatever guidance the commission has. And perhaps before we adjourn this part of the agenda item today, Chair MacArthur, if you think it's a good idea, we just hear from each commissioner on their feelings about one phase versus two phase. And we'll take that under advisement. And as Bill has said, we'll come back with the funding options memo in September with a recommended schedule. So I hope that helps.
Chair, can I ask a clarifying question to
Yes.
Deputy? Even though they're called two phases, they could occur concurrently, right? Where one finishes quickly while the other, they both start at the same time, but one finishes quickly and the other one keeps going.
Sure.
They don't have to be.
Well, if we're all superhuman, like happened in the housing process, yes, you all have set a very, very high bar. But that you're absolutely right that some programmatic work could go on with, you know, sort of one of the immediate actions in the two-phase approach.
I was just looking specific to the performance measurements first one, that those two pieces don't have to be back to back. Okay.
Thank you. That's astute. Good
And
Yes, Commissioner Lilac.
thank you, Chair MacArthur. Also, just a clarifying question. I'm certainly sensitive to litigation. That's especially as a local government, that's a big deal that we face all the time. So I understand that perspective from the agency as well. Does it reduce the potential for litigation if you're not reviewing plans for compliance with the target? If that target doesn't have to be met until June 30th of 2022 or something of that nature, just as just to help us think through this. Thank you.
Thank you. It's an interesting thought. I'd leave that to technical staff because I know Matt and Bill's heads are churning on that right now. That's a good thought.
So I don't know if we want to talk, I think we need to give more direction because staff would need to hone one of these. I would suggest if we can coalesce around either the single phase, or if we want them to bring back single or two phase. But actually, I think at this juncture, we need to give them really clear direction, because if we're really going to initiate rulemaking in September, we have to have some clarity about whether or not we're doing two or one phase, it seems to me. Otherwise, we're complicating staff's lives as well as the RAC. So we can either take a break for lunch and contemplate this, but I do feel like we have to have more conversation on this to be able to give more clarity to staff. So what is the preference of, are your stomachs growling? Do you want a half an hour to take a break and think about these, reread the information? What is your preference, commissioners?
This is Commissioner Jacobson. My preference would be to actually take a break now. Better decision making usually comes when you eat. That's a scientific thing. So maybe if we all have a chance to eat and get up a little bit, our brains can be a little more effective in providing feedback.
Well, I am clearly of that persuasion as well, since I snack throughout the day. So I think we'll adjourn until, let's go till 1, not quite an hour, but hopefully long enough for you to get a little bit of relaxation and some sustenance, and we'll see you at 1. Thank you.
Can I ask a quick question, Chair?
Yes, please.
Is there public testimony associated with this item?
Yeah, we thought we wanted to hone it down a little bit so that public can comment on this. Yes, it's going to happen after we go through the RAC membership piece.
Okay.
And then
after our deliberation, sorry, or before our deliberation? That's what I was trying to understand.
It's more of a discussion. Yes, it's really after, because we were wanting to get some kind of proposal on the table for comments to come in on. So we can always adjust it. It's not like we're deliberating. We're not actually acting on one thing. We're just trying to get to a place where we give enough focus that, so for example, I'd prefer that the public could comment. If we hone it down to 2 different ideas, then perhaps the public can testify on those particular ideas, as well as anything they want, but then it gives us more information. That was the thinking of this agenda item.
That's right. So to be super clear, if I could, Chair MacArthur, what you just described is that commission would deliberate a bit, give us direction after lunch. We would commission would hear public comment, and then commissioners would conclude their deliberation and direction to staff. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yes.
Thank you.
I should have said that we'll come back and talk about that. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Great. We're done till 1. Thanks.
County, sorry.
Thank you, Nick, for contributing to the cause, though.
Yeah, we seem to be a training ground for a lot of great planners in the state.
A win for ODOT, a loss for Deschutes County. Sorry about that, Commissioner.
Yeah.
Okay, welcome back. It is 1 o'clock. And I show Commissioners Jacobson, Warren, Sandoval, Halova. Let's see. And
Lilak's there.
And Commissioner Lilac. Great. Okay. Chair MacArthur, you have a quorum.
Great. Thank you, Esther. Appreciate that. Hopefully everyone had a great little break there. And I noticed that we have quite a few people that are scheduled to testify. So what I would like to do is have commissioners chime in on where they might be leaning toward one of these approaches or a different one altogether. Hopefully not that wild, but perhaps. And that way we can get a feel for that. And then we'll do the RAC composition, then bring it in public testimony so they can comment on our thoughts about the phasing as well as desired outcomes and that sort of thing. So let's just go around the room, so to speak. And since I can see your face, Nick, I might start with Commissioner Lilac, if that's acceptable.
Sure. Thank you. Thank you, Chair MacArthur. One thought I had, and this kind of goes back to one of Bill's earlier comments, is that there's really an infinite number of possibilities here in combinations. And so one possibility that might not really please anybody would there be an option for lack of a better term, an expedited single phase, such as initiating the rulemaking in September with a completion by next July rather than next September, and providing the direction to the committee or to the RAC that the new targets shall take effect no later than, for example, what I suggested earlier, June 30th, 2022, which then may have the same impact as having the RAC expedite the adoption of those targets this fall, and then figuring out how we're going to implement it over time. That was just one thought that I had. Otherwise, as I look at them, I certainly look, I don't want to commit to anything just immediately yet. I don't think I support the fifth option of just kind of doing the pollution reduction first. So I'm still open. I hope that's probably not super clear direction, but some of my initial thoughts.
Thank you. I think that was really clear, actually. We're just trying to get this is all a lot to comprehend. So we're just trying to get some initial thoughts, and then we can come back at the end and talk about it again next. So thank you. Any other commissioners want to raise their? Commissioner Jacobson, I see you. I see your face on my screen anyway. I don't know if you're ready to say anything about the phasing.
Yeah, I can say a few comments. I'd say the most important thing, regardless of which one is picked, is that I think communication to stakeholders and people being involved in the process is going to be crucial. I mean, we've already heard some comments from people earlier today that said this may be challenging to track process or know how their particular advocacy point of view fits in. So I think this is going to be really important, regardless of the phase, that it's really clear how people plug in and when they plug in, and if they don't have the time, interest, or ability to plug into the entire phase, that they're able to look at that process and know when the best timing point is for their particular interest. Beyond that, I would say that granted that we are trying to keep with the mandate of doing this an expedient process and in an expedient way, I guess I feel like I need a little more information or insight into, you know, which of these measures or process is maybe most targeted for potential litigation. And I hate to use that as like a measure, but if being more fast-paced on this is a value and a goal, I mean, it's beyond a value, it is a goal and a mandate, then going fast and then having it all hung up in litigation does not get us to the goal, right? We're just stalled at that point. So I guess I need to kind of understand from a legal perspective if there's one of these ways forward that maybe it gets us to that goal quicker. I generally sort of like a two-phase approach because I actually just think it's easier for people to sort of follow and understand. I'm with Commissioner Lilac. I don't love number 5, prohibit actions, you know, that increase pollution first. I like some of the other ones better, but I can't necessarily swing one way or the other at this point because I feel like I do need a little bit of information on one is which one is truly more expedient.
Great, thank you. Commissioner Sandoval.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I guess the planner in me is thinking, you know, let's come up with, build on the metrics and measurements and take a snapshot of where cities are now and then develop, you know, approaches for cities to improve. But the politician in me is saying that that's gonna it's just business as usual, and I think we need to do something very dramatic since, you know, we're just facing a crisis. So I'm actually leaning towards option 5 because I think it would send it's very heavy-handed, but it would definitely send a message to cities, especially those cities that aren't interested in implementing these, you know, these kinds of initiatives, that we're serious about it. So yeah.
Thank you. Commissioner Warren.
Thank you, Chair. So like the other commissioners, you know, I'm somewhat undecided. I'm not necessarily against option 5. I just question whether or not it'll have the desired outcome what we're looking for. I think that I need a little more information, and what I'm thinking of is asking staff to weigh in, you know, especially Bill and Cody and Matt, as to what options they think will be the most effective and something that they could effectively implement.
Great, thank you, Commissioner. And then Commissioner Halava.
Yeah, and I think the staff can speak for themselves. For those that weren't here before, I think that they were trying to do the single phase approach, and we pushed them to consider these other options. So I feel like I know where they might land. The 2-phase approach, the number 2 with the modified rule, seemed very easy at multiple junctions in my last 2 years. Like we just could have done it easily at any point, and we didn't. And then as time went on, more things were added that one wants to see accomplished, which starts to make that option feel less feasible or harder to deal with. And so it was just interesting on the drawbacks. It says, without state funding, local governments may defer plan updates rather than spend local funds for scenario planning. As a result, they would continue using older plans and do not address greenhouse gas pollution. I think we have that already. I don't think that's a drawback of that particular item. And then on the third one, I think at first I didn't understand the third one, and then I kind of got it. The third one's really saying, hey, there's people doing transportation planning now, and they're not considering this. Basically make it so that they can't do that. They're not going to be incentivized to do that because they're going to have to deal with the targets. And I think the drawback there was that they just won't do it. But that is the benefit of that too, is that they just won't do these plans because they shouldn't do plans if they're not incorporating targets. So that's more of a make people stop making plans if they're not thinking about greenhouse gas emissions, which I felt like addressed some of the comments that people had raised, just different comments. I'll skip to 5. The 5 seems like it could work, except then now we have to figure out what it is that we're doing there, which could be hard enough exercise in and of itself. That could take a half a year to figure out. And so I'm sort of leaning toward number 4, just because I'm always like, you need to know where you stand before you can know where you're going. And I think that's, I've been working on some equity work in relation to like a school, a kid's school, and just the basic, you start with what's the basic data, like how is it punitive, how are the systems in the school, how are they punishing Black kids over other kids, how is achievement, where are people coming from, why are they leaving the school? There's all these questions, and without answers to any of those questions, I'm just using an educational example. You can't say we have a problem or don't have a problem or what should we do. You can't just jump to solutions if you don't know where you stand. And so I'm not heavily advocating at this point, but I saw that maybe that one could be one where the city start getting prepared with where are we at, and you could concurrently run a more robust rulemaking process concurrent to that. So by the time you get midway in the rulemaking, you have data to support benchmarks, if that makes sense. And what was I going to say about the performance? Oh, I mean, we've added that question. We have that calling, the charge to the RAC, and that equity question in and of itself is going to take longer to figure out. And so I'm not actually advocating for shortening the timeline on that larger RAC discussion, but what can we be doing? That's basically what I've been saying. Like, what can we be doing in the meantime while we're preparing to do this right? And I feel like at this moment, it's either 4 or 2. 2 helps us pass something that we have to amend later. 3 makes people stop doing their plans if they're not considering the right things. And 4 makes people measure things while we're considering the right things. So that's just my overview of what I think about those.
Chair MacArthur?
Yes, great, thank you. I was thinking, trying to absorb everything the commissioners have said. And if I think about the proposed outcomes, desired outcomes that we spent some time on earlier as the new sieve for this work, or the new frame, if you will, I just want to make sure I think about these options in that context. And one of those, or a couple of those, relate to the things that Commissioner Jacobson mentioned, which is making sure the process has enough in it to include new partners, to bring partners together, bring in not just the usual suspects that we had, actually, not usual suspects, the usual people that were involved in the TPR, the first draft of TPR. I think we're looking for a robust RAC with many different perspectives represented on there. And that will take a little bit of time to get together. It sounds like once we talk about the RAC membership, Kirsten and others will hit the ground running and send out letters to start getting people in play. But I guess I want to make sure that anything we do responds to all 6 or 7 of our desired outcomes and not just one of them. I do want to act quickly, but if in fact we're looking at a time frame to be done by November of 2021. That doesn't seem that far away to me. So that's kind of just my rambling thoughts, trying to think through what other commissioners have said. And so I think with that, I would like to go on to the RAC membership, and then we'll get public comment so we can have them reflect on our choices, and then we can come back together and kind of finalize this conversation.
Chair MacArthur?
Yes.
I'm sorry, this is Kirsten. I should be raising my hand, but I wondered if I could ask Commissioner Helava to reflect on, she mentioned perhaps in the 2 phases, she's currently looking at 4 and 2. Could I understand your hesitation with number 5, Commissioner Helava?
I think it might take long months to figure out what are the punitive, what are the actual actions to stop pollution right now. That process of just thinking about that seems, maybe if somebody had a list and they were all ready to go, that'd be different. But when I think about that, I just don't know what those are.
Staff do have some ideas of those based on experience. So that may be, I just wanted to provide that information to you.
Okay.
May I add one filter to the thought process? I'm not advocating for one or the other right now. I just want commissioners to remember that starting around the 15th of January, the long session, our budget session begins. And provocative action or action that stirs up local governments may have implications as our budgets are being considered.
Thank you, Director Rue. That sort of goes along with my thinking of we're trying to build partnerships in this and not an edicts, and kind of really quick action doesn't, not quick action, but edicts and sort of incomplete phased approach to rulemaking may send the wrong signal. We want to make sure that we have local government in our tent and not outside of the tent or other players in that arena. And again, it might be that we could do all these things very thoughtfully, but I just want to kind of think through that piece.
Chair?
Yes.
I agree. Based on my limited rulemaking experience with the housing, I couldn't imagine something going on that the cities didn't like and then them being a part of that process simultaneously. They're very much a part of our group. Everyone's a part of our group. We're all contributing toward that. So that I could imagine that would bring a lot of tension.
Well, just to put way too fine a point on what Commissioner Helava just said, I can't count the number of hours that Palmer spent and that Palmer and I spent with opponents to 2001 during the session, during the short session. And so it is so easy for local governments to go to their representatives and senators and tie things up.
Thank you. I have Commissioners Warren and Jacobson teed up to comment.
Okay, I'll hop in here then, Commissioner Jacobson, if it's all right with you. I think, after hearing a little more from the rest of the commissioners, I think that the number 2 seems like a good option because we've already done a lot of good work on that TPR, and so we have this thing kind of readily available for us. So we could then, kind of segue off of that and make it a more usable document. So I think that's probably where I'm leaning at this point.
Thank you. Commissioner Jacobson?
Yeah, I guess just a comment I was thinking about making earlier and didn't, which is I think with some of this stuff, there's kind of this elephant in the room with it, a rather large elephant. And that is that, especially for many, not all, but many rural places in the state, that was not an executive order that they supported, that brought a lot of these things. And these are not necessarily things that they support the state working on. And so, the comment about, them going after the budgets, that's just a side effect of them really not being in a place where they're on board with this. And while I completely understand, the will of the state to be expedient in this. I think we all have to recognize that the ultimate goal is positive change, right? In behavior and in planning processes that gets us to our goal, reducing greenhouse gases and minimizing the effects of climate change. That's the ultimate goal. And the elephant is sort of this thinking that we're all in the same place with the understanding of this issue, and we're not across the state. And so I think we have to recognize that not everyone's on page 1. Some are on page -6 or page -2, and some are on page 12 already. And so regardless of the type of phasing approach that's applicable, some of these communities are definitely going to have the fold your arm, not happening here, kind of approach. And I think we just need to recognize that and realize that, being expedient is a goal, but the ultimate goal is doing something. And so some communities are going to need more time. And while coming after, the budget is something they do to express their frustration, I think if we can do something to try to work with them now and try to take some baby steps in a way that's more palatable, I think that's the better overall approach than getting into a situation where we're trying to be expedient, but we just have a lot of communities that aren't there. And then there's other measures taken. And then we're again just kind of in this tug of war with things like this, and progress is not moving forward.
Well
Chair.
said. Thank
Chair?
you. Yes, Commissioner.
I raised my hand, my virtual hand, but I figured I'd just say Chair. And that's why I was very interested in that point number 4 or 5 on our list of our charge, where it specifically mentions in the equity portion rural communities. Because I think people automatically, when they think of equity, especially in the context of today, they just think like maybe Black people, or maybe they think Indigenous, or they think something specific. And I feel like, especially when it comes to the climate change issues, that lens, the kind of urban-rural connection, plays into that, right? Who creates pollution, who is negatively affected by that pollution, and who gets the resources to mitigate, and who doesn't get the resources to mitigate. And so I think that's why I wanted to take that language specifically there that address the coastal and rural communities, and make sure that that was included in this area, and that those opinions should be reflected in this rulemaking to make sure that they have what they need to accomplish these goals.
Thank you. And Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you, Chair. Certainly this discussion's already, my thinking evolves rather rapidly listening to everybody else. And so it doesn't make sense to expedite the rulemaking, although we should start it just so that we're comprehensive and inclusive in that process. My question really is for Director Rue, and I really respect your opinion, if you're really recommending that we not consider option 2. Is it the targets that would potentially really raise some concerns by local governments, or is it another action that we should really be sure that whatever decision we make, we're just very conscious of any potential impacts on the agency and this whole effort? Thank you.
Well, I will quickly respond. First of all, I do not want to weigh in with a specific option. Number 2, those targets are already there. But what I specifically liked about your original point was you all have come up with a rough scope for the rulemaking. You're about to come up with the kinds of people that are going to be on the rack, and you've already come up with a short completion date. I can imagine a letter that goes out to the 5 potentially affected MPOs, informing them of that so that they are on notice. So something that puts people on notice that does not raise the ire of legislators would be the 2 sideboards to how I would think about it.
And Director Rue, sorry to interrupt. What do you think? Do you think the performance measurement part is a part of putting people on notice? Start measuring your stuff, because
No, Commissioner, I was thinking mostly about number 5.
I'm just saying, does measuring your performance fit into the start getting ready for this rulemaking?
I'm way beyond my depth now, and I would have to defer to staff.
But the idea, though, Director Rue, is I like the idea of, regardless of which phase we take, sending out communication to the 5 affected MPOs and the affected local jurisdictions to sort of outline where we're going and give some direction relative to what's clearly already in the books, and indicate that we're going to put some teeth behind those things as we go forward. We encourage their participation in that effort.
You know, if I might, I can respond to Commissioner Harloba's question about option 4. And I know no one on the commission is, making a decision totally. You want to hear from the stakeholders and the public who've signed up to make comments. And I think the plan is the staff will come back with a recommendation in September. But we have a bit of time to consider this. But I think, yes, to your point, Commissioner, 4 would put people on notice that, the commission thinks it's time for some action. Having some baseline information about where communities are already on their climate action plans and their greenhouse gas reduction strategies could be useful. So it's a reasonable point that you're making. That would inform people that other policies are coming, but we're going to start with gathering information first.
Great. Did I get to Commissioner Lilac, or did you have your hand up again, or did I? Okay. Great. Thank you, Palmer, and thank you for everyone chiming in. We look forward to some public comment on this so that we can then have a final conversation after that with the input from some of our stakeholders. So would staff be willing to go to the next slide? I suspect that's the next slide, talking about RAC, we've already had our lunch break, but RAC interests. And that is reflected on, you have some suggestions for the kinds of areas we'd want to populate the RAC. And that's probably going to be on your next slide, but that's on page 12 and 13 of your staff report. So there we go. So people want to maybe look at this list, and then the next page would be more of the people, right? More of the interests.
So, Chair MacArthur, this is Bill Holmstrom again. We just summarized the headings that are in the staff report on this slide, and that's all that we've got essentially for the presentation. But yes, like you said, it's page 12 and 13 of the staff report, where we do go into detail of these different interests that we think are potentially interested or should be included in the Rulemaking Advisory Committee. I would say we're definitely casting a wider net this time than we did in the last rulemaking we did for the TPR or for other rulemakings maybe that the agency has done in the past. And a lot of that is making sure, covering a lot of those community-based and community-serving organizations that we're covering. I just want to mention that we want to make sure that we're including homeless community members, mobility-limited folks for whatever reason, low-income people, and tenants, and other people in the housing side of things as well. So, the kind of work we're doing touches a lot of different elements of society, and we want to make sure that we're doing a good job in hearing a multitude of voices that we don't necessarily hear from all the time.
Great. I like the collapsed categories. Thank you. And what you just said is helpful because it does elaborate. I thought there were a lot of really great ideas you had about environmental justice advocates, liaisons to the Environmental Justice Task Force, as you mentioned, housing advocates, and transportation choice advocates. So if commissioners can look on pages 12 and 13, there's the sort of the subheadings under the categories that Bill has up here. And so I'd like to open it up to ask if there are other interests that you're not seeing there you would like represented, or have some comments on what is being proposed. Deputy Director Green.
Really quickly, I wanted to just explain why we have organizations representing community members who are experiencing homelessness on there. And tenants. These are, representative of marginalized community members that we have not traditionally participated in the tables of decision-making and policy. We're thinking also particularly about the spatial application that you've been talking about for the last 2 days of where housing is and affordable housing is with respect to services, whether it's under the housing work or the climate work. So that's why it's pretty holistic here, because we are talking about how communities evolve over time and build over the next 20 and 50-year horizon. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirsten. Commissioner Heleva.
I have to let it digest slightly a little bit more, but I would like to see that at least 3 people, it doesn't matter where they come from, have the ability to answer that question that we had on equity, the ability to have metrics that address if something has an equitable outcome or not. So 3 people on this group have the expertise to say, yeah, I can answer that question. It's this, and this, come pre, they're not just creating it from their head. They know what they're talking about in this regard. At least 3 people, and the reason I say that is because if it's one person, everybody will just look to that one person and say, answer the question, and that's it. You need at least minimum 3 that can create a dialogue in which to answer that question.
Valuable input. Commissioner Jacobson.
Yeah, several questions here going off the pages. One is under kind of local government section 1, lots of cities, not a lot of county people on there. And I was just curious, you have League of Oregon Cities, but you don't have Association of Oregon Counties, which is maybe a little interesting. The other thing I would say within that whole category, as well as category 4, well, and the other ones too, frankly, is that I think there needs to be some geographic consideration. So you don't have it divided geographically, which is okay, but I think as you go and actually appoint people that, you very well could have your large, medium city elected or appointed county leader, planning director, large city, medium, all be kind of from the same area, which you wouldn't want. So I would actually like to see some language that kind of states that you're going to make sure you have some of that geographic diversity as well. Obviously 2, you have it for the metro region, but I think some more language on that would be helpful. And then under 4, advocacy, I guess it could also go under government, is while there's certain places in here that I see that tribal governments could potentially fit, I guess I'm a little not sure why we just don't have a spot for them. Like I said, I see places where they could go, but I think it'd be nice to give them an actual seat. And then under research or academic, just a question on why those 2 particular universities were already picked, and why not, why weren't that not open to other universities like OSU? Does a lot of work at climate change and communities is not on the list.
Great comments. Thank you. Commissioner Heleva. Did you have your hand up again, Commissioner?
I did.
Okay,
and speaking to our public testimony yesterday in the morning, that one representative from tribes doesn't represent everyone. Maybe it's actually 2 from 2 geographic regions. I know that you may or may not have limits, but our RAC is pretty big on housing and we're doing pretty good. So I'm hopeful. What I like about our RAC also was, I feel like especially when you have appointed folks, you get a little feeling when we're dealing with our RAC that people are kind of representing their area in a way, and trying to break through that can be hard. And what I like about the housing work that we've done is we have the technical advisory committee, and I feel like the technical advisory shifts the focus to like more either the people, or they change their tone when we're in technical advisory to be very specific and technical. Is basically the way to describe it. And you need those technical people, especially in this conversation. And I would just want to make sure that if we just do this and not a technical part, I feel like people will sort of get their turf, and it'll be like a little bit more politics, where I feel like we need to roll up our sleeves and get to the technical aspects of this. So I'm kind of advocating for a technical, like maybe double these people, but the people who are literally on the ground trying to implement these versus the people who might represent a city, but they're not the actual people who do the work that's involved with implementing this.
Thank you. Good points. Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, and I'm not sure that my comment isn't already covered here, but I just want to make sure that we at least have some rural representation on this RAC, whether that's a medium city or a county person, but to ensure that some of those historically underrepresented voices in the conversation around climate are represented, being farm and timber industry folks.
Good, yeah, great, thank you. And then I think, do we have Commissioner Jacobson once more? Did you have your hand up again? I'm sorry. You're muted.
Sorry about that. A couple of comments to add based on the last two other commissioners. One is, if you're adding farm and timber, you need to add fishing as well. And then, oh my gosh, I think I lost my, oh, I know what my comment was. Sorry, I almost lost it. Going off of what Commissioner Halova just said, about the people actually implementing the work within those agencies or governments, just to note that in small rural communities, that's usually the same person. They're not very big staffs, and so usually it's someone wearing multiple hats. It might be your planning director implementing it, and they're the HR manager or whatever. So they might be wearing multiple hats.
Great, and just this rulemaking effort will affect the 5 MPOs in the state, not the coastal area, but it might still be worthwhile to have a fisheries coastal interest in that. So we can ask staff to think about that. Commissioner Sandoval.
Yeah, I had more of a question. Could people from other state agencies be a part of RAC? And I'm asking because I could think of some folks that really are kind of pushing the envelope around equity issues that that are not part of this agency. And so that's my question. What's the role that other agencies would play here? State agencies.
Yes, we often have state agencies on our RACs, and so I think that's a really good idea. If you have if you have names, we don't really want to talk about names here, but if you have kind of categories, then you can talk to staff later, but I just don't like to have names kind of talking about at the commission level. But I think it's really worthwhile to have other agencies involved, whether they're in a TAC situation or the actual RAC, or both in some cases, is to be determined.
Okay, great.
I think I got to everybody except Kirsten, and then I do want to I will do a quick talk about the liaison, and then I really want to make sure we get to the public. So Kirsten.
Sure, thank you. I just wanted to respond a bit. I appreciate, so really new commissioners may or may not know, but I've come from kind of 25 years of public process backgrounds. When it gets to this part, staff knows that I'm pretty involved. So thanks for humoring me here. There is a gestalt, you get to a certain, size and point where we really just need to break into kind of technical subcommittees, et cetera. And I would ask for the commissioners' thoughts about really focusing this advisory committee on the metropolitan regions. We try and use that language instead of MPOs because they're not necessarily MPOs in each case. So metropolitan regions, as opposed to what we normally, so these are urban areas as to what we normally consider sort of working lands and key leading industries in Oregon, such as fishing, timber, and farms. So I get a little bit worried about, I guess I'm just wondering about the nexus of focusing on metropolitan regions and bringing in the perspective of working lands. Certainly there's a market base, folks need to get to market, but it's a little bit, it's kind of there's a link there, but I'm just wondering about that and Commissioner's guidance. The other point I just wanted to touch on was the sovereignty and the tribal nations invitation. So we are sending out a formal request for consultation to the 9 sovereign tribes in Oregon. And on the Housing Rec, NAIA, which serves urban Native Americans not associated with the 9 sovereigns in Portland. So we would approach NAIA as well. What we have been advised by Legislative Commission on Indian Services is that, the sovereign nations are not a stakeholder, quote unquote, per se, in the same way that we might have other stakeholder interests around the table. They're also, as you know, working so hard to serve their members who are tremendously historically impacted in an equitable way. So we don't really find that they have a lot of time to be able to dedicate very limited staff to sitting at the table, but we are committed, we will make that invitation. But I think that the consultation with sovereign nations looks a little bit different than sitting on racks, which will be hours and hours of meetings for metropolitan areas, which may or may not directly, be their highest priority. So we know that, each sovereign nation would need to speak for themselves. Of course, climate change is a tremendous threat, as we heard yesterday, at least the Tsitsi Calusi's way of life is represented yesterday. So no, we know the interest is there, but I'm not sure that, I wouldn't see, if they're not serving on the rack, please don't take that as not interest and it's not a failure on our part, but we just need to work to consult them in the way that is consistent with government to government relations as defined by statute. Thank you.
Thank you, Kirsten, Deputy Director Green. I think this input these are ideas, suggestions, guidance. And so I would like to have you bring that list back, the RAC list back in September. So, and with those kind of caveats in there saying that, well, we definitely want to include this interest, but the best way for this particular, we've heard from that group, the best way to participate is through targeted interviews or serving in a different way or coming to a meeting and presenting. So I think the idea is these are the interest areas that should be included in this decision-making process. But the way we do it, I really appreciate your thinking about this because the way we do it has to be tailored to the audience and their ability to communicate back with us.
Thank you.
So with that, I think we should move on to public comment, but just real quickly. So we're not going to pick a commission liaison today, but given that you are all so interested, I expect that shortly after this commission meeting, my phone will be burning from all of you asking to be advocating to be the liaison from this commission to the RAC. So I am very excited about hearing your calls on my drive home. So I would hope that you would do that. And then once I have sort of your interest level, we will, in fact, if you don't call me, I will be calling you by August, whenever we have our retreat later in August, because at that meeting, we'll be selecting the RAC members for that liaison, not the RAC members, excuse me, just the commission liaisons or suggesting those. And then we have a couple of other committees that we need to populate, like the budget and management committee that is now down to 1 person. So we need to make sure we have other commission assignments that are open to your availability. So with that, I'd like to move on to public comment. And Esther is always so wonderful about having a list. Thank you. So the first person on our list to comment is Bob Courtright. Welcome, Bob. Oh, let me just say that I just got a little, sorry about that, Bob. I just got a little text from Casaria reminding me that we're going to limit testimony to 2 minutes each. So if you can keep your comments to 2 minutes each, That would be really helpful. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Courtwright, you have been unmuted.
Great, thank you so very much. Commissioners, Bob Courtwright from Salem. You have extensive written comments from me, 1,000 friends and others that set the stage. We're way behind where we need to be. We need to make major changes to land use and transportation plans to meet our emissions goals. 2 quick thoughts to inform your decision making today. First, the option 1 of an extended single phase rulemaking process means that business as usual planning will continue for another 3 or 4 years. That takes us in the wrong direction. Second, there are practical, effective things you can do to get us moving in the right direction. Let me talk about that problems with the first option. The lag between adopting a new rule and implementation means it's 3 to 4 years before plans start to make changes. That schedule tells local governments that the work that they're doing now and will do for those next several years can continue to ignore greenhouse gas emission targets while they wait for the state to provide clear guidance. The consequences of those business as usual updates are clear. On the land use side, it means we'll continue to plan for most new housing and jobs in relatively auto-dependent developments at the edge, in areas that are least walkable, have the least transit service, and the highest amount of VMT. Transportation plans will continue to assume people drive as much as they do today. They won't seek to reduce VMT, and they won't seek to meet the aggressive goals in the statewide transportation strategy for increasing walking, cycling, and transit. That commits us to increases in emissions that we should be planning to avoid. Accordingly, my second point is that there are immediate things that you can do to deal with this. First is to start or restart the TPR rulemaking and move forward with adoption of a requirement that plans meet targets within a particular timeline. Second, you should be very clear about the rulemaking outcomes so that we have to meet targets and meet those specific goals in statewide transportation strategy for reducing VMT by 20%, by dramatically increasing the amount of compact mixed-use development, doubling and tripling mode share. And also you should think about directing the department to use existing staff and resources to help metropolitan areas reframe the plan updates that are going to be going underway in the next 3 to 4 years. Redirect unawarded TGM grant funds to help metropolitan areas do this work. Work with locals to incorporate STS outcomes into the plan updates that they're working on. Like right now, Salem is working on a comprehensive plan update, first one in 20 years. To this point, the state has not encouraged the city to address greenhouse gas emission or STS implementation. That's just what we should be doing. And finally, that we should be using the TSP assessment program to evaluate metropolitan plans and figure out how we make progress. Again, in sum, an extended schedule for rulemaking with vague objectives is a recipe for planning paralysis that enables another round of business as usual updates that takes us in the wrong direction when we should be making real progress. You can change this by moving forward with phased rulemaking, adopting clear rulemaking outcomes, and directing the staff to redirect its existing work to help local governments get going.
Thank you, Bob. Appreciate that. Questions for Bob? Thank you very much. Seeing none, thank you, Bob. Appreciate it. Okay, Mary Kyle, you're up with 2 minutes.
Thank you, Commissioners. Mary Kyle McCurdy, representing 1,000 Friends of Oregon. Building on what Bob has just said and our testimony, whether you decide to set performance measures now with then a longer period for rulemaking, or whether you do a one-phase rulemaking, 18 months for rulemaking is too long. That will bring you, as Bob said, to about 15 years after, till we see implementation on the ground, until after the state already established the structure and set the table for what these local governments have to be doing. They know what they have to be doing. And secondly, be very clear about the policy objectives for the rulemaking. Restate your commitment that you made in November in Reedsport, and set a date certain by which all transportation plans and related land use plans have to conform to the greenhouse gas reduction targets that you have already set for those metropolitan areas. And this is not something mysterious as to how to translate that into the local level. That's what the STS already does. It says that vehicle miles traveled have to be reduced by 20% per capita in these rural areas. You already have a VMT reduction number in your transportation planning rule of 5%. Changing that to 20% is a very easy and completely legal thing, in my opinion, that you could do now. It's already in the adopted STS. Direct cities that they have to increase the share of households living in mixed use areas by approximately, of new households, 40 to 50%. The STS says all housing in urban areas has to be in mixed use areas. Excuse me. The housing in mixed use areas in the urban areas has to increase by 50%. That translates to all new housing. About half of the all new housing has to be in mixed use compact areas. And finally, dramatically triple or double the share of trips made by transit, walking, and cycling. And I just want to shift a little bit to the housing aspect of this. The local jurisdictions already have and use the tools now that they need to up their game on. That means changing the zoning of more lands in mixed use, walkable areas, and investing in more neighborhoods to make them walkable and bikeable through sidewalks and bikeways. That is not rocket science, unlike the complexity of climate adaptation we heard from Christine. The local governments have the tools to do this, and they haven't been doing it. It's a political problem locally. It is not a technical problem. And investing in transit is also very important. But we can't only have this housing in the areas that are currently have frequent transit. That is the metro area and Eugene Springfield. And today's transit is not going to be where tomorrow's transit is. And not everyone will ever use transit. We need walkable, bikeable neighborhoods throughout our communities. And I think acting now on this is the thing that is politically acceptable statewide out of the other things that was in the governor's climate executive order, because this is focused on the urban areas of Oregon, which are primarily in the Willamette Valley, plus the Medford and Grants Pass areas and Bend. These are the areas that are generating from cars and light vehicles the vast majority of our transportation-related greenhouse gas emissions. And I understand why the rural areas of the state feel like the climate burden may be disproportionately placed on them because of other things that have been in the climate bill, while our urban areas are not stepping up to the plate to address where they are the main contributors to the #1 greenhouse gas emission source in Oregon. So I think this is the one that we should be doing. And many of the local governments in these areas will be resistant, as they were to House Bill 2001. But I don't think the public is with them, frankly. And I think that is why you need a much more diverse RAC to show those kinds of viewpoints and to bring to you a great rule sooner than 18 months. Thank you.
Questions for Mary Kyle? Commissioner Halava.
I was just responding to the 18 months. So I think we were talking about starting this rulemaking in September. If that went from September to September, what are your thoughts on that?
Commissioner Halava, I think it should be started now. But I would, whenever it starts, I would give it 9 months and incorporate in that, as I mentioned, the specific outcomes you expect at the end of it, which Bob Courtwright just mentioned, I just mentioned. Those are stated in the STS. Those are already adopted. VMT has to dramatically increase. New housing located in mixed use areas has to dramatically increase, and investment in walking and biking, as well as transit, has to increase.
And I just had a quick question. We had our 6 things that we were looking at, and 2 of them referred, well, really one of them referred to a section in a different document. Are those outcomes you're talking about the section that refers to, or something else?
The STS benchmarks, that performance standards that I just mentioned, are in the state transportation strategy for greenhouse gas emissions that's been adopted by the Oregon Transportation Commission, and that reflect those greenhouse gas reduction targets that have been set by the legislature and then incorporated into the scenario planning work that you heard described earlier.
So maybe it's somebody from staff. I think it was like something like Division 44. Or, there was a point at which I was talking to somebody, and I don't know who it was. It might have been somebody in these boxes about maybe not referring to an outside document, but just taking the specific things we're actually talking about and putting them in our calling. And so I didn't know if somebody from staff could respond to, are the things that Mary Kyle is referring to the things that we were trying to point toward?
So I think maybe Cody could respond to that, but there are specific things like in the STS, and that's already been adopted. 40, like for example, 40 to 50% of households, new households, need to be located in mixed-use transit-friendly neighborhoods. Those kinds of stats, and so I think that's what Mary Kyle and is also reflecting on. And there's some other couple of keys in there. I have them written down somewhere in all my paper here. I think another one was 20% reduction in VMT by 2050, aggressively pursuing transportation options, those sorts of things. So let's make sure we keep those in mind as we think about the charge to the committee, as well as direction to locals if we do a phased approach.
And Chair MacArthur, I just want to clarify, the STS says that to achieve the greenhouse gas reduction targets that the state has set, 20% of all housing has to be in mixed-use walkable communities. That translates to 40 to 50% of new housing would have to be located in mixed-use areas in order to achieve 20% overall. Just wanted to.
Thank you for your clarification.
I think I bumbled through that in my trying to get into 2 minutes in my testimony.
We kind of gave you 4, but that's okay.
Okay.
You had a lot to say. It was great. So I don't necessarily, Cody, do you want to comment on that? Or I saw your head kind of nod.
Well, I just, there are 2 ways to get households into mixed use. One is to build them in mixed use areas, and one is to build mixed use areas around existing housing. So that was my head shake.
I see. Got it. Okay.
Chair, I had a comment for Mary.
Thank you, Commissioner Sandoval.
So Mary, I agree with what you're saying in terms of the expediency and the importance of this issue. And I also read the letter that your public comments that pretty closely. And I just wanted to ask you how you mentioned housing. So what are some of the things that the Oregon's Housing and Community Development Services Agency can kind of proactively do to become a part of this initiative?
Commissioner Sandoval, I would say number one, put them on the rack. They've been an extremely important contributor to. They might be on the tax or the RAC. I can't keep the RACs and tax straight in my brain because I'm in so many meetings related to House Bill 2001. But make them part of that those advisory committees for this rulemaking. Their data and experience are really critical. They don't do land use planning. That's where your agency comes in, and the expertise in zoning and various things like that. But it is critical, the data they have and how that reflects the needs of Oregonians for different types of housing and the importance of location in that housing. And I know Commissioner Holova is on that RAC also, so she may have something she wants to add to the ways in which they can contribute to this process, but I think they should be part of it.
Yeah, I think you don't know, right? Until then they're part, then you see, oh, wow, okay. And that's what I think we're learning through that process is what can be possible when many experts come together.
Right.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Mary Kyle and Bob. And so I want to make sure we have a chance to hear from the other folks that signed up, and Rob Zako from Better Eugene Springfield Transportation. We'll give you 2 minutes once you come live.
Okay, Mr. Zako, you are unmuted.
Am I live now?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, staff. It's been about a decade since I was a planner for DLCD, working on the original metropolitan targets and the scenario planning guidelines. Now I'm the executive director of Better Eugene Springfield Transportation, which is leading transportation, land use, and climate change efforts in our metropolitan area. I have 4 points to make today. First, the road to global warming is paved with good intentions. Oregon has been having this discussion for almost half a century. This commission adopted Goal 12 transportation in 1974. And although they didn't explicitly talk about climate change, it talked about reducing reliance on any one mode and on conserving energy. Oregon explicitly started talking about climate change in 1988 when Neil Goldschmidt was governor. He formed a task force. In 1989, the legislature adopted goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 20% by the year 2005 below 1988 levels. And in 1990, 12 state agencies came up with a plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, including DLCD and ODOT. And that plan is not substantially different from the SDS. 30 years ago, we basically knew what we needed to do. We had the goals we needed. We had the strategies. Oregon planner John Fregonese was fond of saying, vision without action is hallucination. It's long past time for us to merely be planning. We need to be acting now. And we know, as several speakers have said, we generally know what we need to do with or without plans. In brief, we need to have more compact urban development. We need to have less parking. We need to have less driving alone, and we need to have more active transportation. Planning is good, but no matter what the plans are, we know what we're going to conclude, that communities need to be doing all these things, and they need to be doing more than they already are. We really need to be working on acting. Unfortunately, local jurisdictions tend to follow the money more than the rules. The case that I know best is the Central Lane area, the Eugene Springfield area. And I detail this in written comments that I have shared with you. But arguably, they have still not complied with the TPR from 1981. The last time they adopted a regional plan to satisfy state planning goals was in 2001. Rather than meet the VMT reduction target of 20% over 5% over 20 years, 10% over 20 years, they adopted alternative performance measures and set themselves benchmarks to meet. That is all dropped by the wayside and been forgotten. They haven't updated the plan, they haven't done the benchmarks, and that work was supposed to be complete in 2015. To be fair, local governments are being completely rational. They have few incentives. There's no penalties for them to not follow the rules. They tend to follow the money because they want the money, and the money comes from ODOT. DLCD says, do these things, and if a local government does it, great. If they don't, it doesn't really matter in a material way. In contrast, local governments are very studious at following federal rules for planning. Although the Central Lane area has not updated the regional transportation plan in 20 years, every 4 or 5 years they update their RTP. They do so, of course, because if they don't get the federal money. At the federal level, planning requirements and funding are linked together. At the state level, they're separated. This department has jurisdiction over the rules, and you set them as best as you can, and ODOT has jurisdiction over the money, and ODOT will give the money more or less whether or not the rules are being followed or not.
So Mr. Zako, can you kind of summarize your comments because you've run out of time? So.
Yeah, so in conclusion, my conclusion is to urge you to think outside the rulemaking box. In terms of the question before you, I concur with what Mr. Courtright and Ms. McCurdy said previously. Do this as quickly as possible, but rulemaking to get planning someday, to get actions maybe or may not someday in the future is too little. And in my memo, I have 3 specific suggestions. The main one being to work with the governor's office with ODOT to link funding to planning. If you don't link the funding to the planning, whatever rules you adopt are unlikely to be followed. Thank you very much.
Quite, your words are quite wise. Thank you very much. And we're hopefully you're also testifying in front of the Oregon and Transportation Commission on that very point. So thank you, Mr. Zako.
Good to see you, Dr. Zako.
Thank you, Jim.
Elizabeth Grazer Lindsay. Or did you comment before? Is that right? Or did you want to talk again? I think she mentioned, Esther, I'm sorry, is she being teed up for this one? I think she testified earlier saying that she wanted her comments reflected in this particular agenda item.
I did receive a public comment form for this particular item.
So she, oh, there she is. Okay. Hello, Helen again. Yes. Oh, Elizabeth, excuse me.
Hi, this is Elizabeth. I support urgent action on climate, and I support you selecting the RAC before September. I didn't hear that discussed at all. The city government adjacent to my area, is there a problem?
No, please do. We hear you.
Okay, the city government adjacent to my area isn't prioritizing climate at all. I talked with one of the planners about it. It's not on their agenda whatsoever. I support raising the STS percentage from 5 to 20 and even enforcing it. Originally for today, I had comments on the rulemaking process, not realizing that we were not anywhere near that yet. And I'm curious about how the scope of that can be more expansive to include more fresh ideas on reducing commuting. I noticed the staff has some good ideas, but I think there's a lot more that can be done.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Grazer Lindsay? Seeing none. Thank you for testifying. Ms. Kennedy.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Helen Kennedy from Marcola, Oregon, for the record. And what I see going on here is a little bit of a misunderstanding regarding the slowness of the pace. Waiting until late September to appoint a RAC that doesn't meet until October means that rulemaking really doesn't get going until sometime in October and November. And so it really puts pressure on the RAC to get something together by January so that the agency has time during the session to deal with all the session issues. So I'm proposing that you authorize the rulemaking today. You direct the director to establish a RAC and direct the RAC to meet and recommend by September 1st, either a revised version of these options, but particularly having the TPR in there as a short-term or temporary. And a lot of these details you were talking about could be worked out in the next month with the RAC giving input and then coming back. Instead of doing something every 2 months, the other option is for the commission just to meet every 2 weeks or once a month, so that if these step-by-step things have to happen first, then they need to happen faster. With respect to appointing members to the RAC, I think you could do that today. Direct the director and his assistant director to appoint members to the RAC consistent with the recommendations of the staff and the input that was received today. And I have an inclusion which is similar to one of the comments from the commissioners, which is to have a greenhouse gas reduction experts or climate change experts, such as someone from OSU's Climate Change Research Institute. With that, please take some action today or on August 5th. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions for Ms. Kennedy?
Good. Chair, if I can just ask one follow-up question from that great comments and about the need to potentially meet more regularly. Just a question. We are meeting on August 5th, and I see that that's scheduled for the hearing on the, if I'm pronouncing it correctly, the IBTAR rules. We had very few comments yesterday. We have 3 hours scheduled that day, and perhaps that hearing may take not nearly as much time. Is there any way for us to continue this conversation or to take some of the next steps as early as that meeting. And maybe this isn't the time to answer it, but just to follow up from her comment about our moving forward faster, something for us to think about.
Sure, I appreciate that. We can hear from staff later on that perhaps. Thank you. So hearing no other questions for Ms. Kennedy, thank you. And then it looks like Jonathan, who you heard from earlier, provided written testimony from OAPA and is unable to testify at this particular time, but we thank him for his participation. So seeing no other folks on the roster, I'm going to close the public comment period and bring it back. And I'm wondering if staff should, I can't really ask you to summarize everything you heard because that would take a couple of hours, but can you give us some ideas of what you might think the next steps forward are as, so we can think about how we go from here to there?
So, yeah. Is that Bill?
It was Matt.
Okay, Matt. Matt, if you don't mind just touching on for the commissioners, we could probably bring charge back in August, but the policy options memo with the funding options in collaboration with ODOT, I'm afraid won't be ready until the September meeting.
Matt, were you going to say
There you
something?
go.
Yes. Great, please do.
I think that what would be useful to us is to hear, having heard the public comment, if there's any further discussion from commissioners, if that adjusts anything, we certainly would want to know that. I think we've got a lot of testimony. I was trying to take as many notes as I can, and we'll come back and listen to some of this again. But I think we have enough to do what we need to do as staff to be ready for the September meeting.
Great, thank you. And then Commissioner Halava would like to say something, and then Kirsten, and yes, Commissioner Halava.
Maybe because it's a Friday, I was like, I just want to say my points. Can I just say my points, what I think? Are we there? Yeah.
Yes, sure.
So based on everything I heard, this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that we get ODOT representative on the RAC TAC. The second thing I'm thinking is that we put these specific goals that Mary Cal addressed / we know there's some of them are greenhouse gas emission ones, some of them are related to planning, but we get those specific ones that we want people to meet, and we put that in our 6-point charge as, like a sub bullet, and just be really clear, like this is what the outcome is. The next one is, I hope I wrote these right. It might be a side effort, which is advocating, and I don't know if that's the right word for you guys, linking funding to planning with ODOT. So I don't know where that fits. Maybe it's on the side, but maybe that's concurrent. And then I would advocate myself for doing the 2-phase approach number 4, where we initiate the rulemaking and have the jurisdictions start getting measuring while we're doing this wonderful process that we've described, and that the process lasts from September of this year to September of next year. And that's 12 months.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, might as well just say what I think.
Great. Other commissioners, after hearing testimony?
This is Commissioner Sandoval. Yeah, so I just wanted to kind of second what Commissioner Halova has said. And I would just advocate for having someone from the Oregon Housing Community Services Agency also on the RAC. And yeah, I think, I've kind of reevaluated my, going with option 5. It's a little bit too draconian. So I think, option 4 seems to be like the most kind of expeditory one that might actually meet some of the outcomes that we want.
So would staff mind putting back the options on the screen so we can see what we're talking about? Thank you. Great, and I have Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you, Chair. And I'll support that as well, including those additional measures in the outcomes and proceeding with option 4. The only other piece with that, following up from both Bob Courtright and Mary Kyle McCurdy's comments, is should we also establish at least a conceptual date by which the targets will be requirements, such as 2022, something of that nature, so that we also put everybody on notice that it's not going to be completing the rulemaking next year and then the targets will be in place in 2025 or something way out there. We begin to inform them in shorter order that they're coming, so they should begin to plan accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Warren.
Yeah, Commissioner Lilac basically just said what I wanted to say. I also have changed my impression on which one to go to, and I'm leaning towards number 4, but also, really setting those targets sooner rather than later. Thank you.
And then Kirsten, you wanted to say something?
If I could just, with respect to September to September and also the state agency representation, I want to remind commissioners, because it's easy to focus on climate when we're in the climate conversation. And we have all been also speaking to how, and you've been giving direction to integrating climate and housing. The Division 7 and 8 housing rulemaking, I mentioned, I think yesterday, these 3 kind of interrelated pieces of rulemaking effort. So right now we have the housing rulemaking going on with the housing production strategies headed your way this fall. Commissioner Halava asked us to, meet quickly with basically, Bill, transportation planning rule staff to see if anything should be accomplished in the housing production strategy targets this phase this fall. Then climate rulemaking initiates this fall, and it's true that we are looking at an initial meeting in that probably first week of October. So with appointments, happening in August and September, I will say this is not quick work to get historically marginalized people, to find folks who are willing to serve. So would ask for just your understanding in that regard. So housing, the climate rulemaking going on for essentially, a year with, again, I'd like to remind commissioners of the sensitivity of trying to do it during legislative session. So this is a long session. So that's a 6-month period. So we can get some work done, but that's one of the reasons there's that recognition there. And then at the end, you might recall from the policy option packages you heard about yesterday, we do plan to then take up again Division 7 and 8 to finalize the sort of rules around kind of where housing goes and how it goes with respect to housing production strategies. So that is why we've had this tail of September to December to try to wrap up these points on making our housing and climate rules consistent among 12, 44, now your new rule 46, Division 7 and 8. So it's a sequenced approach, and certainly we can try and expedite, but I appreciate Commissioner's recognition that you don't want everything to backfire in our sense of urgency. Thank you. Oh, sorry, the OHA, sorry. So in the other one was state agencies were also very aligned with the Oregon Health Authority with respect to their state health improvement project. And I might recommend that it's ODOT, OHCS, and OHA, Oregon Health Authority, that would be great partners to implement this project. Thank you.
And I'll go ahead and wait. Thank you, Kirsten. I appreciate that. And thanks to everyone else. I don't think there's any other commissioner that was signed up at this point to comment. Having heard everything, I'll weigh in as well. And whether it's a single phase or 2-phase, I think that we should ask staff to come back and talk a little bit about that. But in terms of, I like the idea of focusing on performance measurements first as sort of a first order of business for the RAC TAC. but I'm not convinced that we have to adopt those performance measurements in March, so to speak, when in fact we're going to complete the full rulemaking by September or December of 2021. I also want to give staff the leeway to think about the phasing of this work within a, well, phasing is, think about the sequencing of this work relative to what the legislative session. I think we have to be really careful about that so we don't get triangulated. We don't try to do too much relative to what's happening there and have a lot of other folks going to the legislature and then giving us more direction or different direction on what our outcomes should be. Right now, we're in charge of our desired outcomes. We have that platform to do that. I don't really want to see a lot of incoming from legislative direction to do something different or whatever. So I want to be really aware of those kinds of things when we plot out the sequenced work program. And I also really want to focus on, we spent a lot of time on these desired outcomes, and I want to make sure that whatever we pursue, that we accomplish those. And I'm focusing specifically on the process itself, making sure that we have the right people at the table in the RAC and TAC, having really clear direction to the RAC and TAC. I like what we did before with the performance, with the desired outcomes. I like the idea of adding some of the language that Mary Kyle and Bob talked about relative to specific standards or things we're trying to accomplish. But I really want to get the process right. And I just don't want to rush this in my mind because, and I want to give really clear direction, because the other effort we did with the TPR, with the 2018 draft, that we didn't have a lot of clear direction to staff, to be honest. It was very limited direction. So the idea of adopting two, when it doesn't really do as much as we want to do now. We want to have a comprehensive program. So I don't think we had the right RAC members last time. We did perhaps for that very narrow charge, but our charge is really large for this committee and it's really important and I want to get it right. So I don't know if that leads you to single or two phase, but I really want to give staff some direction and some leeway to come back with trying to pull all of our comments together and recommending an approach.
Chair?
Yes.
I had a clarifying question, I guess, for number 4. I had somehow interpreted it as, imagine we send a letter to the jurisdictions and say, we're going to be starting this rulemaking process, and I'll say it's going to go from September to December. I'll just say what Ms. Green said. And in preparation, and we're going to be, this is our charge, and these are the metrics that we're going to be implementing into this effort. That's like 2 pages, right? In preparation for that, we're requiring you to do these performance measures. That's what I was thinking number 4 was. The way you talked about number 4 was as if we start the RAC and then we start to determine what the performance measures are as a part of the process. But from other people, I thought these performance measures are we've already developed what they're going to be. And these jurisdictions can go ahead and collect that data while we're developing what are the benchmarks or how will you evaluate that performance measure. So it'd be great if somebody said, today, if we said, send that letter out to jurisdiction and ask them to start collecting this performance data, whether that you have, what is that performance data, or whether the RAC process itself is trying to develop performance data. Because it's my understanding that the RAC is not trying to evaluate that. They're trying to evaluate the benchmarks for the performance data. Like, how do you get from whatever baseline you're at to where we need to go?
Thank you, Commissioner. I was, maybe I misread the description under on number 4, page 10, the bottom of page 10. It says a first phase of rulemaking would consist of refining the list of performance measurements. So maybe staff can weigh in on your question. I think it's a good one.
And the way I read, we each read our own thing. I read these reports would be useful as a baseline for future improvements. So I read it as if they get that work going and that information comes in midway through the RAC process, one could use that data to make the improvements in the RAC process to make it a great final outcome.
Great, I understand now, thank you. I like that approach, actually. And I was wondering, this might be a big lift, but we have this 4-agency group that the governor convened. And especially given some of the comments we heard, but we also know this, that it's not just the planning, it's the funding of projects. ODOT is starting a STIP process, a State Transportation Improvement Program process. So if there were any way to have a letter that went to the jurisdictions, the MPOs and their communities, that was signed by 4 agencies, wouldn't that be powerful? So I'm looking to staff to see if you have sufficient direction, guidance, because we've had a very long conversation. Thank you, first of all, for all your work you did to prepare us for it. I think it was a really good conversation, and I think it was made better because of your prep work, so thank you. Anything else we need to do on this item at this point?
I think, Chair MacArthur, I might make one point and invite the commission to consider an acknowledgement in the 6 points, and that would be, if we're not successful with the policy option package in the 2021 session for climate mitigation, and we don't get the position, and more importantly, the $2.2 million to support local governments, that might affect the outcome of the rule and the timing and that sort of thing. So maybe just an acknowledgement potentially in the 6 points that to some extent this is dependent on the funding that we're able to secure from the legislature.
And Chair, I have a clarification question.
Yes.
If we don't get that POP, I'm assuming we still can complete this work. It's just after that we have nothing to do. Is that correct?
I think Commissioner Hloba, we're committed to this work. And we've talked about other funding sources that we can redirect to support local government. I think though, we're better off obviously with more money, more funding and an additional position. And all I'm simply saying is if that doesn't happen, the 6 points might acknowledge the rule we may have to change where we land exactly in the rule. But we're committed to seeing that local plans meet the targets, absolutely.
I think Palmer, if this is Kirsten, Chair MacArthur, if I could.
Yes, please. I don't, so my list might be stale, so I don't know if there was some other commissioner though that wants to testify that I don't, or comment, excuse me, that I haven't seen. And do any other commissioners want to comment at this point? I want to miss that before I turn to Deputy Director Green.
There's no one on the list right now.
Thank you, Casaria. Okay, Deputy Director.
Great, thank you. I think that what we'll be bringing back in, staff probably had a small heart attack when I said, yeah, maybe we could bring the draft charge back in August. It is a very short turnaround. I did promise them sort of an exhale and a break next week when I'm out, but hopefully we might have something else to bring you back in August, in 2 weeks. I wanted to speak to Palmer's point of the a footnote on the charge. I think, Palmer, that's easily accommodated in sort of the charter document. So you have your succinct charge, but the charter can note some of their contingencies. I don't think it has to be tied to the desired outcomes.
Yeah, I wasn't saying that it really had to be in the outcomes. I think it was just, as you say, part of the context for the rulemaking, and we just acknowledge that that's a reality, a barrier, a potential barrier to the type of rule that gets adopted.
Indeed, thank you.
Any final comments from staff or questions of the commission before we go into a break and then start the rest of our afternoon items?
Chair MacArthur, this is Cody. I had just a quick comment in regards to Dr. Zako's observation and what you mentioned about the planning and the spending. There is a work item in the Every Mile Counts work for ODOT and DLCD to actually engage in that conversation and talk about how we do support plans with funding. So that is absolutely something we've been tracking on and we intend to do. and ODOT will, under Section 10 of the EO, be working on that statewide transportation improvement project work to, put a climate lens on their projects. And so that is something that we could come back to you at a future date and give you some more information on.
Yes, I thank you, Cody. That's a great idea. And I would like for staff, ODOT and DLCD staff, to come back to the commission early enough in the process that we can have some influence over the STIP criteria. And we might actually, I'll look to Jim, we can have a conversation later on this, but I'll look to Jim. We've always talked about having a joint OTC LCDC meeting, which is certainly more difficult than it would be with the under these circumstances. But there's some pretty important issues on the horizon, and if there's a way to do something like that at the right time to provide input to our process as well as theirs, I would encourage us to think along those lines.
Absolutely, Chair. We've begun the discussions. I will not commit to a specific date. However, if you all are going to be meeting every 2 weeks, it makes it a lot easier.
Well, maybe some of us will.
I do seriously very much want to thank the commissioners for the conversation, for the guidance, for the help, for the joint commitment with us to get this work done. So thank you all very much.
Great, thanks. I agree with all the thanks and the kudos. Really nice job, staff. What you did is really kind of gave us enough information to frame the conversation for us, frame the debate, if you will. I think it worked out really well. So kudos to you. Let's take a break. I know I need one. It is 2:30. Let's reconvene at 2:35. We're just a little bit behind schedule, but I'm wondering if in item, because it's Friday afternoon, if item number 13 can be done in 45 minutes rather than an hour, if that's at all possible, that would be a lovely thing. So let's give guidance to the person who's in charge of that item. So
I think that can be done.
Great, super, thank you. So we'll reconvene.
Chair, I don't want to speak for Council Shipsey, but I suspect that we can take less than an hour for the update in executive session.
That's awesome. He's not frowning. So that's
the hell he's not. Look at him. He's scowled. Now he's laughing.
It was a delayed reaction. So thank you.
Okay, welcome back. I show the time as 2:45, and it looks like we have all of our commissioners online. So Chair MacArthur, you have a quorum.
Thank you, commissioners, for being so prompt and returning. We're hoping to finish these next couple of topics up relatively quickly. We're hoping that this next item on Measure 49 takes 45 minutes. We noticed that there is no one signed up to testify, so perhaps that still gives staff enough time to do what you need to do and get some direction. This is an action item, I should mention that up front. And there's a potential for a commission liaison to this, but I'm looking to maybe Esther or Jim or Kirsten. I don't think it's required, it's just suggested. So you're looking at Sarah, great, thank you. So take it away. Are you the one, Sarah, that's going to start this? Or?
Yes.
Great. Welcome.
I need to share my screen. Sorry, I don't have tons of experience with this. So what are you seeing?
The first page, it looks like, of your slideshow presentation.
Great. So you're not seeing my notes.
No, there's no notes. You're already get an A+ for that.
Okay, so yeah, we can get through this pretty quickly. I've prepared a script so that I don't go into the weeds of Measure 49, which I could easily do. So greetings, Chair MacArthur and commissioners. I am Sarah Marvin, the Measure 49 specialist, and presenting with me will be Hillary Foote, the Farm Forest specialist. We are presenting the item Measure 49 Claim Review Fee Rulemaking Initiation. And as Chair MacArthur said, it is a voting item to initiate rulemaking. The purpose of this presentation is to explain why staff is requesting rulemaking to establish a fee to review claims for just compensation, commonly known as Measure 49 claims. We will briefly explain what is Measure 49, what does DLCD have to do with claims, why do we need a fee, what do we need to do, and propose a rulemaking plan. So what is Measure 49? In 2004, voters passed the property rights ballot Measure 37. It required compensation or waivers of land use regulations for claimants who acquired property before the regulations were enacted. Thousands of claims were filed for anything from single dwellings to massive subdivisions, industrial plants, just you name it. Most of these were on farm and forest zoned land. In response to public outcry about what was happening under Measure 37, the legislature crafted Measure 49 to scale back Measure 37. Voters approved Measure 49 in 2007. There were two parts to Measure 49. The first part dealt with the former Measure 37 claims. So under Measure 49, most of these claims were approved for 1 to 3 dwellings and parcels. The second part of Measure 49 established procedures for new claims. New claims are those filed against land use regulations that were enacted after January 1st, 2007. And this rulemaking is only about these new claims. What constitutes a valid Measure 49 claim? To be valid, it must meet 3 primary criteria. It must be based on a new or amended land use regulation enacted after the owner acquired the property and within the last 5 years. That regulation must restrict the residential use or a farm or forest practice. And that regulation must be shown to reduce the fair market value of the property. There are exceptions to land use regulations that you can file a claim over, and those are regulations enacted to protect public health and safety or comply with federal law, and a list of regulations that the Department of Ag is responsible for. So what does the LCD have to do with claims? Sorry, I need to take a drink of water. When the legislature or a state agency enacts a new land use regulation or amends an existing statute or rule that triggers landowners to file claims, all of those claims are filed with DLCD, no matter who the agency is. If it's primarily for a different agency, then DLCD will forward those claims to the other agency. If it is a claim filed for a statute or rule that DLCD administers, DLCD must conduct a full review and issue a decision. What does claim review entail? Reviewing a claim and issuing a decision is a huge task. Staff have to determine if the claim is complete, issue notices, and make a determination of denial or compensation, all within 180 days. In addition, DLCD has to pay for DOJ review of the claims, and that's critical, and contract a qualified appraiser to review the dual appraisals that are submitted with each valid claim. Staff time and DOJ and appraiser costs must be expended even on frivolous claims. So why are we talking about a fee? DLCD could incur these claim review costs anytime the legislature or LCDC create or amend land use regulations. Even if the claims do not meet the criteria for a valid claim, the LCD must still review, consult with DOJ and the appraiser, and issue decisions. Which brings us to a current probable trigger of new claims, House Bill 2225, enacted by the legislature in 2019. And this, Hillary will explain. I hope. Are you here, Hillary?
She's probably trying to get connected.
She's got the worst internet in the whole department.
Yeah, I saw that she broadcast from her car yesterday.
There we go. No, I was just having a muting issue. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thanks.
Okay, great. Hillary Foote, Fire and Forest Specialist for the record. So House Bill 2225. So as Sarah noted earlier, a valid Measure 49 claim is made when a land use regulation is enacted that impacts or has the potential to impact property rights, particularly residential development or farm and forest practices, and impacts property rights in a way that would reduce the fair market value of the property. So House Bill 2225, which was enacted last summer, has that potential. It amends ORS 215-750, and those are the statutes that set forth the requirements for citing an alternative forest dwelling, or as it's more commonly called, a template West dwelling. Gordon Howard brought the conforming rule amendments to the Commission for adoption in January, and so our Division 6 rules now also reflect changes that were enacted with HB 2225. So let's move to the next slide, Sarah. With respect to Measure 49, the primary change related to House Bill 2225 is new language in statute and rule that prohibits the use of a property line adjustment to qualify a parcel for a template test dwelling. There are two other significant changes related to House Bill 2225, but that could also lead to Measure 49 claims, but this is the primary one. So when a property owner owns multiple underlying lots of record, previously, they may have been able to adjust the property boundaries in a way that would qualify the property for a template dwelling. They would essentially move a parcel through adjusting those boundaries into an area that had a historic development pattern, a more dense development pattern that would qualify the property to also have a dwelling. It's sometimes been referred to as crab walking. So following the effective date of these new provisions related to HB 2225, a property owner is no longer allowed to do that. They can no longer use the property line adjustment to qualify a parcel for a template test dwelling. So since the property can now not be reconfigured to qualify for a dwelling, it is potentially less valuable, and it might be a candidate for a Measure 49 claim. So next slide. So these changes, I'm sorry?
It's there.
Okay. So these changes are currently effective in 4 counties throughout the state. And notice is going out to those counties now, who in turn distribute notice to potentially impacted landowners. That would be the 56 notice. Because this is a change made at the state level, DLCD reimburses the counties for the cost of that mailing. And in order to reduce the financial burden to the department for those Measure 56 mailings, the effective dates were staggered into 3 buckets or 3 windows. So as these Measure 56 notices go out between now and 2023 to the counties and then to the various impacted landowners, We would expect to see related claims coming in over the next several years that the department will need to review. And as Sarah mentioned, that's not only staff time, but it also includes paying for independent appraisal review and Department of Justice time that comes out of DLCD's budget. So that is House Bill 2225, and I'll turn it back to you, Sarah.
Thank you. So DLCD's experience with Measure 37 so long ago suggests that we could receive thousands of claims in response to the Measure 56 notices and prompting by property rights groups. So while valid claims will cost claimants to prepare, they're going to need to pay their own appraiser to put together the appraisals that are required, maybe hire an agent to put together the application. There will be some cost already for someone who believes they truly have a valid claim. But frivolous claims will cost nothing to file. All they have to do is fill out the forms on our website and turn them in. And then we have to go through the process of reviewing those claims. Because there is no cost to file a claim, anyone who owns forest zone land could file whether or not their property is truly affected by HB 2225 or any other change that the legislature or LCDC wants to make to a land use regulation. Especially now, DLCD has no budget and not enough staff to review claims. That is the simple problem. And the solution, we think, staff proposes to establish a fee to file claims. The legislature gave DLCD authority to impose a fee to cover the actual and reasonable cost of reviewing claims. Adopting a fee would partially cover the cost of reviewing valid claims and would likely eliminate or severely reduce the number of frivolous claims that could come in. Imposing a fee requires rulemaking to amend the Claims Procedures Rule, which is OAR 660-041-0520. It's a pretty simple fix, or I should call it a pretty simple amendment. For the rulemaking process, staff has prepared a preliminary rulemaking schedule and a list of potential groups who could participate on a rules advisory committee. Our preliminary schedule includes what we've done up to now, which is background research and limited outreach. And today we would request the commission initiate rulemaking and provide guidance on RAC membership. In August and September, we would conduct up to 2 RAC meetings. At the September commission meeting, we would provide an update on our progress. At the November commission meeting, we would request adoption of the amended rule. And on January 1st, 2021, in time for what we think will be the first claims, the fee would become effective. For Rules Advisory Committee, the RAC charge would be simply to provide advice on setting the review fee. Amending the rule is very simple. The language is already in rule, and all we have to do is add the word fee into it and the number, and that comes straight from the statute. Basically, the rule copied the statute and just didn't have the word fee in there. Staff's draft list of potential participants includes parties with knowledge of claim review costs and parties who have interest in Measure 49 and rural land use issues. So parties who have knowledge of claim review costs include cities and counties who have either established Measure 49 fees and or reviewed claims. And for example, we know the city of Eugene has had a couple of Measure 49 claims. We know that Tillamook County is dealing with a claim right now, and they both have experience with what that costs. Also, a professional appraiser could advise on the cost of reviewing the complex appraisals. Parties who have interest in Measure 49 and rural land use issues include state agencies like Ag and Forestry, who will likely see claims in their futures, small business interests, and then advocates for the public interest, for property rights, for land use, for the environment, farms and forests, and development interests such as attorneys or consultants that are representing claimants, home builders, real estate interests, the kind of people who were interested when we had Measure 37 and wrote Measure 49. So in conclusion, staff requests the commission to initiate rulemaking to make minor amendments to OAR 660-041-0520. Staff also requests guidance on interest to serve on the Rules Advisory Committee and appoint a commission liaison to the RAC if the commission desires, but it's definitely not required. This is a very simple rulemaking. And I think this is when I ask for questions.
Thank you to both of you. You made us sort of a obscure topic, or perhaps two obscure topics, pretty understandable. So thank you. A couple of quick questions that I have. Do other state agencies, when they're processing their measure, the Measure 39, 40, 47 claims, do they charge a fee?
Well, here's the interesting thing. Nobody has filed a new Measure 49 claim with the state yet. And that is because of the very chilling effect of Measure 49. Anytime anybody wants to do anything, they would have to face Measure 49 claims. So we would know if a Measure 49 claim for a new land use regulation, we would know if it had come in because they are funneled through DLCD.
Okay, thank you. And then a second question is, when this amendment occurs, let's say we have a rural advisory committee, they recommend changing this, adding the word fee, and I think you said something else. Will this allow us to charge fees for other situations, not just the template dwelling? So we don't have to do more rulemaking for.
No.
Okay.
Exactly, Chair MacArthur. That's the point, is that while HB 2225 got this into our attention because we started receiving phone calls about it, there was always the risk that somebody would file Measure 49 claims with the state, and we would not have been prepared to pay for that. And that was maybe less of an issue in the past, but right now it's a very, very critical issue.
Great, thank you very much. So we have Commissioner Warren and Commissioner Jacobson. Why don't you start with Commissioner Warren?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just a quick question. What is the rough estimate of the real cost to the department for each one of these applications? Thanks.
And an extreme, I can give you a range. I would say somewhere between 2,500 and 10,000.
Per claim, wow.
Per claim, yeah. Now, if we got, as we did under Measure 37, if we got thousands of claims because there was no restriction to filing claims, we would eventually be able to bring that cost down through having boilerplate language and being able to recognize something that was clearly not going to make it versus something that might. But due to the complexity of HB 2225 alone, not to mention anything else that might come along, we consulted with DOJ on this, and we're not even certain what a valid claim and what an invalid claim would look like. Everything is case by case because there's so many details and steps that go into getting a crab walking to a forest template dwelling.
Thank you. Any follow-up questions, Commissioner Warren?
Yeah, just a rough one, and you don't have to answer this question if you don't know, but has there been any consideration of what sort of a fee we're looking at? Are we looking at like $2,500, or is it going to be a standing fee, or is it going to change based off of the need? Can you answer anything along those lines?
We are not going into this with with a fee. We sort of, just for the sake of being able to talk about the topic, we've been throwing around $5,000. But it depends on the advice that we get, guidance from you. I can tell you that I've researched other jurisdictions, and I've seen $13,000 as a flat fee from the city of Redmond. I've seen $600 from city of McMinnville, and I've seen just full cost. Give us $1,000 right now and we'll bill you at the end.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioner Jacobson.
Thank you, Chair. Talking about kind of these frivolous claims, I mean, can you like elaborate on that? Like on a percentage, how many of these are we talking about? Of the claims you get or think you're going to get, how much of that are sort of a frivolous junk claim?
That is the hardest question to be realistic about. I tried to come up with a range many times using past experience, and mostly the future is what's going to dictate this. And I can tell you that Measure 56 notices, when Tim Murphy was here and started the Measure 56 process, what kind of a budget might we come up with for that? He was estimating that possibly 50,000 landowners might need to receive notices just in the first 4 counties. And if in fact there's that many and they each receive a notice, each one is going to wonder, what's the state doing to me now? And with Measure 37, we got 7,000 claims in 2 years. And that was without them receiving a notice on their doorstep saying, something's happening to your property, you might want to look into it. So it's impossible to say, I'm sorry.
That's helpful. I appreciate that. Thank you. That does provide at least a possibility of what we're looking at, I guess. Thanks.
Thank you. Other commissioners have questions? Seeing none on my list from Casaria. Let's have a discussion then. We don't have, first of all, we don't have any public comment, so we don't need to ask anyone to testify on this because there's no one to testify. So we can just close that part of the hearing and then ask commissioners where they're at, and then at some point entertain a motion. And that motion, for your reference, a suggested motion, is on page 4 of the agenda, item 13, staff report. Oh, that's helpful. Thank you. Hearing no.
Chair, Commissioner Lilac has his hand raised.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Lilac.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. I certainly support this effort. My job is to direct a department that's almost about the size of DLCD. We now have 56 employees, and we're a fee-supported department, and we're primarily a fee-for-service department. We give very of our $8.5 million budget this year. We have $100,000 from the general fund, so almost nothing. In fact, that just bought down fee increases this year, given the pandemic. So this is what I think you have to do in order to provide this service. There's a cost to it, and I think it's going to be helpful for DLCD to go into the rulemaking process to know what your objectives are. Is it to provide a great service in a timely manner? Or is it to if you don't have the fees for services, you're going to take the maximum time that's necessary, 180 days. What is your level of service? What do you need to cover with your fees? Are you covering just your DLCD staff time, or covering your costs plus DOJ's costs, which is, for example, what we do? Is it just so just make sure you have all those kind of ducks in a row as you go into this, and then just be prepared to explain what the alternatives are. If you're not able to provide the service, what are the impacts on those that are filing the claims? You'll get to them in the order in which you can, and it'll just be prepared for all of those different issues and questions. And I think if I'm one of these other organizations, I'm wondering, okay, is this the beginning of a fee for service agency, such as the DLCD will begin to charge for enforcement orders or whatever the case may be? And those are all fair questions, but that's the nature of our economy, and having being in a property tax cap limited state, sometimes we have to talk about other ways to provide services. So I support this effort, and the schedule, it looks like you have all the right people involved. So that concludes my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Very thoughtful. Anyone else? Any other commissioners? Well, seeing none and seeing Casario shake her head no, which thank you for that. She texts me, everyone who's has their hands up, and I really appreciate you doing that the entire couple of days. It's really helpful. So seeing no other texts from Casaria, may I ask for someone to offer a motion?
This is Commissioner Jacobson. I move the commission initiate rulemaking and authorize the director to appoint a rulemaking advisory committee consistent with the recommendation.
Thank you, Commissioner Jacobson. Do we have a second?
This is Nick. I'm happy to second the motion.
A motion and a second. Thank you. Sounds like there's no discussion on that since we didn't have much to say before. So, Ster, would you call the roll?
Commissioner Warren.
Aye.
Commissioner Lilac.
Aye.
Commissioner Sandoval.
Aye.
Commissioner Jacobson.
Aye.
Commissioner Halova.
Aye.
Chair MacArthur.
Aye. Motion passes unanimously with Vice Chair Permine has an excused absence. And I thank you very much, staff. You made this really clear with your presentation and your slideshow, really helpful to make a kind of a complicated issue. I was thinking about how are they going to explain forest template dwellings, and you did actually. Thank you. So I take it from sort of the lack of, I take it that there is not anyone on the commission that wants to be a liaison to this RAC. It's not required, but if somebody has a burning interest, I'm going to assume the answer is no. You have other things to work on, and that is fine with us. But if somebody does have a burning desire to be involved in that, raise your hand now.
Chair MacArthur, if I could, this is Kirsten.
Yes, please do.
I thought perhaps we'd put this on the dashboard of opportunities that would be in front of commissioners at the retreat as well.
Sure, you can put that on the list. That's great.
Okay.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, good idea. Okay, thank you very much. And I know we're early for Rachel, but maybe we can tee up agenda item 14.
Hello, commissioners. Can you hear me?
Yes, Rachel, welcome.
Thank you. All right. Well, I guess we can get started. Rachel Lyle Smith. I'm the Information Resources Coordinator for DLCD, for the record. And I know you are probably getting weary, so this will probably be one of the easiest agenda items that you have. So I'm going to start off with just giving a little bit of an overview and then turn it over to Chair MacArthur to moderate as she would like. So the purpose of this agenda item, which is the Commission Best Practices Review, is to allow all of the commissioners the opportunity to evaluate the commission performance for 2019-2020 fiscal year. So to be very clear, that is July 1, 2019 to June 30th, 2020. There is a scorecard that is used to provide the Commission's annual response to the best practices key performance measure, and that measure will be summarized in the department's annual performance progress report. This is a report that the department has to complete every year. And this particular item is one of several key performance measures that we submit as part of that report. So very quickly, a little background. In 2005, the legislature directed DAS and the Legislative Fiscal Office to develop a measure for certain boards and commissions to use in evaluating their performance. The legislature asked that best practices be developed for small boards and commissions that have the governance oversight. LCDC meets the requirements for completing this review of your performance, and that's why it is part of our required key performance measures. So the commission, you're essentially being asked to conduct a self-assessment using a set of criteria that is predefined. This is, the agency has not defined these criteria. Like I said, this is done by DAS. And you will find the list of those criteria and the scorecard in attachment A. It's called the scorecard. And I don't know, I'm happy to share my screen and to share these, or I assume you have them in your packet, so you can just let me know whatever you would like for me to do.
I'd like you to share the screen so we have them up there, but it is in your packet. And well, and just a clarification as you're getting that up there on the screen, Rachel, I'm assuming that Commissioners Warren, Jacobson, and Lilac, since they are so new, in fact, two of them, this is their very first meeting, are excused from this exercise. Commissioner Sandoval had 6 months under his belt, I guess, between January and now, so perhaps he's eligible to complete the form. Congratulations. So is that correct that the other commissioners, it doesn't seem fair or quite frankly, appropriate for them to comment on this since they don't have the experience with it?
Right. So I did reach out to our point person with the Legislative Fiscal Office on this, and we have some discretion, but you are correct. The targets for this particular item are Chair MacArthur, Vice Chair Pearman, Commissioner Halava, and Commissioner Sandoval. Commissioner Warren, you began your term very late in the reporting period, which was February of 2020. So truthfully, I think it's up to you to decide if you feel like you're informed enough on the measures in order for you to submit a scorecard. I don't believe, my understanding from my communication with the Legislative Fiscal Office is that we have some discretion here, and there's no hard and fast rules, and they totally understand the terms and how folks, you need to feel comfortable, and you need to feel comfortable with providing a self-assessment. So I would say, Commissioner Warren, it's up to you to decide from looking at what you are measuring on the commission to feel like if you have enough time and have spent enough time on the commission to report, then certainly it would be good to have a good representative number of scorecards for our tallies. Commissioner Lilac and Jacobson, you are excused from this, obviously, because you were not on the commission at any time during our reporting period.
Thank you, Rachel. That's helpful. And I know this is an action item, quote unquote, but is it sort of a thumbs up, or do we have to take an official motion?
So, well, there's a couple of pieces to it. So if you'll allow me just a couple minutes to keep going. So you were provided in your packet, this, what I have on my screen right now is the actual scorecard. It's a digital document that hopefully you were emailed this, and you can fill this out and put yes, or you can do like that. You can do yes. It doesn't matter to me, however you want to do it. Essentially, you're going to fill this out, and I'm going to collect them all. Esther, I would ask you to email them to Esther, our community assistant, and then she will essentially give them to me, and I'm going to do the tallying for our key performance measure. So this is the actual scorecard and how it would look for you to fill it out, and the criteria for you to consider when you're doing your scoring. The other piece of this is the actual criteria. And we have quite a number of new commissioners. And so this is where it's really up to you. This criteria shows how each of the measures are kind of grouped. 1 and 2 for executive director performance, strategic management, and you can go down the list. You have at this time an opportunity to make changes to this criteria going forward. I don't know if any of you have a burning desire to add additional criteria, but you will notice down here this on the scorecard, you can add additional best practices. This may be something that if you really wanted to, I would say you could probably should discuss at the retreat if you feel like there's some measure or some performance thing that you would like to consider as a commission. This would be for yourselves only. We are only allowed to score based on the DAS and LFO approved criteria or measures, which are 1 through 15. But obviously this is a way for you to decide as a commission how you measure your performance. So last but not least, I'll say that in the staff report I mentioned, I keep flipping back and forth, but this criteria document I updated. You'll notice it says revised dates here and it says July 24th. Part of what we're asking for you today is to approve the revisions. And so the revisions I highlighted in the staff report, but I'll mention them here. I edited this document to update the letterhead. I updated policy numbers. I updated links to the latest board handbook and required training information from the governor's office. But I didn't make any substantive edits, but I felt like I should at least provide a revised date because I did update policy numbers that had changed. I don't think this document had actually been updated in quite some time. And I think that's about it. So in summary, the department must submit our annual performance review to the Legislative Fiscal Office by October 1. And so this report will be provided to the BAM subcommittee for review as required by DLCD's policy. And that will be the entire annual performance report that will include this single performance measure. At this time, you can complete your scorecards. You can do it now. Hopefully you probably already looked at this before the meeting. I'm asking you to email them to Esther. And so as I mentioned, she can collect them. Chair MacArthur, if you'd like to review or go over any of this or ask if any of the commissioners have questions about, particularly for new commissioners, about how you're meeting any of these performance measures, I'll leave that up to you to talk about things you've done over the last year or year and a half in order to meet these criteria. So that may be something that the commission would like to discuss. And then in the end, I'm just asking for a recommendation that that you would authorize the department to submit a summary of your scorecards as part of the 2020 annual performance review to LFO.
Great, thank you, Rachel. Commissioner Halava was wanting to say something about this.
Oh, mainly because it just gives you a yes or no and it doesn't give you an I don't know. There's some of these I don't know. So I don't want to penalize by saying no because they totally might be doing it. It's just I don't know. So what does one do?
I think that's, if you're not sure, I think that's one that the commission just should discuss because other commissioners would probably know or staff would know what activities were done in order to meet or not meet a particular measure.
Right, but I guess part of assessment is to know how much one doesn't know too. If I ask somebody else, then it might say all of these might be yes. I don't know. So for now, I only feel comfortable putting a column called I don't know. And
if I may,
yeah.
I would suggest that we wait to do this until after we do the orientation session.
Okay.
It has been our past practice to do pretty much a column of yeses, but if we want to be a little more conscientious, I would say after our retreat, you should know the answer to each of those questions.
Thank you, Jim. And along those lines, if there are some particular categories, Anjali, that you think you can't really comment on, perhaps that will give us guidance on what we might want to cover in the retreat.
Oh yeah, it's more like the auditing or references to specific report or financial control. It's these things that are very specific, and I because it's not something that we talk about all the time. We talk about POPs and budgets and policy and all those things, but then there's these internal workings of the department that I'm sure if we wanted to know it, we could ask, but we don't necessarily talk about it all the time with our full agendas of policy making. So right. I just don't happen to know the answer to these.
Okay. Thank you. Other commissioners?
And I assume it's happening. It's not like I have some doubts that it's happening. It's just like I don't feel.
On that, Chairman, can I respond?
Yes, please do.
I had to look into this, being new myself. I had to look into this pretty deeply, Commissioner Halava, because I was trying to, with Steve Shipsey's guidance, ascertain, make sure that we were, figure out for myself what we were doing and the protocols that the agency had been following for many years. So we do. There is, and we can discuss this at the retreat. I appreciate having had that up on the screen. It was a helpful reference. But in particular, there is quite a bit of delegation to the Budget and Management Subcommittee, and so I could imagine that is a place where it's just like, well, I don't know much, but that may be something we could discuss further at the retreat. There is a policy on that the department adopted. I can't remember the year now. I want to say like 2008, 2009. I don't think that's been provided to you in your packet, but we can provide that policy in attachment. It was an important historical document for me to find as I was navigating my way through making sure that commissioners were voting on the POPs, but didn't vote on the budget as a whole. That is actually deferred to the Budget and Management Subcommittee. And I know that, spoiler alert, I know that Chair MacArthur is looking for a partner to serve with her on that committee, but that one in particular is a little, I can imagine that one in particular would be hard to answer because it's a bit opaque through the role of the BAM.
Thank you. Commissioner Warren, I think, has his hand up.
Yeah, excuse me if I missed this, but is there a date that this is due by? The director had mentioned to wait till maybe after we had our retreat to this. So what date are we expecting to have these to Esther by? Thank you.
Well, technically, our final report is due by October 1. So I'm trying to get all of the information for all of our key performance measures in and ready for review by the director's office by no later than the beginning of September. So we have a little bit of time, sure. I'm not exactly sure when the retreat is scheduled. So, but that's why we put this item on the July meeting agenda so that we could preview it for you and get it out there and give you some time to complete it and ask questions.
Great. So it sounds like the folks that are sort of need to fill this out, as opposed to those folks that have a sort of a bye this year because they just joined the commission and don't have the breadth of knowledge of these things. For those of us that are being asked to fill this out, I'd like direction from this group about which categories, just go through and list the numbers, the items that you want more information on, and we can provide that information at the retreat and or in September, and that way you can have the confidence to at least have the information to be able to vote yes or no. So why don't we do that for today in the time that we have left? So are there categories in here that you wouldn't want more information on or need more information on to be able to fill this form out?
Again, if I may, Chair, I think we could dispense with this exercise in a half an hour at the retreat by simply explaining each item and whether or not the answer was no or yes.
Okay, why don't we do that then, rather than take the time right now? This is a great intro, and I really appreciate Rachel, you bringing it to us early enough. I think that makes a lot of sense. So let's do that. And that way, it also is a chance to provide an update, briefing, background for the new commissioners as well. So good suggestion, Jim. But it sounds like Rachel, though, today wanted us, because there are some modifications to attachment B, are you suggesting, Rachel, that we should adopt or endorse the changes? I mean, they're all kind of technical little things. They're not really substantive changes, right?
Right.
And can we do a thumbs up on that? Or do we have to do an official vote?
I think it's just a thumbs up, but
I would prefer a thumbs up, yes.
Yeah.
So I'm seeing some thumbs already. People are jumping into this. So if I can see some thumbs, that given that we'll endorse these updates. Thank you. I don't see Anya Lake, but I'm sure she's out there somewhere with her thumb up. There we go.
There she is.
So thank you for that. And then the next steps are, the staff will go over these 16 categories at the retreat in relatively short time, because we only have 4 hours. So I want to make sure we have plenty of time for some bonding and other kinds of exercises. But if we can dispense with this rather quickly, that will help us as we go to fill this out electronically in September.
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. And one reminder, we did receive a request for public comment on this item, and I wasn't sure if you wanted to take it.
Esther, I didn't know that, so thank you very much for bringing it to my attention. Do we normally take public comment on things like this? Is it?
We don't. This is the item that we emailed about very quickly last night and early this morning. So our agenda said we were not accepting public comment. And so I was notified that we did receive a request from Esther.
Well, I hate to cut off public comments. So if there is someone in the audience, we don't normally, as we said, this is sort of administrative sort of stuff. But if there's somebody in the audience that wants to speak for a maximum of 2 minutes, I'd like to entertain that.
It was Ms. Helen Kennedy that had submitted a request to comment, but at this time, I do not see her on the attendees list.
Okay, thank you for checking. Appreciate that. Great, Rachel, I think that concludes this conversation.
I think that's it for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Great, well, we can move right into Steve, I think. Can we tee up Steve? Oh, we have to go to executive session. So we have to actually adjourn this meeting. Is that right, Esther? So we are adjourning the official public meeting, and we are going into executive session, whereby most folks, except for, I guess, the press is allowed to come in, but other folks are not privy to this conversation. It's a time for commissioners not to deliberate at all, but to get information from our wonderful legal advisor on upcoming issues that are in the legal realm. Is there something else I need to read about that or not? I mean, to say about that?
Doesn't this part normally not be recorded? Normally, isn't it?
That is correct. I'm pretty sure.
I just saw the recording up there. So.
Right. Steve, does this still get recorded?
It does not have to be recorded. It just has to be reflected in minutes that we had one.
Okay.
And Conservation Commission will now meet in executive session for purposes of consulting with counsel concerning current litigation. The executive session is held pursuant to ORS 192-662H, which allows the commission to meet in executive session for the purpose of consulting with legal counsel. I don't see any attendees or panelists that are listed that are representatives of the news media, but if anybody's moonlighting as a blogger, I will remind you that you may stay and participate, but you are only to report on the basis for the executive session, but nothing that we discussed here in executive session. The commission won't be making any decisions in executive session. When we're done with executive session, we'll return to open session and invite the audience back onto the Zoom. LCDC may choose to allow specified persons other than the commission to attend the executive session. And I would like to allow Esther to participate because she'll be piloting my PowerPoint.
Thank you.
And Chair, sorry to clarify again. So are we supposed to stop the recording? I was just going to say that we are. I just always know in real life we do. So that's why.
Yes.
We can go ahead and do that.
Yes, thank you. Good,
and,
good follow-up question. I'm getting a little punchy. I apologize. Yes, we'll start recording. Long but really fruitful 2 days. I just want to say I'm really impressed with this commission. Once again, I'm just really excited to be able to work with you. And so item 16 really is reserved for other commission business. I sort of asked this question under the commission section yesterday, knowing we had probably more energy yesterday to entertain ideas, but I don't want to leave today without kind of cueing other commissioners. Do you have anything else you'd like to bring up or comment?
Thank you, Chair MacArthur. Just the only question I had is Christine's presentation was excellent this morning, as were some others, and I don't recall receiving those either in the packet or via email. Is there a chance that that she can send those to us, and then perhaps any others? They were really great presentations, and it would just be great to have those, number one. And then number two, you had mentioned that you would be looking forward to hearing from other commissioners about liaisons to various committees or committees or something of that nature. And I'm not sure if we should be thinking about that now, or is that a topic for discussion in the next couple of weeks at our retreat, or et cetera? Thank you.
Well, that's a great question, Nick. Both of them are. And so just I'm looking either at Esther or Kirsten. Can you follow through and connect with those staff members and ask them to get the slide presentations out to all the commissioners? They were excellent. I mean, just really excellent presentations. And I know Kirsten and others spent a ton of time prepping for that. So I think a collective thank you from the commission back to staff on that is in order. On the second question, yeah, maybe we could send out, well, I'll talk to Kirsten and Esther. We do want to send some materials out for the retreat. And maybe in the retreat packet, we send out the list of committees that need liaisons to, and that way you'll have a full understanding of all the other things we're doing before you run to sign up for anyone, but we love you on all of them. So why don't we talk maybe at the commission debrief on Tuesday, because I have no bandwidth right now, but in the commission debrief on Tuesday, we talk a little bit about prepping for the commission retreat and what kind of materials we get out to commissioners for that. If Kirsten and Esther can put that on your sidebar.
Yeah, I'm going to try to build a wall around Kirsten. She's supposed to be leaving on vacation for Central and Eastern Oregon tomorrow morning. She claims that she's going to be phoning in during the week. I want to do everything we can to prohibit that. So can we go a little easy on the deputy director for the next 8 to 10 days?
I will not accept any emails, texts, or phone messages from Ms. Green.
So sad. Thank you, Director. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Thanks, Jim. That's really important.
No.
Sorry about that. So anyone else? Thank you, Nick. Anything else? Or Commissioner Lilac, excuse me. So you can tell I'm winding down. I might have wound down a couple agenda items ago. My apologies. So any other commissioners have anything else they want to say for the good of the order? Otherwise, we will adjourn the July meeting. Seeing, hearing.
Well, very much.
Yeah, thank you. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you. Thank you, Esther. Thank you, Casaria. Thank you, everybody. Jim, Kirsten, staff. Excellent job.